Hey, happy Monday, chat. What is going on? Welcome, everybody. It's good to see you. I hope you had a great weekend. Sorry if things are choppy at the start here. It's basically because I learned how to do TikTok live streaming over the weekend from my very good friend, Salberry, who is my first ever proper real Twitch friend that I made back in the day when we both did gaming content. Whoa. And I was watching her stream on Friday night, and she was going live on TikTok, and I noticed that it looked like she was using TikTok Studio, and I was like, how do you do that? Because whenever I did that, it just absolutely fucked everything, and I just couldn't do it. And she taught me the key way to actually get it sorted. And the way to actually do it is to the vertical camera, the vertical source that I've got, that basically it has chat behind me and then the screen at the top, my monitor at the top. Basically what you do is you just turn on vertical camera for that. So the virtual vertical camera, sorry, in OBS. And that's how Sal does it without absolutely bricking a PC. Although she has got an absolutely immense PC because she's a gaming streamer, right? So, yeah, thank you very much, Sal, if you're lurking. Appreciate that. I thought I'd give it a go. You know, I thought I'd give it a go streaming on TikTok live tonight. Oh, you can look, it's happening. You can see it. All the software is terrible, but it's updating. And I think that that's, like, what's happening. I think that that's why things are going a bit mental. It says it's just doing my studio now. You can see that I've frozen because it's doing my studio. Okay. It looks like smoothness has returned. Let me just log in real quick. So that would be that. Let me type. And then that would be... Oh, can I just log in on TikTok.com? Yeah. Yeah. Hang on. Anyway, hello everybody. How are we doing? Val, welcome in. Ninny, welcome in. Middle-earth Marxist, welcome in. Nappers, welcome in. Atomically Powered, welcome in. Johnny, welcome in. Sally, welcome in. And Emily, welcome in. I will be doing a bit of hydrating in a minute, I promise. What does this say? 1% already in your rear view. Grow your lead. What does that mean? Is it going to be like this the whole time? Let me just try and go live and see what happens. See if it fixes it, because the... Oh, man. Stream's getting real crusty, huh? Proper crusty. Let me see if... let me delete this real quick. How do I get rid of that? Yeah, delete that. And then delete that. No. I don't want camera. Delete that. And then add source. Just one source. Camera. Yes. And the camera that I want to use... Unlock virtual camera by going on live studio 3 more times for 25 minutes each. Right, okay, well, what I'm going to have to do then... I don't know how I'm going to do that. That's just not going to happen, is it? That just isn't going to happen in the slightest. What if I do instead... Screen sharing? Get rid of that as well. Okay. Hang on. I'm sorry that I'm doing this live, everybody. I just wanted to give it a go. Window capture. Let's see if I can capture the OBS window instead. OBS. Yes. Right. And what should happen, in theory... Why is there just like an image there? I don't want that. I think this might work. This is a bit crazy, but I think it might actually work. I'm actually just capturing the OBS window and and stretching the vertical camera. Oh, that's so silly. It looks absolutely wank. It looks really wank. Is there any information on this stream that's going to get me in trouble for showing? No, let me show you this real quick. It looks terrible. Look at that. Absolutely crusted up to fuck. So that's what's going on. That's what people on TikTok are going to get. Hope that's okay. Hope that's all right. Just gotta do it for 25 minutes. 25 minutes each, right? That's what it said. And then that'll be fine. That'll be that. And I could just you know, then I could stream properly, maybe. I don't know. Anyway, all right, well, let's give it a go. I'm also gonna need a microphone. Although it sounds like it's capturing my audio, so I'm just gonna do that. I'm just gonna go live and see what happens. Let's see if it excuse me. Let's see if it absolutely bricks the PC. Going live. News, politics, and more. Yeah, just whatever. I don't care. Do that. Okay. The OBS stream seems... Well, the Twitch stream seems unaffected. So yeah, let's see what happens. Let's see if we can actually have a dual stream. Yeah, buckle up, Ellison babies. I just got to do it for 25 minutes and then you know, I'll unlock the proper thing that will make it probably a bit better quality. So whatever. Anyway, how's everybody doing? What's going on, everybody? I'm just gonna go get my coffee real quick. See you in a sec. Oh my god, my first TikTok live. My first TikTok live person is there. Hello, TikTok live person. Mackie's Coffee. How are you doing? You gotta get him quick with TikTok live, because when you're going through TikTok live, you're just going like that, aren't you? And just whatever, just see what happens. They're probably gone because they just saw that I disappeared for 2 seconds. They're probably like, fuck this. I'll go and find someone else. Don't blame you, really. Hey, yo! Okay. What are people saying? Prizing being able to buy RAM for good streaming setups. Yeah, it's not just RAM, right? It's, fucking video cards and shit. I love AI. I love AI and data centers. It's so good that they're real. Oh... I don't understand TikTok enough to get enough followers to get live. Yeah, you just gotta keep doing stuff. You just gotta keep posting. That's what I did. I just kept posting. And eventually I got, you know. Eventually I got 1,000 followers and it meant that I could go live. Got some more TikTokers in. Hello, Minty, Bull I Am, Begum, welcome in. Hope you're doing good. GPUs have been a problem for over 6 years, yes. Hello, Connor, by the way. Welcome in. Who donated you 0.3135p and how did they do this? It's just something that happens. Streamlabs is insane. And it doesn't work properly. And so it looks like someone donated 0.3135p. But they didn't. Val says, had a bad weekend, just completely exhausted. Managed to exercise today, though, and met someone at a cafe. Met at a cafe with somebody at the tenants union to talk about union stuff. So today's been much better. I'm glad to hear it. I'm sorry you had a bad weekend. I was also, funnily enough, quite exhausted at the weekend. But I think that's because I was running around. I did some helping with my mum. I went and got her to thingy, helped her out in the garden, is what I was meaning to say. Hey, got me, mama. How you doing? Welcome in. More TikTokers joining as well. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. Glad the Edinburgh Council seems to be putting a temporary ban on building data centers in the city. Yeah, that sounds dope. That sounds ultimately mint. Did you hear how Israel and the US couldn't have found the Ayatollah in his public office without it? Yes, that's true. That's true. Israel and the USA would have never found Ayatollah Ali Khamenei without the wonders of AI. Yeah, GPUs have been a problem for over 6 years. It's all related to AI as well. It's all completely related to AI. It fucking sucks. But also crypto. So, you know, all these really good things that everyone loves and think, you know, everyone universally thinks they're mint, don't they? Everyone's always saying that. I love crypto and I love AI and data centers. And I love how they make the price of computer parts go up. Right, so here's the thing, chat. Some of you will remember a month or maybe a couple of months ago, we had the explanation from me, didn't we? About how I may or may not have had a fever dream when I was a child, and I was watching a CITV program that I did not remember the name of at the time, but I managed to explain it enough so that the chat could help me figure out what it was. Yeah? And it included things like this, right? It included me having to draw things like this and explain what happened in the show or the dream as best as I possibly could. And we figured it out, didn't we? That it was Wizadora, because of the great chatters who all helped me out figure out what it is. They were able to use search engines in a much better way than I did. Sorka, thank you so much for the tier 1.
I have not dreamed this turd.
Many of us have not dreamed this turd. That's the reality. Sorka, thank you for the 29 months. How are you doing, Queen? Good to see you. Also, Morrigan and Virulent, how are you doing? Welcome in. So we figured out that it was Wizadora, and on Saturday night, I was wondering, what am I going to watch? I came back in from a night at my friend's place. It was really nice. You know, spoke a little bit about it on Red Planet last night, so go and check out Red Planet. Get locked to the VOD, and you will be able to see what I did this weekend. Just not going to tell you. Just make you go to Red Planet in order to hear what was actually doing. So I was wondering what to watch. I was sat in bed. I was like, what am I going to watch? And I thought, fuck it, I'll watch a bit of Wizadora. So I did. And I did a whole bunch of watching of Wizadora. And eventually I got to Series 3, Episode 24, The Mud Monster. And we are going to watch it now together so that everybody knows that I was in fact not having a fever dream. And this is a real thing that happened. This is how we're going to start the stream today, this Monday. Don't worry, we are going to get into the news and politics, but it's only 8 minutes, so we're going to watch this together, okay? Are you ready? Are you ready to see what scarred me as a child? It's the poo monster episode. I was convinced. Well, listen, we'll find out. We'll find out. Oh shit. Oh no. Oh, this is going very badly, and I think it might be because I'm live on TikTok Live. Can I minimize that? Will that make it better? Okay. Yeah, that has made it better. Sorry, 1 FPS for a minute there. It's because of the TikTok Live.
Oh, can I take a pajama tango? No, you see my pyjamas. Mind your own business, Filbert.
Hey, Mushy, the wee tree was alleged, though. Yeah, Filbert.
Nothing. Go away. Is it a glove? No, it is not a glove. Go away. Oh. Is it a sock? Stop asking stupid questions.
Hangle, questions aren't stupid.
Well, Filbert's are. Why doesn't he go and play outside?
Listen, you think it's bad now? You think it's fucking bad now? Wait until the fucking peak of the episode. Biblically accurate Muppets. Hey, Soul Chicken. Yes, I found the poo episode. PBP. Also, hi, Gianluca. How you doing?
I like to watch you. Oh, isn't that sweet? Filbert likes to watch you.
Oh, well.
Yeah, it's not Wizbit. It's Wizadora.
You can watch, but don't ask questions.
And the crux of the episode is that they're just being dead schneid to Filbert. That's the thing. The reason that all the bad stuff happens in a minute is because they're just being proper schneid to Filbert, right? If you don't understand, listen, I've watched every episode up to this episode, and what you have to understand about Filbert is that he is a helper for Wizadora, who you're going to see in a minute, right? Yeah, the premise of the show is that Wizadora is a wizard who's in training, and she's just very, like, sweet and cute and has cute friends in her house. Apart from the draw people, they're fucking cunts, right? Why does it seem so sinister? It is sinister. It becomes sinister. But this is the arc of Filbert, the character. Filbert, he's got called for by his mum. It is kind of cute. It is kind of cute until in a bit. And then there's other episodes where fucking fucked shit happens as well. There's a character called the Very Old Fish that's just a very old fish, and he's in a fucking tank. In the other side in the kitchen, and like they accidentally turn him into like purple gloop in one episode, and that was fucking terrible. I'm 36. Watched it for the first time the other day, and it scared the shit out of me. But anyway, this is the arc of Filbert. He's a baby. He's learning. Wizadora was like, I needed a helper because Hangle's a fucking dickhead. Hangle is an actual twat. This guy. He's an utter cunt. He's the most dislikable character in the entire show. He's just a knobhead. Other than the draw people are just like dickheads. They're just like little scroats who they just try and steal food all the time and get into mischief. But Filbert's just a baby and he's just learning. And Very Old Fish and Phoebe, the phone, are great. Tatty Bogle is a bit of a dangerous character, and I think he's a liability, but, you know, we'll see him in a bit.
Why? Because why? That's why.
See what I mean? He's just a knob.
Grump.
I am not a grump.
You sound grumpy to me.
There she is,
He
Wizadora.
doesn't like Filbert asking so many questions.
Why?
Because. I'm sorry.
Asking questions is one of the best ways to find things out.
Yes,
He's right.
You should never be sorry for asking questions, Filbert.
Okay, but can you tell me what that furry thing is?
Furry thing? What furry thing?
The one in
So, like, the first few episodes where Filbert's in it, I thought that he was just going, like, not words, but it is words. He's just saying words in a funny way.
basket. By the way, Hangle, what is it?
It's nothing.
Well, it looks like something to me. I'll bet it's a tea cozy.
It is not a.
Yeah, she's got a next level fit. It's a wizard in training fit.
Hat. It's a hairpiece.
A hairpiece?
She's got ultimate fits, ultimate drip.
Well, it's something that you put on your head.
When you don't have any hair.
Put it on! Put it on!
Oh, I only usually wear it at Aunt Agatha's. It's a bit dampish. I was about.
Connor with the 30 consecutive watch streak. Let's go.
It looks very nice indeed, Hangle.
Can I try it on? No, you've wasted enough time already. Oh, can't you do something to keep him out of my hair, Wizadora?
Or hairpiece.
It isn't funny.
He's such a dickhead.
I've decided it's time for Filbert to become a real wizard's helper.
Stop, Wizadora! Not the one! Not the one!
He's much too young to have...
Nonsense. Filbert's ready to learn.
Yeah.
Question, Filbert. No, you don't wave the wand around unless you're making a spell.
Hey, Rowie, how you doing?
Oh.
Yes, of course you can.
Yeah, this is how we're getting our updates on Iran today, yeah. This is how it's happening. Listen, this is just the start of the stream. This is just the start of the stream. This is not for the Warhawks, right? This is not for the ammosexuals. This is not for the Warhawks. This is just to explain to Rowie, right? Because I think this is important to explain to Rowie particularly, right? So that he doesn't think that I'm a shit streamer. Okay? A couple of months ago, I had to tell the chat about something that I thought was a fever dream, yeah? And I explained it, and the chat found the kids' show that it obviously came from. And I was watching it this weekend, and I found the episode that it came from. This is all I'm going to tell you about it for now, right? So this is just, you know, we're getting this out of the way because it's important. This is like an arc of the stream, right? It's really important. By the way, everybody, as I've been saying many times for the last 2 weeks, please go and follow Ray K, incredible streamer. You're gonna get the best war updates from him. So don't worry, you know. Don't worry if you're upset with my coverage, because he'll be live maybe tomorrow or I think the day after. I think he's having 2 days off. But yeah, you can just go and get some proper updates from him in 2 days.
But we'll have to think of an extremely simple one.
Go away, you naughty crows! Oh, this awful flood bit
Right.
mud.
This is who I was talking about. This is fucking Tatty Bogle, yeah? This guy is a liability. I'm delayed on your TV? Wait, what do you mean? I think the stream is going to be a little fucked today because I'm trying to stream on TikTok live at the same time as I'm streaming on Twitch. So it might be a little fucked, but I'm going to turn it off in about an hour or so. TikTok live watchers, head over to Twitch, yeah? Is this not just the Scarecrow from Wizard of Oz? He is a Scarecrow, and he's in a wizard show. And he is also inspired by Wurzel Gummidge, correct?
I'll never catch those pesky crows, crows.
This guy's a danger. I just know it.
Stuck in that mucky mud.
He's a sinister character.
My laundry!
Shut up, Hangle, you prick.
My floor!
Oh, you got me on the TV! Oh, hell yeah, Ray, I love that.
Take it off! I have taken it off your laundry, Hangle, see? The other boot! Take it off!
Shut up, Hangle, you knob. He's such a knob. I hate him.
That was fun, Tatty! Do it again! Tatty will not do it again, Filbert. Tatty will help clean this terrible mess. Oh, yes, I'll help you clean the floor, Hangle, but first, can I ask you a question, Wizard?
Hey, Trash Pando, how's it going?
All that horrible
This is a TV show from my childhood that I thought I had a fever dream about, but this is the episode that I thought was the fever dream. So, the chat who remember me talking about that, most people won't remember me talking about that, and for those people I apologize. Regular news and politics and brain rot will commence in roughly 20 minutes, right? But this is just, it's the completion of an arc. It's the completion of a story arc.
Well, what about the mud on here?
Uh-oh, I know that look.
Not with magic, Wizadora. It might go wrong.
It's the Mule Meme segment. Yeah, that's
We'll
right.
have to think of a very simple spell.
Not Filbert.
No, please, use the broom.
No, you don't. I'm not.
Nah, use Filbert. Get Filbert to do it.
Filbert, you're going to use the clean up quick spell.
Right, goodbye. Call me when it's over. I have some washing to do.
Hangle's a dickhead, but he is very smart.
Wave your wand at the
He's
mud.
too smart. Some people would say too smart.
And then then you've got to say the spell, which is wizardy whiz, a wizardy woe, mud, mud, out you go. Out you go. That's right. Now you practice that by yourself and let me know when.
She just said it once, and he didn't say the full thing, and she was like, "That's right," and that's how you know things are about to get terribly bad.
Ready.
Hangle is too smart for his own good. Hi, Beanie Gaby, how you doing?
Anyone else care for a cup?
Oh, yes, please.
Oh, wouldn't say no, Wizadora.
Was there not an owl in the tree and she could grow cool plants in the tree, or did I imagine that? Tatty Bogle, the scarecrow freak, pervert, he's definitely in the tree house. He lives in the tree house. And I haven't seen him, he grows stuff. He definitely grows stuff. I haven't seen him he grew Filbert, actually. Well, he didn't, because Wizadora's mum sent the Filbert seed. So, yeah. He didn't really grow Filbert. So he doesn't really grow magic stuff. He just grows stuff. So, I'm not sure. I don't know. Yeah, mate. You got it, Filbert. Don't worry about it.
Oh, I must say, that was the funniest thing when your boot came sailing through the window, Tatty.
I couldn't stop giggling.
Poor old Hangle.
This is quite traumatic, actually, this scene. You can see that all the adults are having a lovely cup of tea and a nice time, and the child that has just been given a massive burden of learning a fucking very important spell, it's part of his development, right? Just getting ignored. Proper schneid.
Listen, would anybody else like some tea?
Oh, thank you very so much.
This is the best tea I've ever tasted.
There is deep and rich lore, yeah. Here it is, chat. He just scrans him. He just scrans him straight away. That's the first thing that happens is Filbert gets fucking eaten alive. What the fuck? What the fuck? Right, look. Right, I was pretty close. Chat, I was pretty I knew that the eyes were like peas, right? I knew that they were that color. For some reason, I thought it was like that big. I just fucking, I have no idea why I thought it was that big. But he just eats Filbert alive. It's fucking insane. Like, what the fuck? Hey, Icked Trunks.
Hey, you! Give me back my boot.
And Filbert.
Yes, and Filbert.
No, I'm just going to eat you as well, mate.
Make it go away, Wizadora.
Where's my wand? I haven't got my wand.
Filbert.
The maddest thing about my recollection of this, yeah? The maddest fucking thing. No, you've not missed the dream thing. This is it. It's happening now. It's happening now, Rowie. It's literally happening at this moment. What I remembered about this, yeah, was that Wizadora wasn't here. And I remember it being, like, this whole bit being much longer. And there just being a lot more panic. I remember Hangle being in it more. And it's so fascinating what your brain does as a kid. Filbert probably tasted like salad, though. I reckon he tasted like a radish. Because he looks a bit like a radish, doesn't he? I was about to call her a shit wizard for needing a wand, but I guess she's supposed to be learning to be a wizard. She's a wizard in training, yeah. Her dad's a wizard and her mum's a wizard. So she's a wizard in training. And it's much better than Harry Potter. This is just so much better. Hey Link, I bet the panic remembrance was because you were glued to the screen. I probably wasn't. I was probably like this. I was probably going, ah! It's fucking terrible.
Oh, he's got it inside that monster.
Oh no!
Oh no! Quick,
See in a bit. She just hides. She just hides with Hangle. Oh yeah, that's why. That's why. That's why I thought that Wizadora wasn't there and there were no responsible adults in the room, because they go and hide in fucking Hangle's cupboard.
But the spell, Filbert! Get off my floor!
Put me down! Put me down!
Yeah, and then the broom gets eaten as well.
That sounds right. Keep going.
Now, you see...
Oh, hooray, Filbert, you did it!
Oh, yes.
You see, chat, all that was resolved in the space of... it's gotta be... I don't fucking know, man. 6 minutes. Okay, about a minute. All that took a minute. Me, I must have been 6 years old. I must have been 6, right? If I think about when this came out, Series 3, it was probably 1997. No, it would have been 7. I would have been 7 years old. So, me at 7, I thought that this went on for like 40 minutes. That's the memory of it in my head. And it just all gets, it just all gets resolved in like 1 minute. And like watching this as an adult, I'm like, this is completely fine. But I think that, I don't think it's just, it is your perception of time. But I also think it's your perception of things that happen. And I think it's a mixture of those things. And it's things just like affect you in such a more interesting and bizarre way when you're a kid. But yeah, so there you go, chat. There's the Poo Monster episode. Everyone's seen that now, and you all know that I wasn't lying, right? I wasn't lying. It wasn't a trauma fever dream. I probably watched it a few times as well. Absolutely not. No. Hello, Jugash. Yes, everyone has now seen this turd. Everyone has now seen this turd. Didn't have to dream it. The fever dream shits are real. Yeah, no, there was no way that I was going to watch this. It terrified me, Sorka. It fucking terrified me. There was no way I was going to watch this again. Not in a million years. Yeah, nah, it was on once and I was like... like I watched it live. I remember, I think it was sat at my nana's in her bedroom because my granddad was watching football downstairs. And I think that's the situation, but I can't quite remember. But there you go. Anyway, there's the start of the stream. So we've had that. We've had all that happen now, haven't we, chat? And you all think that I'm a hinged individual. You've all had a little insight into my life. Let's kick off. Let's kick off the actual news coverage by looking at oil prices. So here we are, chat. We are, again, witnessing some kind of an attempt to bring down oil prices by the people in charge all over the world of our evil, capitalist, imperialist empire countries. We've got here price got up to 100 of just, what people refer to as crude oil WTI in the markets. Right? And it's come down over the weekend. So we opened this morning. I think it was at a low of, what is that? 88. And then it's been slowly going up, going down. Why is this? Why is this happening? We will find out as we go through the show. But just wanted to open up with that. What have we got with Brent? Brent's coming down to 99 at this point. That's right, Rory. Come down. Yeah. Mancunian is for people from Manchester. Yes, it is. That's me. I mentioned it a second ago. I don't know why this made me think of it. I strongly recommend watching Small Profits. It's a short sitcom about a scrawny Mancunian guy doing alchemy in his garage. You know, my stepmom and my dad have been trying to get me to watch that for the last month. So that's another person who's saying that I should watch that. So I might do it. It's because the man who's never lied before said the war is sorted. So the war is definitely over and we can all relax. That is definitely why this is happening, yeah. That's 1000% why the prices are doing what they're doing. And obviously we can see, you know, this is what they tried to do, you know, a couple of fucking weeks ago. Where was the thing that they tried to do a couple of weeks ago? It was here, wasn't it? Right? We could trust him this time. We could definitely trust him this time. Hello, Soph. How are you doing? Everybody, please go follow Sophie from Mars, my good friend, and co-host on Red Planet. Manchester has changed you, Mule. No, it hasn't. I've lived here my whole life. What are you fucking talking about? Anyway. By Friday, he'll be like, I will destroy everything in Iran. Yeah, that's what's gonna happen. Alright, let's take a little look. So, I wanted to have a look at this first, just because it's funny. Just because it's funny. So this is... I don't think there's any sound to this, but this is Fox News saying, paying tribute. A pilot created a flight path by drawing a service member and 3 headstones over Ohio to one of the state's Air National Guardsmen who died in an Iraq tanker crash while supporting Operation Epic Fury. Oh, there is music. What the fuck? I'm sorry that you died in Operation Epic Chungus. We redrew you with the plane. It reminds me of the donuts on the ferry during COVID. Oh my god, you're right, you're right! Oh my god, it is like that! If I just search that, will it come up? Oh my god, yeah, this shit. Wait. Oh my god, it is like that. That's so fucking funny, Mushy. It's this! Right, just in case... Just in case any non-Brits don't know what this is, yeah? During COVID, this ship just started... like, spinning around in the Thames to be like, we support health workers who are dealing with COVID. It's completely mental. Yeah, I think people did put the Kylie tune to it, yeah. Yeah, they were feeling so supported, all the health workers that were dying of COVID. They were all like, yeah, thanks, Chief. Thanks, Chief. We're really glad that all those PFI contracts went to people who knew people in the government. So there you go. Yeah, shit like that. Now, I've got something very funny to read. Sorry, I don't mean funny. I mean very serious. Very, very serious. This is very serious, chat. Okay? Very, very serious. This is Zoe Strimple, who's a very serious good faith actor. Yeah? And she she posted this weekend. In Margate, my cheeks are red. I am shaking. I popped into an exhibition that turned out to be the insane fever dream of an artist called Matthew Collins, Drawings Against Genocide. The exhibition is described as drawings, raising consciousness about hell. Israel is the pure encapsulation of it. Zionism is this terror state's ruling ideology. shocked by the use of Nazi imagery. The room is full of the Star of David pasted around figures meant to be Israelis and the Jewish lobby spewing blood. To say nothing of the blonde yummy mummies wearing Globalize the Intifada shirts. I spoke to the artist to share my reaction as a Jewish person. He was instantly aggressive as soon as I started to say I was shocked and threatened by what I was seeing because it was Nazi imagery. The artist started yelling at me that I didn't mean anything I was saying. Anytime I tried to speak calmly, he said, "You don't mean any of what you said. You're just repeating Hasbro talking points because you're defending a genocide." On and on, he yelled, in my face. I said, I've not read this. I've not read this. I said, if it was a black person, but I couldn't finish the sentence because he said, "You're not, are you?" What? What was she gonna say? She said, if I was a black person, and he just went, "You're not." Oh, that's so good. Oh, that's so good. Holy fucking shit. Okay, his breath was disgusting. The crowd began booing and closing in around me, making to shoo me out. I said, "Fine, get the Jew out," and he yelled more across the room at me, repeatedly jeering, "Call the police, go ahead, call the police." I said I would, and the Community Security Trust, which features as a devil in his exhibition, this was met with even more jeering. "Yeah, call the CST," was the last thing I heard before leaving. Someone snapped pictures of me while I was being shouted at. Short video shows the artist. The longer video of our final, almost surreally disgusting exchange didn't record. Yeah, okay, I believe that. Yeah, I totally believe that. Let's have a look at this. So there's 3 seconds of video here. No one is looking rather agitated. I think that everyone's looking fairly normal here.
All right. Thanks very much.
She left very quietly. Wait, hang on a minute. This is just a video of her quietly leaving.
All right. Thanks very much.
What? What does this prove? It doesn't prove anything. Okay. Let's have a look. New order forever now. Yeah. This is pretty accurate. Yeah. That's also pretty accurate. Yeah. Okay. Let's have a look at this. This is in your head as an ideal because of how you've been programmed all your life, but you could stop it. Violence and sadistic depravity is the meaning of Zionism, not homeland. Kathy Kolwitz, no more war. So I think that this is like referencing an anti-Zionist Jewish person. I think that I think that the art style is supposed to imply that it is done by a kid so that you understand that kids are being killed. I think that that's the point that the artist is trying to make. Thanks very much. Yeah, lower the temperature, mate. That's based on a real photo, the one with the IDF soldier standing on the skull. Yes. Yeah, they're all based on like real pictures or like real things that or propaganda and stuff. None of this says anything. Oh shit, we got another raid from RTP. Yo, RTP, thank you so much for the raid. Another massive raid from RTP. How you doing, everybody? Welcome in. If you don't know RTP Talks, go and show them some love. How was your stream? I hope you had a good time. Thank you so much for bringing your community over here. Welcome in, everybody. Purdy Kiki, Squash Blossom 13, Senior Badfish Jr., Jayhawk Goku. Welcome in, everybody. How you doing? If you don't know me, my name is djmuel. I'm a leftist political streamer from the UK. I look at geopolitics and the news from a communist and an anti-imperialist perspective. So yeah, that's what we're doing at the moment. We are just covering some incredibly embarrassing Zionist reaction to this anti-Zionist art in the UK. It was an exhibition over the weekend. And Zoe Strimple, who actually, I don't actually know who she is. She's a Sunday Telegraph columnist. Okay, so that's all you need to know about her. She's obviously a fucking fascist. She's obviously a right-winger. I just never heard of her. I think I'd heard the name, but I was like, I saw this post being retweeted and ridiculed, and I was like, I gotta look at this on stream because it's just crazy. She lost her fucking mind, basically. And over these like pretty, you know, accurate artistic depictions of IOF fascists. Welcome, Unlucky Lou. Welcome, Candice Hill Music. Hello, welcome in. Thank you for all the follows. Appreciate that. So, she continued. Update on David Collins exhibit at Margate's Joseph Wales Gallery. Kent Police Sergeant just called. He told me no action to be taken. The pictures, a few below, are in his view criticism of the Israeli state. He said, because some Israelis happen to be Jews, it doesn't mean it's anti-Semitic. Correct. He said, you're obviously very passionate, thereby dismissing my complaint. I tried to tell him that he was perhaps not best judged to evaluate anti-Semitic content if his view was that this was not Nazi imagery, but criticism of the Israeli state, and could he possibly send someone who knew about this stuff? No police officer is an expert in racism. That's actually true! No, your experience in the last post, she was gonna bring up some kind of mad retort where she was like, if I was a black person, and now she's like calling the police and like, you know, saying like, no, you don't understand, this is this is racist. And the cops, who are racist, were like, sorry, we don't have any experts in racism. You know, sort of ironically having, you know, a very, 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 very slight, slightly similar experience with the cops in talking about racism that, you know, black people have to deal with their entire fucking life. You know, not just in this one particularly extremely privileged experience where you was like, you know, literally a white person with fucking ginger hair. You know, going in there and being like, they're saying that Israel is bad and it's bad, that means that they hate Jews, and it's like, no, it's just not that. Sorry, it's just not that. No, this is the perfect bit. I said if it was a black person, and I couldn't finish the sentence because you're not, are you? That's the right way to shut. As soon as a white person says, if I was a black person, that's the right. This is the right response. You just go, you're not. You're not a black person. Shut up. Whatever you're about to say is going to be really bad. So, yeah. Anyway. So, yeah. I'll be complaining. Please join in case 210938. So she's trying to get some support on the internet. I don't think it counts as astroturfing. I always want to believe the best of the polite agents of the law on the other end of the phone. But this well-spoken man telling me that hail of swastikas and blood and Jews was nothing but criticism of the Israeli state. Where's the swastikas? Where's the swastikas? Where are the swastikas? Lady, you were talking about... You were talking about swastikas. Why didn't you get any pictures of the swastikas? What's going on? It's the project, not the guy. It really doesn't matter if he's alive or dead. I really want to go and see this guy's exhibition now. But this is so funny. She's taking a picture of this one, right? She's taking a picture of this one, which is clearly, like, you know, even if you have a baby's understanding of what art means and how to interpret a drawing and stuff like that, you can see here that there is a drawn group of people who have got circular eyes that are showing that they are hypnotized and brainwashed. And this is a depiction of the artist. I believe that's what he looks like. And he has a sign with a Palestinian flag on it saying yes. And then he's being given, you can see it looks like he's being given or he's offering, you know, a flag of the state of Israel with, like, you know, blood-soaked no to the people who are brainwashed. He's trying to show that they are brainwashed. He's trying to show them that they're brainwashed, right? And she's taking a picture of this to be like, look, he's being a Nazi. He's being evil and anti-Semitic and he hates Jews. It's like, no, you're the target audience for this. You're literally the target audience for this piece. You can't see what he's trying to show you. He's trying to show you this fucking thing. The blood-soaked, you know, flag of Israel. Like, yes, no, like, it's just so obvious. And she's pictured it. And she's taking a picture of it being like, he's a Nazi. He's a Nazi. Incredible. Absolutely fucking incredible stuff. Listen, wait, what's happened? What's happened here? Live restricted for some audiences. My TikTok live contains themes that some may find uncomfortable and has been restricted. Reason, harassment and bullying. Well, that's crazy. I wonder why that is. Well, listen, TikTok live viewers, I was literally just about to say, if you haven't already, join me over on Twitch. Well, yes, Cat Bruin, you're right. TikTok live is fickle as fuck. I was told by Sal last week that she gets reported all the time for being underage. She's like 37. So, I don't know. I think that people see the stream and they report it, and TikTok doesn't give a fuck about left-wing creators or women on the internet, and they just do whatever, you know what I mean? So yeah, mad stuff. Absolute mad stuff. Okay, alright. Well, TikTok Livers, join me over on Twitch. Thanks for stopping by. I'm going to end the TikTok Live now, and yeah, make sure you hit that follow and give me some money or whatever. I don't know how you do that on TikTok, but yeah, there you go. Okay, so that's ended. So quality of the stream should increase massively now. Let's have a little look here at how we did on the TikTok live. Can I show you this? Am I allowed to show this? Is that all right? That's not too bad. 27 total views, 149 likes. That's great. 149 likes on the live. That's pretty good. And viewers who commented one person commented. I think that might have been me. All right. Well, there you go. That wasn't too bad. It wasn't too much of a waste of time. All right. Well, I'm going to be closing that. And we're going to crack on with the Iran updates. Who owns TikTok now? Yeah, this makes complete sense. No, that's just in the USA, isn't it? Larry Ellison owns it in the USA. In the UK, it's still whoever owns it over here or something. I got slammed. What you? Oh, sorry, Ray. Yeah. If my chat doesn't recognize you, hey, someone should hit Ray with a fucking sub so that he can post in the chat. So are these anti-Zionist Israeli punk band also anti-Semitic? Just kidding, of course they're not. Just a very cool small minority I wanted to share. Yeah, let's have a look at that.
ציונות, הדבר הזה שאנחנו גדלים ומתחנכים עליו מגיל 0. ואנרכיזם עומדים בשביל לשחוט פרות קדושות. ומה זה אומר פרות קדושות? אני אתן לך, הדוגמה הראשונה זה הדגל הזה. דגל שלמדנו כל החיים לפחד ממנו, דגל של האויב במרכאות. זה רק בני אדם שרוצים גם לצאת חופשי, להיות בני אדם, לחיות סיכוי יומיומי. הדגל הזה שכולם למדו למות בשבילו, שכולם למדו לכבוש בשבילו, שכולם למדו לענות מהכוח שלהם.
Yo, what the fuck? Emily gifting 6 months of a tier 1 sub to Ray K. Holy fucking shit. Oh my god. Emily, thank you so much for gifting 6 months of a sub to Ray K. That's basically 6 subs that you just gifted. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. And Rari, enjoy your ad-free viewing and your emotes. There you go. Thank you so much. Hey Willow, how you doing? It's all the shit that you were talking about Hangul. That's why you got banned on TikTok Live. Yeah, I was talking shit on Hangul. That's true. It is good to bully Hangul though, because he's a cunt. Hey Brody, what's up? Welcome in. Morgana, hello as well. Good to see you. All right, yeah, this is cool, man. Yeah, this is pretty dope. Yeah, you got the emotes. Look at that. Oh shit! I was wondering if they were gonna fucking burn the flag. That's fucking dope. Yeah, no, this is actually radical. This is the only good Israeli. Yo, that's so sick. In Tel Aviv is pretty... That's pretty fucking phenomenal, man. That's pretty fucking phenomenal. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. I like that. Thank you very much, Rawi. Alright, so let's take a look at this chat. Alright, where are we up to with the war in Iran? So, Trump's flip-flopping around. All kinds of things are being said today, but it all began with 2 days ago when there was speculation that they were going to put boots on the ground in Iran, and they were going to probably do that on Karg Island, or I believe it's pronounced Karg Island. And obviously this would be very, very bad. This would be a bad decision for the USA. They wouldn't be able to do it. It would have so many obstacles to clear. They would have to get the troops through the Strait of Hormuz, or they would have to somehow hide. They would either have to get the... Let's bring up a map so that people know what I'm on about, right? So that I can explain why it would be a bad idea. Let's take a little look. Okay. Let's get a nice picture of the Google Maps with Iran and the Persian Gulf. Okay, so let's take a little look at this, yeah? Fish in a barrel phase of epic fury. Yeah, well, that is what it would be. So, there's a hype train. You're saying that there's a hype train. I'm just hearing about this now. You're just telling me this now. I'm just hearing about this now. Okay, chat, it's a hype train. You know the score. We're listening to some tunes until the end of the hype train. Listen, I was gonna get into the news, but Emily decided that she wanted a hype train, so... Sounds of the Bashar Murad Intifada on the dance floor. You know the score, chat. You want to keep listening to tunes? Keep subbing. Drop some bits in the chat. You know how it goes. We've got 3 minutes left of tunes, and then we'll get back into the news. unless the hype train extends. But we will probably extend it with just another 2 gift subs. So see someone in the chat without a sub badge, gift them up. Got some spare bits, bit me up. You could gift Sophie a sub. That would be crazy. Hey Rob, what's going on? Nuclear Slayer, how are you doing as well? Welcome in. Hey, Hunter Biden's bathroom, welcome in. Alright, chat, we've got 1 minute 44 left on the hype train. You want to extend it, you know what to do. Utter banger. Five seconds, chat. All right, you know how it goes. If we've got less than a minute left, you get the noise. Is there going to be another sub that extends the hype train in the next 30 seconds? Let's see. No pressure. We can just get back to the news. It's all good. It's up to you, chat. It's your stream. My stream, it's your stream, it's our stream, comrade. 15 seconds. 100 bits, is it going to be enough to push it? Morrigan? Thank you for the 100 bits. It's not going to quite cut it, I'm afraid. We've got 4 seconds. And that's it. All right, but thank you so much, everyone, for the hype train. Appreciate that. Morgan, thank you for the 100 bits. And Emily, thank you for the 6 months gifted sub in advance to Ray. Appreciate you. That was what kicked it off. Listen, let's get back to the news. As I was saying, all right, I was about to draw you a battle plan, wasn't I? That was what was going on. Okay. So, yeah, what would the... how would an invasion of Karg Island go? So Karg Island is there. That's too thick. That's way too thick. Right. Karg Island is there. Yeah. So, couple of options. This here is Iraq. They could come in from Iraq and go there. They could come in from Kuwait. By that way. They could come in from Saudi Arabia. These are all allies of the USA, right? They're all allies of the USA. They could come in from any of these places. They could come in from Bahrain, right? They could come in from Qatar. Or they could come in from UAE. Now, obviously, when you start to think about options like this, that these are the ones that get stupid, right? These are the ones that get very, very stupid. So this one is out of the question. They're not going to try and do this. If they're bringing, you know, these boats up through the Strait of Hormuz, it's going to take so long to get there, right? they're also not going to try and do it from United Arab Emirates, right? Because that's just too long. I also think it's totally unlikely that they would do it from Qatar, because again, this is too long. It's too much. It's too much time to go across the ocean carrying a bunch of troops. You know, this is well within the range of Iran's missiles, right? And also Iran's navy, which has not been eradicated, despite what Trump says. Bahrain as well. I think that this is too. I think the most likely route that they would take is from Saudi Arabia, right? So we've sort of eliminated what routes they would go. I don't think they would come from Iraq, because Basra has been under attack by the Islamic Resistance Shia militant group in Iraq. So I think that they would cause a big issue for troops heading over there. So I think that this is probably totally out of the question. And I think that Kuwait, even though there's no Islamic resistance in Kuwait, well, there probably is, but they're not as prominent as they are in Iraq. They're not doing attacks. They're not, currently doing operations, right? Morrigan with the gifted sub to Soph. Soph, enjoy your ad-free viewing and your remotes. We got there in the end. Thank you so much, Morrigan. Appreciate you. So Kuwait, they could go through Kuwait, but it's more likely that they would come from the Saudi mainland, right? These would all only be amphibious vehicles. No real naval ship can make it through the strait. Well, this is the thing I was going to get to next, Rowie. Yes, absolutely. The issue is that if you are going to do an amphibious landing on Kharg Island, this would leave you the most exposed. An amphibious landing means that you could transport the most troops. They're talking about taking 2,000 troops, but it could be more, right? To Kharg Island. So they would be able to fit the most troops on an amphibious carrier, right? Which is the one that they have at the moment is it the Okinawa? I can't remember. There is a US amphibious carrier. Here's a map of all US military bases. Yeah, I'm just doing a rough thing. I'm not. There's no accuracy here, right? The base in Saudi Arabia could be here. It could be here. It could be here. It could be here. It just makes more sense that they would try and go in through Saudi Arabia. Does the US care about using military bases in the countries, the vassal states in the Gulf? Probably not. They probably don't give a shit about that at this point. But I think it's more likely that if they were going to do some kind of amphibious attempt at invasion to get as many people across as possible, they would do it through Saudi Arabia. But here's the thing. This is also a very silly idea because Iran's missiles, it's a boat is a very slow moving thing. And, there are multiple installations of missiles that could target this. Do you know what I mean? So this is a bad idea. So Rowie's, insight and analysis, which is probably influenced a little bit by Daniel Davis's analysis, because I know he loves Daniel Davis, but also just what Rowie knows. Also Rowie's analysis as well. By the way, you want tomorrow's news yesterday? Ray K, the Ray K broadcast, yeah. It's more likely going to be it's not going to say it's not mine. It's my boy's Daniel Davis, yeah. Just for my chat, Daniel Davis is he's a lieutenant that was in the Iraq War. He's basically pissed off because he was supposed to be part of the military apparatus with Trump, and so what he does is he criticizes Trump, particularly about these operations in Iran and how bad and ill thought out they are, and how they're gonna lose hundreds and hundreds, probably thousands of American soldiers. But yeah, anyway, so it's Daniel Davis is talking to Syed Mohammed Marandi right now. Live right now. I actually have to see this. Okay. I wasn't going to do this, but I actually have to watch this. Is it Daniel Davis? Yeah, that's him. He's talking to Mohammed
Many times. They
Mirandi.
don't say where they are, but the bases are.
Rowie, this is fucking crazy, dude. This is fucking crazy. He's talking. He's talking to a pro IRGC university professor about this stuff. He is gonna be Shia by the end of the month. He's gonna have reverted or converted. I think he might be a Christian, probably, but he's gonna be Shia Muslim by the end of the month. That's fucking mad, dude. That's absolutely wild. I can't believe it. He's got Palestine flags in his chat and they're not banning, like, this is crazy. Anyway, let's shut down the chat. Okay, I'll come back to this in a bit. This is fucking wild. This is absolutely wild. You're pushing me into the bosom of Iran. Yeah, literally. Hey, by any means necessary. How you doing? Yeah, I'll take a look at that in a hot minute. I just want to go back to this. So yeah, I think that what Daniel Davis is saying, and you know, by extension, Rowie, I think it's more likely that they're going to try and do an airlift thing. But then you've got the issue of actually like landing on Karg Island, right? They destroyed the runways of the airbase that's on Karg Island, so they're going to have to do a pretty difficult landing. That leaves them exposed. Again, you know, if Iran can target this area here with relative ease because they got fucking missile batteries all along the fucking coast here, think about how easy it is for them to target here. Like, right fucking there. Like, it's just a fucking couple hundred miles off the coast, right? So, however this goes, it's going to be a bloodbath. However they choose to do it, it's going to be a bloodbath. So this is what was being spoken about, bandied around over the weekend, right? We'll come back to this in a minute. We'll watch the Daniel Davis thing in a minute because I do want to see what he's saying to Syed Mohammed Mirandi. But let's take a look at this. This is Trump. This is a report by NBC talking about Trump weighing several options for U.S. troops in Iran. Of course, this has been his entire thing for the last few weeks. I'm leaving all the options open. We could do anything. We could do this. We could do that. We could do this. So that's the thing that he's been sticking with. And again, it's all because nobody knows what the fuck is going on. He's getting all kinds of mixed advice and shit like that. And it's arguable that he's not making most of the decisions. It's people who are even more incompetent than him. Excuse me, than him. Little bit of acid reflux there, apologies. But yeah, let's have a little listen and see what the fuck he's actually saying. Also, hi Kairos, how you doing? Welcome in. Everybody go follow Kairos.
Also saying there's not going to be a ceasefire in Iran, full stop. Listen to this.
We can have dialogue, but I don't want to do a ceasefire. You know, you don't do a ceasefire when you're literally obliterating the other side.
So he says, in case you couldn't hear because the audio on these things are fucking terrible, he says, you don't want to do a ceasefire when you're completely obliterating them, discombobulating them.
This is after we reported just 24 hours ago that thousands more U.S. Marines are heading to the region. You see the USS Boxer there deploying from San Diego, both sides hammering each other on the Persian New Year. Take a look at this moment that an Iranian missile fragment exploded in Jerusalem's Old City. Iran's new supreme leader.
Iranian missile fragment. That's so good, dude. An Iranian missile fragment exploded. Like, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean? Like a piece of shrapnel exploded on its own, just like a bit of the hull casing, the shell casing or whatever? Like, what do you mean? Hey Ninja Khan, what's up? And hello Val. I don't know if I said hi Val.
Issuing a written statement to mark the holiday, praising the resolve of Iran's citizens and emphasizing, quote, good relations with neighboring countries. But Iran continues to strike those neighbors. The regime is again targeting oil and gas facilities across the Gulf, like this one in Kuwait. American warplanes firing on the Strait of Hormuz to try and reopen the flow of oil in the crucial waterway. And the president lashing out at allies for not getting involved, calling NATO a, quote, paper tiger without the U.S. and saying the fight.
Oh, that's so good, mate. That's so fucking good. Without the USA, NATO is a paper tiger. They didn't want to join the fight to stop a nuclear-powered Iran. Now that fight is militarily won. This is so sick, mate. This is fucking brilliant. This is some of the best posting I've ever seen in my entire life. Trump channeling the spirit of Chairman fucking Mao. Are you joking me, bro? Are you actually joking me?
Iran is, quote, militarily won. We have.
I was hoping to pick your brains over camera recommendations. You're obviously the best at this on Twitch, as far as I know. I could really use some pointers. Obviously, not during your stream, just some other time. Yeah, Defo Kairos. I don't know if we're in any Discords together, but shoot me a message on Discord, mate. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Nazley85 says, can I have the PayPal link? Yes, you absolutely can. Thank you very much. And welcome to the stream. And thank you for the gifted subs. I think it was like last week. You like gifted a few subs, or maybe a couple of months ago. Hello, welcome in.
Team coverage on this thing. We got Keir Simmons.
Is it not kind of true that NATO is useless without the US? Not really. Not really. I mean, it depends what you mean by useless. Like, you know, the US likes to project that it is the strongest, most effective military in the world, but you can see that this is not the case because they are going to war with a country that is a third of the size of it and losing very badly. You know, yeah, NATO is not just Europe. That's right. What Sophie is saying. You know, there is a significant amount of you know, personnel, hardware, all that kind of business, bases all over the world, yada yada yada, that comes from NATO, right? That constitutes NATO. And Trump calling NATO a paper tiger is funny because when Mao was talking about the empire being a paper tiger, like the imperialist white West being a paper tiger, what it meant is that they threaten everybody but have no resolve to actually back up their threats, right? Which is kind of true. It's kind of true. The entirety of NATO have been being like, Iran, very bad, very bad. Yep, no, we don't like Iran. They're all terrorists. Everyone's terrorist, yada, yada, yada. But they've not done anything to join in this war with the USA. And the only country that has been cooked enough to join in is the UK, because Keir Starmer is a wet cook. He's a wet, flippy, floppy, spineless cunt. And so, obviously, he's the one. He's like, yes, you could use my bases, Mr. President. Don't worry about it. And then within fucking 16 hours, the bases get attacked. So, you know, at this point, NATO is just there like, no, sorry, not bothered. And they constantly threaten Russia as well. They constantly threaten Russia, but none of them want to make the move to actually, you know, fight Russia on the border with Ukraine. They would rather use Ukraine as a proxy, which is obviously very unfair for the working people of Ukraine, but suits people like Zelensky down to the ground, and it suits Putin down to the ground as well. So, you know, this is what, when we're thinking of NATO as a paper tiger, this is what we have to think of. But it's just crazy that Trump is saying the Mao thing, right? I can't keep up with all the blinders I'm playing. He's played too many blinders.
In the region for us, reporting from Riyadh. But first, I want to go to Courtney QB, who is talking to us about where the military stands on all these things.
In Brazil, we'd call Starmer a weak battery, as in his batteries are near depletion.
Let's get into it, because we know right now, when it comes to deployments, right, troops heading towards the region, we know that is happening. But what are the president plans when it comes to the deployment of those actual troops on the ground?
Yeah, so what we know is that these additional Marines are going. They were supposed to deploy anyway, but now they're being sent to the Middle East, and their deployment time is being accelerated, according to officials who are familiar with the planning. Yasmin, why this?
I'm sure that's going to do wonders for morale. I'm sure they're not hearing anything about how well the war is going. They're not being fed any of that information, and they're all really excited to go to war.
So critical is because,
you know, they're excited to go to war anyway. But if it becomes all-out war between America and Iran, is the world fucked? That's what's happening now. It's all out. That's happening. That's been happening for the last 2 weeks. Where have you been? That's happening now.
It's a Marine Expeditionary Unit. Now, they are about 22.
Do you mean a ground invasion? Is that what you mean? Do you mean a ground invasion rather than like it is an all-out war? Like the USA is pretty much throwing everything it's got at Iran at this point, and they're not doing very well. So yeah, like it is all-out war.
But about 800 to 1,000 of them are infantry, and
they are Marines. No. You know what I'm saying though. At the end of the day, like even Marines are gonna sit there and be like, "What's the plan, sir?" And then their fucking general or their corporal, whatever the fucking rank is, I don't know, right? They're just fucking. They're just gonna say shit like, "Oh yeah, well we're doing the Armageddon War. We're doing the Holy Armageddon Crusade War for Pete Hegseth." You know that guy who said that you can't have a beard anymore. No more beards in the military. The one bit of your personality that you used to be able to keep where they sit you down in the fucking basic training and like, just like give you that fucking jarhead hog cut and you could keep your beard. No more of that, bro. None of that. I mean, if they hit the strait and Iran makes good on blowing up the Middle East, well, you gotta remember what is hitting the strait. What is that? What is hitting the strait? Are they gonna blow up the strait or what? I don't like. They have no plan, Morrigan. This is the thing. They have no plan for this. If Iran makes good on blowing up the Middle East, I mean, Iran isn't threatening to blow up the Middle East. Iran is just like blowing up U.S. presence in the region. They're also responding by attacking oil infrastructure in in the region, because obviously this is retaliation for their oil industry being attacked and also their energy infrastructure being attacked. So, we haven't deployed the discombobulator yet. That's right. The very real discombobulator. Hey Susie, what's up? Welcome in. According to Gideon Levy, Trump is serious about talks with Iran to end the war. Well, how does Gideon Levy know that? How does he know that? Gideon Levy doesn't know. Gideon Levy doesn't know what he's talking about. Hey, Blues Row Moon, how you doing? Gideon Levy is. You're talking about the Israeli fucking. Let's have a look. Gideon Levy, the Israeli journalist and author. He doesn't have like an insight into what Trump is doing. He's just a Haaretz journalist. That's all he is. And he also has, despite the things that he does, he is pretty good at reporting on the evils of Israel and stuff like that. But he is still fundamentally Israeli in terms of him being brainwashed and stuff. So, he's going to be sat there and he's going to be listening to the Israeli news and he's going to be getting fucking absolutely fucking hog farted by it all. It's just going to be absolutely blasting his brain cells. And he's going to be like, yeah, well, they're saying that he's talking with the fucking, with Iran and they're definitely going to make peace and all this stuff. Al Jazeera is saying it. No, yeah, Al Jazeera are also compromised. Yeah. But fucking, again, everyone's brainwashed but me. Exactly. I'm immune to propaganda, actually. This is just my skimming of shit last night on fucking Reddit. Don't skim Reddit. Watch the djmuel stream, which you already do. Watch the djmuel stream. Watch the Ray K broadcast. Watch the Sophie from Mars stream. These are the watch Red Planet. These are the places that you can get the correct information. The Kairos Rev broadcast as well. 1000%. Yeah. So, anyway, let's carry on with this.
Very highly trained, specially trained for things like amphibious...
Yes, Hunter Banner's bathroom is also correct. If anyone in chat has any active duty contacts, the Conscientious Objectors Organization is getting people out of deployment. It's called the Center on Conscience and War. Yes, please please, get people to get that. You know what I mean? To be contacting them because they're doing pretty good work.
Landings. So they have you can see actually that's the USS Boxer on screen right there. That's where they will be deploying on. It's the 11th MEU. The USS Boxer is the amphibious ready group that they're heading out from San Diego. So, but they have this special.
Are those planes? Are these planes?
Capability for amphibious.
These are just planes. These are just planes. Yeah. They're like helicopters. So they're gonna sail these boys to the Mediterranean? They're coming out of San Diego, they're gonna get to the Mediterranean? Wait, San Diego is on the west coast. So what, are they gonna go around the Panama Canal?
That's so important is because some of the potential places where
it would make sense for them to go around the Panama Canal.
Islands. We've been talking a lot about Karg Island, includes securing some of the ports. We've been talking about that because some of the most critical threats to shipping in there could be mitigated by.
Maybe they would go over the Pacific. Yeah, they could.
The threats include things like anti-ship missiles. We've already seen them employing those. Mines, drones, and then of course there's the Mosquito fleet. We don't talk a whole lot about that, but these are these small, fast boats. Some of them are unmanned and they're just packed with explosives, and they present a real threat to commercial shipping because they can send a swarm of them out to surround a tanker or a big ship as it gets into that critical point of the choke point, surrounding it and attacking it if they desire to do so. Yes,
oh, Susie, that's cute.
To any kind of shipping in that region.
I want to talk about the potential of reopening the Strait of Hormuz. I want to play for you first, though, what the president had to say.
By the way, the Strait of Hormuz is open. Yeah? The Strait of Hormuz is open as long as you don't, you don't support the war. As long as you don't support the war with the US. As long as you're not an ally of the US in this war, you can use the Strait of Hormuz. It's open. It's open.
About that, just in the last hour or so.
NATO could help us, but they so far haven't had the courage to do so. And others could help us, but, we don't use it. At a certain point, it'll open itself.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. This is so good. We don't even use it. I don't even want the oil from there anymore. At some point, it'll just open up. This is so good, mate.
What's he getting at there?
What's he getting at? Question of the year, question of the century.
So here's what we can report about what the president is weighing. There are a number of different options for U.S. troops on the ground, and there's one that is specific to the Strait of Hormuz. There's this
motherfucker's name is Courtney Cube. Sorry, I just noticed this. This person's name is Courtney Cube. Is this real? Chat, is this real right now? I'm not having another fever dream. This isn't Wizadora, yeah?
Of islands in the Persian Gulf. It's right before you get to where the Strait of Hormuz. You can see there on the screen here. So right before you get to the Strait of Hormuz, there's a set of small islands. One is known as Abu Musa. The others are the Greater and Lesser Toom Islands. Now, you may not think, why would those be so potentially strategic? The depth of the Gulf around those islands makes it so that some of the larger ships have to go through them before they can get into the Strait of Hormuz. Well, Iran has placed spotters and a tremendous amount of military equipment on those islands.
Minecraft, baby.
If the U.S. were to take those islands, they would cut off their ability for those spotters to then alert the Mosquito fleet that we were just talking about to then come and swarm those ships. They would also could take out the military capability.
Her name is pronounced Kubi. Thank you. I was gonna say her name is fucking Cube.
Island, so they are very
her cousin is Mr. Squared.
You also see at the top of the screen, at the top of that map, there's a couple of ports, including one known as Bandar Abbas.
Hey, Lee Bros, what's going on? It's a surname with Slavic origins, popular in Poland and Czechia. Well, there you go. The more you know.
If the U.S. were to take those islands and to secure some of those ports, they could cut down on one of the most serious threats that exist to the Strait of Hormuz. That's one way that the U.S. could employ troops on the ground in Iran to really...
That's a terrible idea. This is a terrible idea. Apparently, if they were doing this airdrop, they would only have tiny little Jeep Technicals and no other vehicles. Yeah. That's the thing, right? So, what are they expecting to do? If you do a ground invasion, you have to seize a bit of territory and establish a base camp and then you also have to establish a logistics route, right? Because if you think about what we were talking about before, the idea of doing a ground invasion in Iran, even if they do the airlift thing, they're going to struggle to land. Again, like Sophie says, they're not going to be able to put other vehicles on the ground. You know, how are they going to get tanks there? How are they going to transport? Because all these supply lines, these routes that they're going to take, they are all completely vulnerable to being attacked by Iran, but also by Iran's allies in the region, Islamic resistance in Iraq. And depending on where they do it, maybe Hezbollah, maybe Ansar Allah, don't know. Right? These are all things to be considered, but they're just not being considered. And also, they have to get food there. They have to get medical supplies there. They have to get everything. There has to be a base established. Do you know what I mean? When they actually do this so-called ground invasion, how are they going to establish that base? They would have to get troops in and into a bomb shelter almost immediately. So do they know if there's a bomb shelter on the island? Are they going to be going to that bomb shelter? Are they going to create another one? Do they have air defense that they're going to deploy? How are they going to deploy that? Are they going to, madness. The M1161 Growler. This is what they're going to use. This is what they're talking about using. This motherfucker. They think that these. Yeah, good luck. Good luck, man. Hey, Krill. D-Day had 12 support logistics personnel for every combat soldier. Yes. And they're talking about putting like 5,000 down. The amphibious destroyer already set sail 4 days ago. Seems like BOTG is only a matter of a couple of weeks now. Yeah. Yeah. Boots on the ground. If they take troops over in the Ospreys, they can take 36 troops at a time in one Osprey or one M1161 Growler. Yeah, that's definitely gonna work. It's definitely gonna work. Hey, Nasli85, thank you so much for the £5.
That PayPal link is still putting on its shoes, so I'm tipping before I go.
Thank you very much for the £5. Wait, what did you say? My PayPal link is what? Putting on its shoes? Is there something wrong with it? Thank you so much for the £5. Really appreciate that. Chat, another £20 and we'll turn on the cat cam. We'll get Melpit in. Yeah, so we can have him in the stream as well. So that we don't have to look at all the doom and gloom and horrors. We can have, on their own. We can have little Melpit just above me as well. And also you should just, you should just give me money because you want to see me succeed. There is only another £155 to go for the dono goal for the month, chat. It's very, very achievable. What would that be per day? We've got 4 days of stream this week. So per day, that would be £150 divided by 4. Almost £40 a day. So like £35 a day. Yeah, about £37 a day or something. So we've had £5 a day. If we can get another £32 today, that would be ideal. And what is that? That's like 15 people donating £2 each. That's easily achievable. I believe that you could do it, chat. You can make it so that I could pay my bills, pay my rent and shit without having to rely on universal credit this month. It would be crazy, but I think we could do it. Do you live in a council estate? I do not. I live in a private tenancy, private apartment. Okay. First rocket from Iran to Israel in 12 hours. Just updating early warning. Thank you, Rowie. Thank you for the Rowie update.
Be able to open up that Strait of Hormuz, yes.
Court, I know this is just breaking.
I'm not convinced they can find enough people to support a ground invasion, supply 12 personnel per soldier, yeah.
Your team have been doing about the potential of ground troops inside of Iran and what the president is weighing. And you laid out one possible scenario in which the president could feasibly activate. What else are we talking about here? And are we looking at any potential scenarios of what we saw a deployment, for instance, in Iraq and Afghanistan? Or is this more of a small deployment?
You see, the officials who we spoke with said that the options that are under serious consideration are much more tailored than the large 100,000 plus that we saw for Iraq and Afghanistan. That in fact we are still talking about potentially thousands of troops. So in addition to the options under consideration for reopening the Strait of Hormuz, there's one for the U.S. securing the oil, Iran's oil, Karg Island, which we've been talking a lot about.
It's weird. It's weird thinking about Trump watching the 1980 hostage crisis and thinking, damn, Carter's a pussy, I'd be such a better president. And then Trump now thinking, damn, Iran's got hands. Yeah, hold up, let me just go to war with Iran. Damn, Iran's got hands.
The U.S. could send potentially hundreds of troops to Karg Island to take it, to secure it, and then ultimately use it as leverage. And then, of course, there's always...
Use it as leverage? How? Because they're like, oh, you're going to have to refine your oil in a different place now. Okay.
And the biggest option of all, sending troops in to secure and retrieve.
That's why they're doing it. That's why they're doing it. Libra says, I think they'll just do the whole airstrikes and special forces attempted to grab key nodes, ports thing, then trying to collapse Iran without going into the full deep inland fighting. They'll probably rely on proxies too. Kurds or something to do the heavy lifting in the northwest. It's doomed to fail though, irrespective of. Yeah, I think that, you know, those things that you've mentioned are also going to be really hard. You know? There are some Kurdish groups that are just outright saying, no, we're not doing that. I'm not sure about the Balochi groups, or it might just be one Balochi group. I don't know what they've said. I've not heard anything about them. There has been one. I think there's been one Kurdish group that has said, "We will go in. The US has to go in first, though." Right? I think it's more likely that they'll just continue doing airstrikes until they lose too many planes, and then they'll go, this is too expensive now, I'm not doing it. I find it so hard to believe that Trump is gonna, you know, because if Trump keeps this going for even his entire term, I think it's gonna cause untold damage to the US military infrastructure, and there has to be people around him that were tearing their fucking hair out, going like, oh my god, we are getting fucked, bro, you gotta stop. And it's like, I've said before, I feel like if that happens, a military coup will happen in the USA. I feel like the military top brass will be like, we have to stop this demented pedophile from ruining the empire, but it'll already be too late. I think that was Iraqi Kurds. Yes, but there's multiple different factions of Iraqi Kurds, Soph, and I think it was one faction of Iraqi Kurds. And I think that the rest have kind of just said, nope. Well, that's what I think, RGZ Mom. Yeah, I think he's going to declare victory and go home. It feels more likely. I think he is going to stay there for a few months, but I don't think he's going to be there for years. I think he's just going to be there for months. And I think it is going to cause untold damage. I think that they might try a ground invasion. The problem is that, like, will he accept the humiliation? That's the only kind of variable factor. There might be some dissent, but I fear you've underestimated the power of the American doomsday cult. Well, it is that, isn't it? He's sacked everyone who just won't sycophantically agree with everything that he does. Trump has, for the first time in 9 fucking years, just encountered a group of people who will actually just tell him, no, yeah, this is it, right?
The highly enriched uranium that's buried deep underground.
Courtney Kuby, as always, great
reporting. Hey, Galamango, how you doing?
Thank you for bringing it to us and breaking it on this show. I want to bring in Keir Simmons, who's on the ground for us in Riyadh. Keir, I first want you to react to what we're hearing from Courtney. This literally just dropped in the last couple of minutes or so. Obviously, excellent reporting from the team in Washington, D.C., Courtney, along with others there, and talking about potential scenarios in which the president and his team are weighing for ground troops in or around Iran. What do you make of it and the potential escalation it could cause?
Well, I thought it was fascinating to hear what Courtney was laying out there. Really detailed look at
highly enriched uranium buried underground. Well, there are tales of this being the operation, that Trump is going to get troops or special forces in there into Iran to try and find the highly enriched uranium that they could use to make a nuclear weapon, that nobody knows where it is, right? They don't have any intelligence, supposedly, about where it is. And if they do, they're not talking about it, so maybe they're finally doing OPSEC properly, I don't know. And I imagine that they would they would not succeed with that. I imagine that they would not succeed in that. Hey Larry, what's up? Hey Thriller, hey Finger, how's it going? Hey, everybody go and show some love to our Juice boy. I don't even know how to pronounce it. Our resident Juice advisor, Leaping Larry. How's it going, comrade? It's good to see you. According to Star Trek canon, World War III begins in 2026 and lasts until 2053. Just saying. Well, unfortunately, Star Trek is kind of right. I remember us saying last year on Red Planet, 25 years ago, America invaded one of the poorest countries in the Middle East to demonstrate world police dominance, and now they're attacking one of the most powerful Middle East countries with massively diminished power. It's legitimately like poetry. Yes, absolutely. Duce, there you go. That's how you say it. Thanks, Larry. I'm learning stuff. We seized the highly enriched uranium. I'm holding it right here. Anybody else feel a little nauseous? I'm feeling a little ill. My vision's going blurry. What's happening?
What kinds of strategy the US may employ in order to try to...
Well, we did see that there were moves to reunify Ireland in 2025. Not as much as we would have liked. Rob, thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing, King? Really appreciate that. Everybody, please go follow Rob. You know the score. You want, you like my politics. You love his politics. Yada yada yada. How's your stream? How's it going? Welcome in. If you don't know me, if you're coming in from Rob's stream and you're new to my stream, it's me. I'm djmuel. I'm a leftist political streamer from the UK, and I analyze the news, geopolitics from an anti-imperialist and a communist perspective. That's what we're doing. We're having a look at the Iran war. Welcome in. How you doing? Rob, I hope your stream was good. Everybody go follow Rob. He's a great guy. Technomancy, Mordecaj, Bonbon C3PO, Key Genie, More Power of Gosda, and welcome in. Risky Verse as well. How are you all doing? OnlyFans Rob coming in. Crazy ending from Rob there. What do you mean? What do you mean? Hello, Shrice. Welcome back. Is it allowed to scold Starmer? Yes, it is absolutely allowed to scold Keir Starmer. Yes. Rob was considering making an OnlyFans before raiding. He's a smart guy. I'd pay good money for that. 1000%. What's that? Rob making videos reading me a bedtime story. Yes, I would pay good money for that. Do I want to hear Rob read Dune to me? 1000%. Apparently the OnlyFans people reached out to him to diversify their portfolio. He wasn't sure whether it was for general content or they wanted him to do porn. It's gotta be the latter. It's gotta be the latter. I heard Rob killed the OnlyFans CEO with the discombobulator gun. I told Rob to play Chuck Norris warning from 2012 for America. It's a very cursed video from Chuck. Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean? What is this? Okay, well, hey, listen, chat. We're just having a look at this. We're having a look at the news. We're talking it all through. You know how it goes. You know what Twitch streams are like. You know what Twitch streams are like. Okay, I'm gonna have to watch this now. Have you got it, Larry? Do you want to link it? Let me just give you a permit real quick, just in case you're not. I guess I'm watching the Chuck Norris thing. Chuck Norris died. That's another bit of news that happened over the weekend. I don't care about that. I've not mentioned it. I'm not bothered about that. Yes, if you enjoy this stream, you should also go to you should also check out Red Planet. We've been trying to get Rob to do a Red Planet episode for a long time, but our schedules don't match. Topical nonetheless. Okay, I'm going to carry on with the news.
To escalate and gain control of that escalating field, the Strait of Hormuz, which is so crucial now. Now, I mean, I think with Karg Island, what Courtney...
I didn't know he was still alive until I heard he died. That's kind of how it went for me. I was like, oh, Chuck Norris died. I thought he had already. What is this? Key Charlie Kirk mentor Jeff Webb dies in freak pickleball accident. What? What's pickleball? What's that? What is that? The conservative author who was widely dubbed the father of modern cheerleading. 2 weeks on life support? What the fuck is... It's bad tennis? It's like smaller tennis. Rich white guy nonsense. His baby boy being murked shattered his heart. This is crazy. I've never even heard of this guy. Ian from Illinois, hello. It's tennis where you barely move. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. The pickle was trained in Krav Maga. Isn't pickleball a game they made up in Scrubs as an excuse to throw tennis balls at JD? Who is this guy? Who cares? Whatever, man. Who is he?
Was referring to there, what she was talking about is that because that...
Oh shit, Larry brought it up. Let's have a look. How long is this? 2 minutes?
Hi,
Oh, hell yeah. Chuck Norris's dire warning for America. Yeah, man. From Beyond the Grave, this is him 13 years ago.
I'm Chuck Norris, and this is my wife, Gina.
Wait, he sounds like that?
We are here to talk about a growing concern we all share. If we look to history, our great country and freedom are under attack. We're at a tipping point, and quite possibly our country as we know it may be lost forever if we don't change the course our country is headed.
Uh-huh.
With our country at a crossroads, Chuck and I have asked ourselves what we can be doing to help support this great country we're blessed to live in, and how we can encourage our like-minded American brothers and sisters to unite and let their voices be heard. It is estimated that in the 2008 election, 30 million evangelical Christians stayed home on voting day, and Obama won the election.
I knew it was going to be something like this, but I didn't realize it would be this. I didn't realize it would be this.
Be heard. It is estimated that in the 2008 election, 30 million evangelical Christians stayed home.
30 million! 30 million!
Home on voting day, and Obama won the election by 10 million votes.
We know you love your family and your freedom as much as Gina and I do. And it is because of that we can no longer sit quietly or stand on the sidelines and watch our country go the way of socialism or something much worse.
Oh my god. This is 2012. He was ahead of his time, actually, in terms of doing this kind of shtick. You know what I mean? Because this was sort of like relegated to the annals of embarrassing shit, even in 2012, right? It wasn't, you know. They forgot to grade the footage. Yeah, it's very, it's a very plain color that they got going on. Very plain shot.
Our only hope is for each of us to make sure we...
Obama bricked his brain. He was a birther. What was the birther truther again? That he was saying that he was born in Kenya or something. Also, hi, that dude, Zoot. He divorced his wife of 30 years to marry a woman who's 23 years younger than him and a model at the time. He's always been racist. He lied about teaching Bruce Lee how to fight. Yes, he did lie about that. Yeah. I've never liked him. I've never liked him, and it's ridiculous because I remember watching Enter the Dragon. Is it Enter the Dragon that he's in, or is it? I can't remember which one. He's in a Bruce Lee film where he fights Bruce Lee, and I just never liked him because I was like, you're the bad guy, and Bruce Lee's the good guy. Do you know what I mean? Hey, Comrade Dexy. Much worse definitely happened, so maybe they were onto something. That's true.
Register to vote in the primary.
Way of the Dragon. Thank you, Zoo. Yeah.
Elections for 2012, but to make sure our voices will be heard by casting our vote on Election Day.
He endorsed Roy Moore.
As Edmund Burke said, all that is necessary for the triumph of evil is that good men and women do nothing. Our great president, Ronald Reagan, said, freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction.
You see, it's fascinating because like Reaganomics inspired this cult of individuality that resulted in people like Chuck Norris being as prominent as they did, right? And that's the only reason that he loved Ronald Reagan so much, right? And also he's racist. It's like, if we didn't have the cult of individuality, it's arguable that the cult of celebrity wouldn't have happened. It's arguable that the cult of influencers, the cult of podcasters, we wouldn't have a podcaster administration in the USA. But this is the trajectory of capitalism, right? You know, it has to evolve in that way to be more and more individualistic, to drive people away, from each other and make people think that you can live a prosperous and happy life that is fulfilled and enlightened, just like living on your own in a room, playing fucking video games, shitting into a bucket, right? You know what I mean? Yeah, when TV hosts learn they could become president. Yeah, absolutely. It's just crazy. He's like our great president, Ronald Reagan. What was so good about him, bro?
We didn't pass it on to our children in the bloodstream. It must be fought for, protected, and handed on for them to do the same.
Wait, what? What are you about?
Generation away from extinction. We didn't pass it on to our children in the bloodstream. It must be fought for, protected, and handed on for them to do the same.
He's talking about white people, the great replacement theory. He was ahead of the curve. This is crazy. He was totally ahead of the curve. He's doing great replacement theory like before it was cool, before the other Nazis were doing it.
President Reagan went on to say that you and I have a rendezvous with destiny. We will preserve for our children this last best hope for man on earth.
Yeah, that's just Nazi shit.
Sentence them to take the first step into a...
Now he's underneath the curve.
If we fail...
Yeah, it's funny that he's dead. Now that I'm watching this, it's more funny that he's dead.
At least let our children and our children's children say of us, we justified our brief moment here. We did all that could be done.
Please stand with us. Let's unite for...
Please stand with us and have more white babies.
God and country, and may God continue to bless the United States of America. See you at the polls. Thank you.
Shut up, dude. You fucking freak. Rest in piss. Okay, anyway, let's get back to this.
Is the means through
Thank you for that.
Iran is able to export its oil. It has its oil infrastructure there. If you take control of that, and it's an island, so it has that there are ways in which...
Do you think it was this that killed him? By the way, because how old was he? 76. He was pretty... Now I'm really happy he's gone. He was looking pretty healthy there. That was, like fucking 14 years ago? I know that people can, like, suddenly decline. I know that can happen. But he was a rich guy that had, good healthcare and stuff, right? Do you think it was this? Do you think that he saw Trump going to war with Iran and it was just too much for him? It just destroyed him. He was just like, you're fucking it up! And his like blood pressure went through the roof. I don't want to speculate on more stuff because it could sound really cruel, but it's Chuck Norris. Who cares? He died because he was scared of Sharia law, yeah.
That might be tactically possible for a limited number of Marines. That you would be able to therefore say to Iran,
what is this? This is ridiculous.
Your oil exports, you need to negotiate. And then in terms of those other islands...
My grandparents were healthy 14 years ago, now there's zero of them. Yeah, fair enough, yeah.
Are disputed.
Charlie Kirk's death did it as well.
Those islands too...
Many such cases.
Marines the opportunity to not be on the mainland of Iran, which, as you can imagine, presents a higher
Hey, Flaccid
risk,
Piccolo, what's up?
but to still try to gain control of the strait.
Was he a massive Zionist? I didn't know that.
Here's where it gets tricky. So far, Iran and the Iranian regime's leadership has not buckled. It has not compromised when President Trump has put pressure on the regime, and even despite all of this bombing, and even despite so many members of the leadership being killed. So that's the question.
Oh yeah, there's that picture of him with fucking Netanyahu. Yeah.
The US was capable of doing that and was able to do that. Would that still lead to a situation where the Iranian regime was doubling down and trying to return fire and maybe even taking a kind of guerrilla warfare approach?
Crazy to think that God is real and the only people he sends to hell are religious people who don't practice love and kindness, and now Chuck Norris is having his nips tweezed by imps. Yeah, it's so crazy that that's true.
The fact that US boots
Hey,
on the
Diego.
ground, even if it was on island,
Hey, Detoe, how you doing?
were present in the region to target US servicemen and women. I mean, these are the kinds of questions that they'll be thinking about in the Trump administration.
Do you have any reporting to suggest that the Iran
1986 was a shitty year for me. Chernobyl, Swedish pro-global South PM, Olof Palme got assassinated, the Challenger disaster, and Chuck Norris and a bunch of other assholes in the movie The Delta Force. Just the worst year.
are preparing for a potential ground invasion into Karg Island? They understand the asset that Karg Island provides them and the potential that the administration is already weighing this option.
We can't know. What we can know is that I think it's clear at this stage the Iranians have been preparing for potential scenarios for years. That's clear from the way that they have operated. And what we've been told by Iranian former IAGC commanders, for example, one who is still close to the regime, what we've been told, and it's been said also by Iranian leadership, that there are units of the IRGC that are operating based on a strategy that they were given. They don't need direct control. So certainly the Iranians, of course, are aware of these possibilities, of the way that the US might work. After all, it's their terrain, if you like. They know it so well. We're thinking about all the things.
This is expert analysis, by the way. This is really good. It's really good. I'm moving on from this. This is garbage. So anyway, they were talking about doing a ground invasion. Here is a related interview that Lindsey Graham did with Fox News on Sunday, saying, yes, you've got to do Karg Island, Trump. You've got to do it. You have to do it. Let's hear him saying that.
The Iowa Senator Lindsey Graham, chairman of the Budget Committee. All right, we have a lot to talk about, but let's start there on the SAVE Act.
Okay.
You heard Senator Van Hollen. He says it's going to disenfranchise millions of people. Why would you do that?
Oh, they said that in Georgia when Georgia tightened up their voter laws and you had the largest turnout of African Americans in the history of Georgia voting. They say that all the time. Jim Crow 2.0. I don't know why we're having such a hard time finding common ground when 84% of the country believes you should have ID. So this is a game that
84% of the country. They're talking about the SAVE Act. I don't want to hear him talk about the SAVE Act.
Control. I think what happened during Biden is that they obliterated.
The SAVE Act is important, but I don't think it's not relevant to what I'm talking about. Okay, let's have a little look here. Negotiators, yada yada yada.
Uranium enriched at sea,
Jared
so we
Kushner.
can protect the American everything in the world, including large scale, who they were in the country. Tom Holman said 2 million people are gotaways. We never know. We never find out who they were and where they're at, and Iran's threatening our homeland. Our friends on the
okay,
other
here's
side
the
are
Iran
playing
stuff.
Russian roulette with our national security. I've never been more worried about a large-scale attack on our country than I am right now. You got Iran threatening everything in the world, including parks. So now's not the time.
What? You've got Iran threatening everything in the world, including parks. What do you mean? What do you mean, dude?
Got Iran threatening everything in the world, including parks. So now's not the time to shut down DHS. I want all of it funded, and I want all of it funded now.
DHS,
So
don't defund Department of Homeland Security. Something to do with national parks? Hey, Katrina, how's it going? Did he mean ports? Maybe he meant ports, right? What is he talking about?
Protect the American people.
Even your local spa isn't safe.
Iran was this close to having a nuclear weapon. During negotiations, they told Kushner and Witkoff, our negotiators, they bragged about having 460 kilograms of uranium enriched at 60%.
I don't think that was a brag. I think they were just answering the negotiation questions. How much enriched uranium have you got? 460 kilos.
60 to 90 is 2 weeks.
Hey, ik ben dead.
460 kilograms at 90%, which would have taken 2 weeks, is 10 bombs. Under the regimes Democrats have been supporting, and Republicans, they're not supposed to have any 60% enriched uranium.
No.
There's no commercial purpose.
No, there's no rule for that. You just made that up.
For uranium enriched at that level. They just fired missiles that could get to Diego Garcia 4,000 kilometers. Everything to control this regime in terms of their missile program, their nuclear program has failed. So what has Trump done? He's obliterated their ability to make more missiles. He's obliterated their nuclear program, and he's going to take them out of the terrorist business. In about 3 or 4 weeks, maybe less, we'll be in a situation.
What if it goes beyond that? I mean, the American people are nervous, and
They should be nervous.
even supporters.
They should be nervous. They should be nervous. This motherfucker just said. Hey Baldwin, what's up? Everyone already knew how much enriched uranium they had because it was reported by the IAEA. Exactly. Yes. Remember when Lindsay said that Trump is a kook? I think he's crazy. He's unfit for office and a race-baiting, xenophobic, religious bigot. Because I do. This guy's a medical marvel. How does he manage to stand upright without a spine? Yes. Keir Starmer could never.
President Trump have said this does not need to continue.
Well, I'm telling you, what needs to
no worries,
continue
nappers.
is to make sure that the largest state sponsor of terrorism can't get a nuclear weapon to blow us all up and hold us hostage. To the American people, they were 2 weeks away.
2 weeks away.
Having 90% enriched uranium to make 10 bombs. They've got missiles that go 4,000 kilometers. We're not going to live that way anymore. Since 1979, these people have been terrorizing the world. They've got American blood on their hands, and here's what we accomplished in 20 days. Their missile program has been obliterated.
But
their
we saw
nuclear
the missile that
program
went
has been
towards
obliterated,
Diego
and they're
Garcia.
running out of money. So here's what I tell.
The Fox News host is actually pushing back. Shannon Bream, I guess her name is pushing back a bit here and being like, yeah, but you just said that they fired missiles at Diego Garcia. How can they do that if Trump has obliterated the missile production and stuff? You know what I mean?
President Trump.
Very interesting stuff.
A few more weeks.
He's just not answering the question. He's just ignoring her.
Take Carg Island, where all of the
obliterated
resources they have to produce oil, control that island.
Hey, Willada.
Let this regime die on a vine.
Is this going to, though, take Carg Island? Is it going to involve U.S. troops on the ground? Let me just read you something from The Atlantic. Does an assessment on that. They say U.S. troops may well take Carg Island. We believe in their ability to do so, but only to endure.
Wait, who said this? The Atlantic. Oh man.
Chemical smoke, all without a reliable means of obtaining logistical support. The result could be a grinding war of attrition. They talk about how far away they would be from resupply.
I'm sort of tired of all this armchair quarterbacking. This has been an amazing military operation. God bless.
I'm tired of all these armchair quarterbacks. Listen, man, like, you can't be calling people like Lieutenant Daniel Davis, yeah? Oh, Captain, my Captain, Lieutenant Daniel Davis, veteran, Esquire. I'm just joking, he's probably a war criminal, but you can't be calling people like that an armchair quarterback, dude. This is a guy that was going to be part of the military apparatus of the fucking United States, being like, yeah, man, they're fucking it up.
Bless the fallen.
And everybody else is like, yeah, man, they're fucking it up.
But it's a difference when we talk about troops on the ground.
I trust the Marines, not that guy. I trust DOD. We got 2 Marine expeditionary units sailing to this island. We did Iwo Jima. We can do this.
Iwo Jima. Now, chat, I'm not familiar with the Battle of Iwo Jima, so let's learn about it together. The Battle of Iwo Jima, Ioto no Tatakai, Iwo Jima no Tatakai, 19th of February to the 26th of March. So that's a month-long battle. It's quite long for a battle. A battle is normally like a day, isn't it? That happens. I mean, maybe it's longer. I don't know. I'm not an expert, but it sounds like it was a bit long. A major battle in which the United States Marine Corps and United States Navy landed on eventually captured the island of Iwo Jima from the Imperial Japanese Army. Let's have a look at the details. We've got Iwo Jima. That's where it is. The result was an American victory. He's right. He's right about that. We have here Strength 110,000 troops, 500 ships against 20,000. That's quite a significant difference in the troops there, isn't it? The Japanese only had 20,000, didn't they? And the US, they had 100,000, didn't they? Yeah, they had that. Casualties and losses. Main battle phase, 6,000. 19,000. 2 captured. 2,648 fatigued. 44 tanks destroyed. 28,698 casualties total. Right. That sounds fine. That sounds like they can do that again.
Marines, my money is always on the Marines. I don't know if you take the island or you blockade the island, but I know
AV from TO.
The day we control that island, this regime, this terrorist regime, has been weakened. It will die on a vine. And here's what I want to do. I want to get with Chris.
Well, yeah, let's also remember, chat, that battle took place in, what, 1945 or whatever? And, you know, we're talking about a war that is taking place almost 100 years later, 80 years later. Yes, there have famously never been any terrible American military operations since then. And also Iran, you know, they're just using the same stuff that they used in 1945. That was the deadliest day in U.S. Army history. Guess who did the second deadliest? Hezbollah. Okay, there you go then.
I want to sprint to peace.
There you go.
As the war winds down, I want peace to ramp up. The reason we don't have Saudi Arabia and Israel...
Whoa, what was he saying?
Or you blockade the island. But I know this. The day we control that island, this regime, this terrorist regime, has been weakened. It will die on a vine. And here's what I want to do. I want to get with Chris. I want to sprint to peace. As the war winds down, I want peace to ramp up.
As the war winds down, I want peace to ramp. That is what happens. When a war winds down, it stops eventually. And you could argue that when war isn't happening, there is a kind of peace, isn't there? That's what...
The reason we don't have Saudi Arabia and Israel making peace is October the 7th, 2023.
No, that's not why that is. No, Israel and Saudi Arabia don't have peace because Saudi Arabia is like, this is a belligerent nation that is fucking genociding people. We're too cowardly to do anything about it because we love money and we love the USA. But that's why Saudi Arabia and Israel do not have normalized relations. He's like, yeah, man, it's because of October the 7th. What do you mean? What do you mean, bro?
Hamas attacked Israel, stopping normalization.
They stopped normalization, right? I see.
Started as soon as.
I mean, that's kind of true. That is kind of true. Like, it exposed Israel that. For being, you know, as genocidal as it could possibly be. This was part of Al-Aqsa Flood's, you know, goals. It was to provoke Israel to do the worst thing that it could possibly do, and it exposed it to the world. You know, we are where we are, and the world has completely turned on Israel and that kind of stuff. So I guess he is kind of right that it stopped normalization in its tracks, but the attempts weren't stopped, and they were, you know, that's where this whole border peace and ceasefire thing came from and shit like that. It's like Trump's desperate effort to like corral the Gulf states to be like, no, Israel are fine, don't worry about it, don't look at the genocide, it's all good, it's fine, it's totally fine.
Get Iran defanged so they can never do another October 7th. I want to start up peace talks between Saudi and Israel this year. I want a peace deal between Saudi and Israel, normalizing, ending the Arab-Israeli conflict. It's been going on for 2,000 years this year. And you can't
2,000 years. 2,000 years. It's been going on for 2,000 years. Chat, did I hear this wrong about Saudi Arabia? Saudi Arabia didn't, like, exist 2,000 years ago, did it? I'm right about that, right? No, it didn't. It didn't. Saudi Arabia, establishment 22nd of February 1727. Emirate of Diriyah, Emirate of Nejd, Emirate of Riyadh, Emirate of Nejd and Hassa. All these various different things that ended up culminating in Saudi Arabia, I think in 1992. Also, Islam didn't exist 2,000 years ago. Yeah, that as well, yeah. Yeah. That's wild. That's absolutely wild.
With a lethal Iran. So
Okay,
we're
but-
weeks away from this Iranian regime not having the capability to stop peace.
Okay, very quickly, though, because we got to go. Who is going to be negotiating for Iran? What's the new leadership going to be?
I don't know. We don't need to really worry about negotiating with Iran. We need to keep them in a box. What are you going to negotiate Iran with? What I want to do is contain them, take their missile program and keep it blown up, make sure they can never sprint out to a nuke, make sure they have no money to support terrorism, control the island and let them die on a vine, and hopefully the people will rise up. What I'm looking
House of Saud is the basis of the plot of the first Dune. That's crazy.
for is defanging Iran so we can move to peace. The Iranian people one day will have ability to take their country back, but we have the best chance in 2,000 years when Iran is...
This is all just word salad. I just wanted to show you that he said that we did Iwo Jima, and that means that we can do this. That's how much regard he has for American soldiers' lives. It is a deranged fantasy. You're absolutely right. That's the main thing that I wanted to get across to people. We are continuing to engage in this deranged fantasy. So... over the weekend, when they were sort of balancing this idea of what are we going to do? Are we going to do a ground invasion? Are we going to do this? Are we going to do this, that, and the other? Trump threatened to obliterate Iranian power plants over the Strait of Hormuz. So let's have a look at this Channel 4 news report with Matt Frey here, or Matt Fry. I think it's Matt Fry. He's talking in Jerusalem. I don't know if he's going to have a guest. Sometimes he has like a random Israeli minister on, which is just like completely irrelevant to the discussion, but I imagine that's probably what's going to happen here. But it's Channel 4. Remember, this is the sort of, still liberal propaganda that you're going to see from the UK. They're kind of a little bit based on Palestine, not as based as they could be. They platform Israeli propagandists and stuff, but sometimes they do push back on them, so it's interesting. But let's have a look at this. I don't think we'll look at the whole 20-minute report here, but let's take a look.
Escalate to de-escalate. That's according to senior Trump administration official.
You got to escalate to de-escalate.
While Iran launched successive waves of missile attacks on Israel, including cluster munitions. Again, in the last hour, the Ministry of Defense has said that RAF Typhoon and F-35 jets have continued their defensive missions, while a UK counter-drone unit managed to shoot down an Iranian drone during the night. Last night, 2 ballistic missiles evaded Israeli air defenses in the south of the country, injuring more than 150 people. And a reminder
They said it's used on the cause of genocide.
Posed by Iran.
Yo.
Dimona last night. Whoa.
Yo.
Same strike, different angle, just a few miles from Israel's nuclear weapons facility. A tit for tat, the Iranians said. Soon after, Arad, also southern Israel, first no sound, then with sound.
Fucking
No
hell.
one was badly injured in this.
Bro, what? The fucking window just pops the fuck out.
Then with sound. No one was badly injured in this flat. This is just a small taste of what civilians have endured in Iran.
All shrapnel, no injuries, everything intercepted. A couple of people got injured on the way to the bomb shelter. Nothing to worry about, folks. It's all fine.
And Lebanon, where thousands have been killed in airstrikes. But by Israel.
Sorry, was that really loud? Sorry.
Bad. Lives
It was a
brutally
missile.
interrupted by a war their government had told them was unavoidable.
Is that a bit better at the regular volume?
Here at least scarred only their imagination. Dozens of people who didn't make it into their
Just a missile fragment. Just a bit of shrapnel.
No deaths, though, recorded. And frankly, that...
No deaths, no injuries. People just fell over on the way to the bomb shelter. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Network, what's going on? Thank you so much for the 3 months in advance. Yo, what the fuck? Thank you so much for supporting the stream, and enjoy your ad-free viewing and your remotes. Welcome in. Did you see the Israeli foreign minister tweet on this? I did not. Iranian regime devastated Arad and Dimona by deliberately striking civilians with missiles. Over 100 people were injured, including children. So they told Channel 4 that there were no injuries? That's crazy, man.
Not only their imagination. Dozens of people who didn't make it into their shelters were injured here last night.
Dozens.
No death.
So they're saying dozens. which I guess like dozens could be anything from 12 to 1,200, I suppose. I don't know. But then you got the foreign ministry being like, over 100 people were injured, including children. A blatant war crime, pure terrorism. I mean, again, like, you know, I'm not going to sit here and say that war crimes are fine or anything like that or yada, yada, yada. But let's face it, man, it kind of falls a bit flat when it's the Israel foreign ministry saying this, right? Channel 4 looking like dumbasses. Injuries were reported minutes after the strikes. Yeah. 156 total number between Dimona and Arad. Thank you, Rawi. So there's the actual amount of injuries, right, that have been reported. Hey, Bellatrix, what's up?
Recorded, and frankly, that is a bit of a miracle. But psychologically, for a country that thought it had the upper hand in this 3-week-old war, this is deeply damaging. And
no, I don't think they did. I don't think that they did, Matt. I don't think that anybody in this country, so-called country, really thought that they had the upper hand in this current war. You know, have you heard about what's going on the north, on the northern border? I wonder if anyone could have presented this besides an abstract blame of Iran. Yeah, I wonder. No, absolutely, it's the fault of Israel and the USA. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. 1,000%.
Because clearly some of the ballistic missiles from Iran are...
Well, look, you know, the way that I've always said it, Larry, even after October the 7th, you know, when lots of people, liberal leftists who hadn't decolonized their minds were talking about October the 7th, and they were saying, oh my God, can you believe Hamas? They killed all these innocent civilians and stuff like that. And it's like, look, Israel lies to people and says, come and live in the safest place in the world for Jews, which is an occupied country occupied by us. And there definitely aren't indigenous people in this occupied country that are trying to get their sovereignty back, right? You know what I mean? And it's like, my take has always been that if these, you know, so-called innocent civilians, first of all, it's hard to say that someone is innocent on stolen land, right? It's hard to say that during an active military occupation that anyone is innocent. It just isn't true, right? The reality of it is that if they thought that they were innocent, that they've been lied to. Who have they been lied to? They've been lied to by Israel. They've been lied to by the United States, right? You know what I mean? Yeah, poor innocent colonizers, right? Poor innocent colonizers. Yeah.
Getting through. And now the Israeli government wants you to think that what Iran has done here could also happen in Europe, thanks to the Iranian missiles fired at the US-UK base.
Yeah, I think a lot of people just don't understand what Al-Aqsa flood was supposed to be. Like, I think that a lot of people think that Al-Aqsa flood was like, oh, they tried to break out of Gaza and they didn't know that they would succeed, and so they just ended up killing a bunch of civilians. And it's like, well, all of that is totally misreported. It was, majority, IOF soldiers that were killed, you know? A bunch of white people from France and Colorado or whatever living on stolen land got shot. Okay, oh dear, what a shame. And I disavow, I disavow, I condemn. It was a meticulously planned operation, and they knew that there was a chance that they could get out, and so they used the opportunity to take prisoners of war, to use in a prisoner exchange, because of course, you know, I go through it in my latest video in a bit of detail, you know what I mean? Like, not in the biggest amount of detail, but yeah, I think that people forget as well that Sinwar was also planning for something like what is happening now to happen. While Al-Qassam were fighting the IOF in the Gaza Strip, you also had, Hezbollah operations that were happening. Ansar Allah was getting involved as well, and this was all part of the, the what would you call it? The projected idea of what could possibly happen if Al-Aqsa flood succeeded in the way that it did. It just took longer than expected, I think, for Israel to go completely insane psycho mode and attack Iran, right? and then Iran to respond, because everybody knew that Iran would, respond in this way, and that Israel would try and attack, because Israel just constantly talks about these are Iran's proxies. If Iran didn't exist, they wouldn't be funded, they wouldn't be doing anything. And it's like, all right, there's a degree to which that is true, but I think that, again, this is also the idea that, like, if Iran didn't exist, there would be no resistance fighters in Palestine and Lebanon, and I just don't think that's true. They probably wouldn't be as well supported, of course, but you know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. Israel made peaceful protest impossible. This is the reality of it.
Yesterday.
But yeah, check out my latest video. I talk a little bit about that in my latest video. It's also performing extremely poorly. So, everybody go and watch it now, twice. Put it on in the background on very low volume, on an open tab, so it counts, and the watch time goes, yeah? Please do this.
Can cover entire Europe. This threat is not a threat only on Israel. It's a threat on large parts of Asia, all of Europe, and large parts of Africa.
This is so good. This is so desperate. This is so desperate. They're just... They're just like, they could attack everywhere. They could attack space. They could attack the moon if they wanted. You need to defend Israel immediately.
The Iranian regime...
They wouldn't be saying this if they were winning the war. They wouldn't be saying this if they were winning the war at all. They just wouldn't.
Is a real threat for the entire region. This is the face of the Iranian regime.
Why did this missile get through?
Well, we have had so far great interception rate, over 90% interception. We'll study what happened here and get better. We always want to be 100%, but even the best defense systems in the world are never 100%.
So when Trump and...
That's so good, dude. That's so good. This is so good.
Your prime minister said that basically they had taken out the ballistic missile program. That wasn't true, was it?
Well, we've taken out a lot of their capability. The amount of fire has gone down 80-90% of the amount of fire, and we've done a great job, and we're going to keep pushing forward to make sure that even the few that they're firing right now, we're going to prevent them from firing those as well.
Israel may want this
okay.
as existential for Europe as it is for them, but they're
That's true. They do want that.
Also worried that Trump could pull out early.
Because
Iran has managed
They're right to worry about that.
Choice into a war of economic necessity that Trump didn't want and is now losing.
Yeah.
In the Strait of Hormuz...
No, Trump did... No, I'm sorry. I'm sick of all this shit, people saying that Trump didn't want this war. To me, yeah, it doesn't matter. I don't mind either way, because any kind of mainstreaming of the idea that Israel, wants the West to do stupid things for it is kind of broadly good, because it just keeps destroying the reputation of Israel. It makes Israel a liability for capital, and ultimately that will lead to its downfall. So this is fine, but it is stressful. It's like, no, Trump wanted to do this. Trump wanted to do this. Lindsey Graham wanted to do it. Why do they want to do it? It's not because Lindsey Graham is gay and can't deal with his masculinity, which is a real fucking thing that I've seen people say, which is fucking annoying. He's literally just an imperialist. He literally just loves the idea of bombing Iran and bombing brown people. He hates Muslims. He hates brown people. That's what this is all about. It's all about imperialist hubris. It always has been. It's the highest stage of capital, And I just think that, oh my God, the Strait of Hummus. What the fuck? Subtitles? Okay. All right. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, there's anyway, my next video is going to actually be about why did the US go to war with Iran, and I am going to talk about all the various things that people have been saying. Why is this happening? How could this possibly happen? Why? It's because the Epstein files, and it's like, no, it's just because the US loves imperialism. That's what it is. That's what it is. The Hummusy bend, yeah, I love it. I really love it. We can recognize and use people's misguided understanding to our advantage, while knowing in many ways Israel and the USA are an inseparable entity. Yeah, this is the thing. It doesn't matter too much. I'm not losing sleep over it, right? But it is important to specify. Yeah. Just to play devil's advocate, I'm not sure the reporter said Trump didn't want war. He said didn't want an economic war. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I guess that is what that is as well. Channel 4 is broadly doing some fairly decent reporting here. Yeah. Yeah, hey, Fireman 5. Right-wingers still want to believe that they're the good guys and Israel is causing issues. Fuck it, whatever gets them to drop Israel. Yes, absolutely. Apparently the strikes in Iran are being coordinated by an AI system called Maven. Why are they giving them names like that, man?
Who's wants a pub quiz question for shipping nerds? We're all getting a geography lesson these days about this narrow waterway and shipping death trap. And Trump has weighed in overnight as only he can or must. In this post, he threatened to obliterate Iran's power plants if the Strait of Hormuz isn't opened within 48 hours.
So this is the whole one. If Iran doesn't fully open without threat the Strait of Hormuz in 48 hours from this exact point in time, the United States of America will hit and obliterate their various power plants, starting with the biggest one first. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Like, you know, from this exact point in time. When I was talking about the cult of individual earlier, it is fascinating that this is where we're at now, because what a lot of people have been talking about over the last like 10 years or so, right, is the idea of posting syndrome, right? The idea of posting syndrome, and that people will often post, even left-wing people will post and post and post, and, you know, desperately try and make something happen through posting. And of course, it just doesn't work like that. You're not going to post the revolution into existence and shit like that. But Trump has got posted syndrome as well. Right wingers are not immune to this. And the cult of individual has led to a situation where the pedophile president of the United States, that was a reality TV star, who's also a failed businessman multiple times, again and again. Well, it depends how you count failed. He's still a billionaire. Is posting. He's trying to post into existence what he wants. He's like saying, within 48 hours from this exact point in time on the social media platform that he owns. And I'm sure that Iran are looking at it. I'm sure that there is like 10 guys in 10 different places in Iran with backup guys in case those guys get killed, who are monitoring Trump's Truth Social to be like, okay, let's analyze this. Does this match up with this? Does this match up with that? We're sending that to Central Command. I'm sure that that's happening, but it isn't going to work. Yeah, they've got truths trackers. That's what's happening.
From what we know about the
biggest power plant in Iran still only provides a little under 3% of Iran's electricity. They have over 300 plants. Yeah, there you go.
Resistance so far.
It is also to manipulate the markets. That's exactly right, Larry. Because this is why we're seeing the price go down again. He's talking about ending the war. He's talking about, you know, all of this crazy flip-flopping happens over the weekend because that's when the markets are closed, right? Now, I know that we've been looking particularly at Brent and crude oil, but last week someone reminded me that there are different oils than this, and you can find that by... How do you do this? How do you find the other ones? I can't remember how you find the other ones, but you can find the other ones. More? Do you go to more? Oil, crude oil, metals, agriculture. No, this is all indexes, countries. Here we go. Asia. Let's try Saudi Arabia. Let's take a look at this. Okay. This isn't where I found it before. Is it markets? Is it different markets? Commodities. No, this is just like, hang on a minute. It's this one. And you can find oil prices like this. Aha, this is it, right? So you can see the various different ones here. So, of course, the ones that are significant in this current war are obviously Gulf oils as well. So, DME Oman, obviously that's from Oman. This is going up by, 0.12%. We have also got Russian oil going up significantly as well. Dubai is losing, but we're at $134 a barrel for Dubai. Arab Light, this has been consistently increasing. Arab Light and Kuwait export blend, these are the ones that are making the biggest gains, I think. I didn't know Brent was a specifically UK thing. Did I say specifically UK thing? Sorry. I might be wrong. I don't know. I didn't mean to say UK. I meant to say like specifically like white Western market thing. I don't think it's got anything to do with the UK. But these are the ones that you want to be looking at. So like Iraq, Qatar, UAE, these ones, right? Ukraine just hit a Russian oil port, right? Gotcha. Oh, it's the flag on the charts. Oh, is it really? Oh, crude oil, Brent crude is a British thing. Oh, you're right. I didn't even notice that. Well, there you go. But yeah, these ones, Arab Light, Kuwait Export Blend, you know, you can see that these ones are like going up significantly. There's only some that are losing a bit of money and they're hella expensive, right? So you can see all of these ones are going up. Of course, it's affecting like prices across the board. But hey, look at this. How crazy is this? Iran. Iran's the only one that is decreasing in price. This is the only one where it's red across the board. Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. So there you go. It's not just Brent, it's not just WTI crude oil, it's also Arab Light, Kuwait, yada yada, all the different, you know, OPEC brands and also the you know, the brands of the Gulf states as well. Dutch was going down hard. I wonder why that is. Maybe it's just others going down. No idea how this betting on imaginary sports thing works. Yeah, it's because they're trying to they're trying to manipulate the markets so that the price of oil goes down. The market relaxed because he said that they're pausing bombings, and I don't think the market cares whether he's lying about talking to Iran or how much they bombed. Yeah, exactly. That's why he does all this stuff on the weekend. He makes big threats on Friday when the markets close. Yes, absolutely. Gets friendlier on Sunday evening. And he did that entirely here because, you know, he was saying this on Saturday or maybe even like Friday night, late at night. We're going to bomb, you know, power plants if they don't open them. And then this morning he was like, I think we're going to wind down the war. We're thinking about, we're negotiating. They want a deal.
Caving in. They've already put up with daily and nightly bombardments and could escalate the conflict by hitting desalination plants in the Gulf. This reaction to Trump's threat was sent to us from Tehran.
Also, hi, Spooky. I don't know if I said hi to you.
The Iranian regime.
The only thing this does is punish and...
Hey, Sapatra.
It doesn't harm the regime. For them, water, electricity, food, security, and welfare are not important. For them, what's important is their pride, their weapons, and their borders, even if the price is that the people of Iran perish one by one.
On the economic level, this war has already gone global. Fuel rationing in Sri Lanka leading to long queues. And in Thailand, they're telling people to turn off their aircon and wear lighter clothes. Newsreaders lead by example.
Bro, what? What?
Back in Arad, next to the missile crater, we come across Israel's chief diplomat.
Tuesday's the cheap day in the cycle in Australia anyway, gotcha.
Started 3 weeks ago, getting out of control.
No, I don't think so, because you must understand that in war when you take a lot of risks, complications from day to day. We are strengthening and we are successful in achieving our military objectives, in achieving what we wanted when we went to this operation.
He's sounding really confident. I think he's right. I think he's full of confidence, and I think everything's going the way that they want.
This is also an election year, and every major bomb crater, including this one, is used for campaign purposes. Here today, the man seeking re-election. The war that he started is broadly seen as necessary, but it hasn't made him more popular. We met Flora, local resident. What would you say to the Prime Minister, Netanyahu, if you could?
What would I say to him?
What would you say?
Go home. Just go home.
Go home to Philadelphia. She's not even saying go home, go away from here. She's saying go home to Philadelphia. She's been turned into an anti-Zionist, Palestinian liberationist overnight. She's like, go home, and then I'm gonna go home, and then we're all gonna go home, and there's gonna be one state from the river to the sea. You know.
You're in favor of the war against Iran, but you don't like the Prime Minister.
It's not one, you're doing it like, do you want a pizza or you want a shawarma? No, it doesn't work that way, okay?
So what is it? You have both.
I want Iran to get lost.
Okay, no, she's not quite there, obviously. But
damage here is
hey, Ashley, what's up?
but nothing compared to the 16,000 or so strikes Israel and America have conducted in Iran so far. They are winning on the military front, but this is also a face-off between bombast and resilience with a real potential for more escalation. Well, earlier I spoke to Rear Admiral Mark Montgomery, who spent decades...
I still have some American people saying with me with gusto and offensive accusation, anyone against the bombing of Iran supports the mullahs repressing women in Sharia law. Yeah. That's just true, though, isn't it? If you don't want the people of Iran to be genocided and massacred, it means that you love killing women, you love oppressing women, you love all the things, that are bad. Yeah. Comes from their unwavering belief in all the nonsense they've been fed and their total faith that Trump and Israel's primary incentive is to help Iranians. Yeah, no, it's just nonsense. Completely nonsense. Every enemy of the Epstein regime just happens to be a dictatorship repressing their own people, yeah. Hey, McJin, how you doing? Welcome in.
In the US Navy and is now a senior director at the Foundation for Defense of Democracy's Research Institute in Washington, D.C. I asked him whether President Trump's 48-hour deadline would work.
So I asked this CIA guy if Trump's 48-hour deadline would work. That's basically what's going on here, but let's see what he says.
The Iranians at this point are just responding to everything we do. Like if we attack their power plants,
retired Rear Admiral, this guy.
Attacks into the energy systems. Now, I don't think they'll be as successful as U.S. and Israeli combined air campaign will be against their power production facilities. So he will do cost imposition on Iran, and it will hurt Iran. It'll hurt their economy. It'll hurt their security, but also hurt their population. But I don't believe that alone will open up.
Hey, Crimson Tinted.
But also, I mean, hitting a civilian power plant that gives...
Watch it on Company Time based.
That's a war crime, isn't it?
Historically, we don't attack power plants that uniquely service, say, a hospital and with no other reasonable back.
No, that's wrong. That's wrongo bongo, buddy. That's wrongo bongo. Conversations with propagandized normies you've been having? The thing they're starting to crack, the contradictions are getting too obvious. Yeah, I think that a lot of people are understanding that, like, Iran is not the big evil enemy that we've been told to believe that they are. You know, they are absolutely the same as many states. There are definitely problems. But I think that people are coming to realize that more broadly, like, what right do we have as white people living in the privileged imperial core to criticize governments when we're not doing anything about our own governments that are becoming more reactionary, right? You know what I mean? This is it. It's all over the news here that the US is testing new hypersonic missile tech in Australia, trying to say that they could keep up with Iran and China. Hell yeah, I love Australian media. It's so good.
Power supply, because that would be intentionally causing harm to civilians.
No, you've done this many times. This is dog shit.
Plants on occasion, especially when they're aligned explicitly to military systems.
How can you know exactly? I mean, I guess it depends what intelligence you have, right? But how can you know for certain that a power plant isn't connected to the grid where the hospital gets its power from? How can you know that? Right? I guess you could target like a substation that is connected to a missile battery or something like that if you were certain that that was the case. But how are you going to be certain that that's the case? Are you going to have that kind of intelligence? You know, are you going to care about that kind of intelligence? Famously, the US does not care about that kind of intelligence.
So some of this can be done.
So, Rear Admiral, you know a lot about what it's like to try and get ships through the Strait of Hormuz, in peril. How difficult is that? What are the kind of threats?
My chud dad has been showing signs of wavering. Dope.
What could the Americans do?
Keep working at it.
I'd say any surface warfare admiral like myself has probably done 25 or 30 up to 40 Straits of Hormuz transits in their career, and none of us would say they were stress-free. So they're always stressful because you didn't really know what the Iranians were up to. In this case, you can assume
they're always stressful because we're racist and we thought that the Iranians were going to bomb us. Bro, shut up, man.
Bad intentions. So they're very dangerous.
No.
And you have to worry about, in today's environment, you have to worry about anti-ship cruise missiles, drones, air drones like Shaheds, unmanned and manned surface craft coming at you at 30, 40, 50 knots, packed with explosives or with grenade launchers. And then finally, mines. So to handle that, you need a multi-domain defense.
And can that only be done at the end of the day, to a sufficient degree of reassurance for the tanker companies and the tanker crews if you actually put boots on the ground in Iran, or is that not necessary?
I think if you properly do the air campaign plan and you properly equip the defensive forces, you can do this without boots on the ground. The key to this is to have a prompt strike capability airborne and sufficient defensive systems between the planes, the ships, and the helicopters to not.
Yeah, there's no diplomatic solution, by the way. Wow, I'm so surprised that this retired rear admiral who definitely doesn't work for the CIA, didn't give an alternative solution to the current issue than just like more guns, more weapons. Anyway, so yeah, this was about Donald Trump threatening to attack power plants in Iran. Let's hear what Iran had to say about that in particular.
Escalating threats between Iran
and the United
States are raising fears of an even wider war in the Middle East. Tehran says any attack on its power plants will trigger immediate retaliation, including the full closure of the Strait of Hormuz.
Again, this is the thing. The Strait of Hormuz is open. It is open. It is open for business. If you are just not allied with the empire, you can use it. You can get in there. You can get some oil.
Strikes on energy facilities and U.S.-linked interests across the region.
Yeah, exactly, Bellatrix.
In reiteration of our previous warning, if any fuel or energy facilities in Iran are targeted, we will respond by targeting energy and technology institutions and desalination plants linked to America and the Zionist entity in the region.
There you go. It's quite simple. It's as simple as that. It's not, it's not hard.
After President
Donald Trump
warned that he would destroy Iran's energy facilities if it does not open the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours. The waterway is a critical choke point for ships transporting oil and gas out of the Gulf. Well, we are live in Tehran, in Washington, D.C., in Ramallah, Tyre, that's in southern Lebanon, and in Riyadh, the capital of Saudi Arabia, also in the Iranian capital. And that's where we start, in Tehran, with Ali Hashem. So, Ali, we now have this standoff. The U.S. president telling Iranians, you have 48 hours to open the Strait of Hormuz, or I will blow up your power plants, starting with the biggest and most.
Is he doing the right?
Iran has responded, and it seems that.
Is he doing the right pronunciation?
Of doing what the U.S. president is asking of them. Can you walk us through the response that you have seen from Iran over the last few hours?
Well, Cyril, in the middle of this war, it seems that another war is going on, which is the war of rhetorics and narratives. And with President Trump raising the stake, the Iranians are responding with more confrontational rhetoric. And it's clear now that there is a unified position here, because we're hearing, after we heard from the armed forces, we heard from the Speaker of the Parliament, and now the
hey, UE6969696969.
On the same point.
Yeah, you're right.
The moment the power plants in Iran are going to be hit, the whole region will go for a blackout. And more than that, the Strait of Hormuz will remain closed.
Hormuz. It's just Hormuz. It's not Hormuz.
And it won't be open except these plants were rebuilt according to the armed forces. Now, with respect to the other authorities here in the country, like the vice president, he tried to defend Iran's position, saying that this is self-defense and that Iran is under the aggression, and that's why it will be.
It's one syllable in Arabic.
By launching attacks against regional power plants and, of course, Israel. So this is the picture in general with respect to this point precisely. But What's clear here is that this whole conflict is going towards a dead end. There's no possibility for the moment to get down the ladder, at least from what we're hearing from both sides. Each side is taking, or at least is escalating their own rhetoric. And this could lead to what's really worse than the situation we are in currently.
And Ali, something that perhaps is noteworthy.
I wouldn't be surprised if Iran still let American allies through if they were to denounce America's attack and not help or participate. They've been very patient and restrained. Yeah. Like, all that they, like, you know, they are being quite reasonable. I am absolutely certain that if even Keir Starmer turned around and went, okay, we're stopping the US from using UK air bases now. I'm sorry about that, Mr. Khamenei. Can we please use the Strait of Hormuz to get oil again? I'm pretty sure that they would go, well, you're a twat for doing that. Not sure. We'll have to think about it, but probably in a couple of weeks, right? You know, it's just, they're not like insane, evil, unreasonable, cartoonish stereotypes of fucking terror, you know, racist stereotypes of terrorists. They're not ISIS, you know what I mean? They're not psycho-fascists like ISIS. You know, they are 100% anti-West. They are 100% anti-Israel, anti-America. But this is a broadly accepted position. This is a broadly progressive position amongst even liberals who may clutch their pearls at the idea of, you know, cheering on the retreat of the empire by, you know, that is being caused by Iran. You know what I mean?
Happened today. We heard from the Iranian representative at the International Maritime Organization. His message was actually the Strait of Hormuz is not completely closed, and if foreign countries collaborate or work with us, we can get some of those ships through the strait.
Well, Cyril, this has been the case from the beginning.
I'm fascinated by this Maven AI thing now. I wonder if it had anything to do with South Pars. I mean, I saw you saying earlier that like it could be that targeted the girls' school, and I think I just disagree. I think that they wanted to kill Iranian little girls. I just think that they did. I think that the people in charge of the US and Israel are depraved and sick, disgusting pedophiles, and I think that it makes absolute sense that they wanted to kill a school of little girls. It's the kind of thing that Israel likes to do. It's the kind of thing that the USA likes to do. I find it hard to believe that they would just rely on an AI for that. I think that they are using AI in the military, absolutely. Would they use it to try and, you know, fucking throw AI companies under the bus if they think that there's a possibility they could get done for war crimes? You know what I mean? Actually, they're using an AI to help plan their strikes. Yeah, but it won't have just gone, you should strike this school. They will have gone, can you help us strike a school? And it will have gone, yes, here's a school. So I can believe that. I don't think that, like, you know, I think that specifically we should be sitting here and going like, it doesn't matter if they used AI or not, they hit a school. It sounds like the kind of thing that they would do, you know what I mean? And also, you know, if Israel hit South Pars gas field, I totally believe that they would hit, you know, South Pars gas field. The thing that I think would confirm to me that like AI is just like leading the shots here, or like leading the, you know what I mean, leading the ideas of strikes, or like, you know, literally doing the planning for them, is if they're hitting like nothing, right? The thing that makes me believe that there is an AI that is, you know, that they're being like, can you make these decisions for us? The thing that makes me believe that is the targeting of like the decoys, right? Because that's like a known thing now, that like the US and Israel hit this like massive amount of decoys, and they said we took out all these different missile spots, and they were like, things in the middle of the desert with nothing else around them, and they're all just decoys and stuff. I could totally believe that AI did that because, would they have built something like that into AI? Like, are you going to detect decoys and shit like that? I would believe that 1,000%. The girls' school and stuff, South Pars, Gasfield. I just think that the Empire is evil, and I just think that they're doing evil things, and I think that the Zionist entity is evil as fuck. You know what I mean? And if they are using an AI, they just went girls' school. You know what I mean? They said they hit 90 targets on Karg Island, and it turned out Karg Island was fully operational. Yeah, I think the issue is as well, though. Like, there's also a lot of just like pomp and bragging that's going on as well. They're like, we hit 90 targets on Karg Island. They might not have even done that. They might have hit like 10, and who knows? Like, we don't know. There's this massive fog of war thing, isn't there? Do you know what I mean? It's like, they could have hit 10, they could have hit 90, they could have hit, I don't know. I do get where you're coming from. I totally get where you're coming from. I'd be interested to see what the Maven AI stuff is saying. So yeah, if you get any info on that, I'd love to hear it, 100%. But yeah, I think that they would just, I know it's super cynical, but I do just think that they were like, let's kill some fucking children, because Israel loves to do that.
They've been talking to people, to companies, and there is a kind of a procedure that they're imposing.
Yeah, I caught a fish this big. Yeah.
They are saying clearly that only ships related to the United States and Israel and their allies aren't allowed to pass there. There were several conditions put on the table, but clearly the Iranians want to impose, at least to experience this leverage they have. They want to make use of it, exploit it, in order to create a new status quo, not only today in the middle of the war. We heard several Iranian officials, including the foreign minister, saying that post-war reality should be, Iran should have its leverage still to allow people to get in and out of the Gulf.
All right, okay. So there you go. There is no negotiations. They're not happening. What are you talking about? The Strait of Hormuz is open. That's the end of it. Trump delays Iran attack. So this is how this ended up developing today. So a couple of days ago, he was like, we're going to put boots on the ground in Karg Island. We're doing a ground invasion. I've got all the options on the table. We're going to bomb a bunch of power plants belonging to Iran, right? And now Trump is like, we're not going to do this anymore. Don't worry about it. It's all good, mate. Yeah, just chill. Just chill, dude. It's fine. Everything's normal and fine.
This breaking story.
We've wiped out the leadership phase 1, phase 2, and
no.
Largely phase...
Wait. I wasn't ready for this.
We're going to have to go to this breaking story.
We've wiped out the leadership phase 1, phase 2, and largely phase 3. But we're dealing with the man who I believe is the most respected and the leader. It's a little tough. We've wiped out everybody.
Is that the Supreme Leader?
No, not the Supreme Leader. We don't. Well, nobody heard of the second Supreme Leader, the son.
Are these direct?
We have not heard from the son. Every once in a while you'll see a statement made, but we haven't. We don't know if he's living. But the people that...
They love this conspiracy. It's the new conspiracy. They're like, yeah, he's just fake. They got a fake Supreme Leader and he's not real. And they're just pretending because it'll hold the country together. It's so fucking funny, man. You're like, they're trying to tell us that if Trump was ever killed, they wouldn't like hide it and like, have like a couple of deep fakes ready to go and stuff like that. You know what I mean? It's just how's BB doing, by the way? He was in that previous news report. Listen, I think that BB is alive. I don't think we get anywhere by saying that BB has been killed. He's not been killed. He was on that news report. Everybody needs to take the tinfoil hat off with that shit. He's just alive. I'm sorry to break it to you. I'm not carrying any water for Israel. I'm not saying he's Superman or anything like that. He is just unfortunately alive, and we just have to, deal with that. And also, like, I think that we're also doing the thing that the the USA is doing. I think that we're also doing the thing where we're like, if they just take out Netanyahu, then it'll all fall apart. It'll certainly cause a bit of issues, right? It would certainly cause a bit of issues for the state of Israel, occupied Palestine, the occupation government. But it would just, you would just get Bezalel Smotrich, or like, you know what I mean? It's just one of them. Didn't you see the foam on his coffee? I did see the foam on his coffee. It was acting like normal foam. I think the reason that everybody got like freaked out by the no, I know that some people like yourself, Mordecaj, would have been adamant that it's Israeli society. Absolutely, yes. Absolutely. But I think that sometimes people are doing the same thing that, the USA is doing about Iran, where they're like, if we just take out this one guy, it'll all fall apart, yada, 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 yeah? It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna, with Israel, they will just continue and it'll be shit and it'll be bad. And with the USA, they'll continue and it'll be bad, right? But anyway, as I was saying, the video that they put out made it all fucked up. Because in the video that they put out, one of the first things that Bibi does is he goes like this. He's like, look, I've got all my fingers, right? I think that's the thing that really freaks people out, because that's kind of like what would you call it? That's like, is it a Streisand effect thing? It's not a Streisand effect thing. It's just like, look, I'm proving to you that this isn't AI because I've got all of my fingers. But his hand looks weird. It's because he's an old man and he's got an old man hand. Hey, RTE clearance. Yeah, welcome in. Tap in the glass. Is that what it's called? He was going like, ding, 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 or whatever. I don't know. I don't know what that means. But like, that video was fucking weird, and it was just because they made it weird, right? They just made it fucking weird.
Running it.
They were like, look, he's alive. Yada, yada, yada. What even is the video claimed to be fake? It's one where he's in a cafe, but it is real. We looked at it last week, right? What if Trump's friends that own a lot in AI just want to have a war to test their AI for war things, and they started a random war? I mean, AI is probably going to be part of it. There is going to have been at least 20,000 people going to Trump like, hey, a war in Iran would be really good for X reason. A war in Iran would be really good for X reason. A war in Iran would be really good for X reason. And these things would have included things like, I'll make a lot of money on the oil market, or we can make a lot of money on the AI market, or we can make a lot of money on the weapons market. It'll all be to do with money. He also got $200 million from Miriam Adelson, who's a Zionist. There's a lot of things that are making this happen. It's not just one thing, right? I don't discount the whole thing was just trolling from the Israelis to make us seem like nutters when he revealed himself to be alive. Well, they do like to do psychological warfare. And I think the moment where he was like, I'll just bring up the video just so everyone's aware, right? Netanyahu coffee shop. It's just like everyone's watching it. So
now, video shared by...
I don't want to watch it. I want to watch the actual one.
Do you think that people online are saying you're actually dead?
I'm crazy about coffee. You know what? I'm crazy about my people, how fantastically they behave. Do you want to count the number of fingers?
Can you show us?
You see what I mean? Like, it's all really uncanny. It's all really weird. Like, just the way that they did it was really weird.
Right over here.
But the thing is that when people are doing the translation, this has been translated by AI. So that's why it sounds fucking weird. Because he did this whole thing in Hebrew. So even his mouth has been altered to make it look like he's speaking English.
Right here.
So, this whole fucking thing where people are like, oh, it looks really weird and it sounds really weird. It's like, yes, it's because people were using AI to translate it, but it was also altering the fucking video to make it to make him speak English. Just madness. This is the video. This music is so good.
Social media has recently...
He is a weird dude. He's a fucking so-called Israeli Zionist, you know what I mean? I'd like to know what other countries think about the US and Trump. At least I can trust the US and what they are hiding. Chef's special sauce. Hello, how you doing? At least I could trust the US and what they are hiding. Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean? Expand message. Can't. Do you think they meant can't? At least, oh, it does say can't. Sorry. At least I can't trust the US and what they're hiding. Right. Well, yeah, look, we all know that they're chatting rubbish. Yeah. Hey, Comradsky. Yeah, we all just know that they're chatting rubbish. That's how we think of the US. We all think of the US as a crazy state where, unfortunately, the people there are completely fucked. And we feel quite sorry for the people of the USA, to be honest, if they're not fascist psychos. But yeah, we all think they're bad. We all think that what's happening is bad. Yes. More Power of Gods there has sent me a thing. Top US allies are turning towards China instead. I mean, look, right, here's the thing. I said this on Red Planet last night. Trump being like, hey, guess what? We don't even need the Strait of Hormuz anymore. So we're not bothered. You can open it if you want, NATO, but you didn't help us when we asked you to help it. When we asked you to help us. So I think that the thing is that you're going to have to open it. We don't need it. We don't need the oil. We've got our own oil. We could refine our own oil. We can mine our own oil. Yada, yada, yada. This, that, and the other, right? And he thinks that this is some kind of a 5D chess move. But actually, the reality is that people are now going to trust China more. They're going to be pushed into the arms of China and Iran and other BRICS countries. You know? This coalition of countries that was kind of predicated on the idea of third worldism, a Maoist concept. And now the entire world is like, yeah, China sounds pretty sick, bro. They've got a pretty sick economy. It's doing really well. You know? This is the only reality of this. Yeah, it's total copium when he's saying we don't even really need the oil. It is elementary school reverse psychology. He is just being like, I don't want to be your friend anymore. JD Pondon, I know. No, these are crazy numbers considering how anti-China people were a year ago. Yes, absolutely. People are just fucking realizing that everything that people are saying about China, the worst thing that you could imagine about China, the USA is doing it 10 times as bad, right? And they have been doing it for the last fucking 100 years. So, like, even if you want to believe that they are like murdering Muslims en masse in China, right? Which is the exaggerated version of the re-education camps for Uyghur Muslims in Xinjiang, right? Which again, you could criticize that, but I will only say that you're being, a Western chauvinist if you do that, because it's none of our fucking business, right? It sounds bad, but why are you focusing on that when we're doing things 10 times as worse? But what people exaggerate it is literally like they are murdering and massacring Muslims. Famously, the UK and the USA and other European white Western countries don't do that, right? We don't do that. We'd never murder Muslims. What do you mean? We don't do that. So everybody is understanding that these criticisms of China are just like, well, actually, they're better than us. Like, they're better. They actually murder less Muslims than us, even if you believe that stuff. So yeah, this is the only reality that could possibly come from something like this. Yeah, right, Komradsky. Yeah, Yeah, training these people with skills and giving them jobs, doing de-radicalization. Yes, it's a madness, an absolute madness. But yeah, I struggle to feel sorry for us as a Yank compared to the periphery, but material conditions precede class consciousness and all that. Yeah, I mean, look, like, the reason that I feel sorry for working class Americans is the same reason that I've always felt sorry for working class Americans, because you have it shit. You know what I mean? I know that working class Americans have it massively less shit than working class people in the imperial periphery, but, you know, things are about to get worse. You know, when this all goes wrong, the imperial boomerang comes inwards. It's already started to go inwards, right? The imperial boomerang. ICE is already doing shit in the States. Horrendous, horrific shit. They were doing shit under Biden. It's already happened, but that's going to escalate. It's going to turn into, you know, some bigger things. And, you know, I'll say the same thing that I say every stream when I talk about this. Get out and start organizing now. And I'm not just using the vague term of organizing. Join literally any leftist group, even if you've been told that they are pointless and don't do anything. It doesn't matter, because you can end up finding other groups as a result of that, and you can organize with other people, and you can find other things to do, and other things that will, you know, make more sense to you or are more effective, yada, yada, yada. And don't discount any kind of organizing. Don't sit there and be like, this organizing doesn't work. Don't sit there and be like, I'm not gonna, you know, support progressive people entering into electoral politics. I'm not going to do that. You have to be a pragmatist, 1,000%. All of us in the Imperial Core have to be pragmatists. We cannot afford to be purists. Hey, Laney, what's up? Everybody go follow Laney, another amazing comrade. Apparently we use about as much as we produce. Difference is just made up in exports, imports of different types of oil. Of course, the desire to maintain the petrodollar worldwide. Well, this is where, you know, this is now where the petrodollar is going to lose power. You know what I'm saying? So, China under constant threat of CIA-based terror groups also, just like they do in Iran. Yeah, absolutely.
That based on really
also, hi Dan, how you doing? I hope you get well soon. Let's get some love in the chat for Dan.
Mr. President, again. Mr. President, I know you've deployed because I don't want him to be killed.
That's also a great point, Rat Freak. All the stories of horrific work conditions in Chinese factories are based in Imperial Core owned and run factories. We are financially benefiting from this. China is just hosting it. Correct. Absolutely. Let's go back. Let's go back at this bit in the Trump interview because it's fucking crazy. What is he saying?
The people that seem to be running it, and they seem that based on really fact, because things they've said have taken place.
Mr. President,
again.
Mr. President, I know you've deployed.
Because I don't want him to be killed. Okay? I don't want him to.
He doesn't want Mojtaba. He doesn't want Mojtaba Khamenei to be killed.
Mr. President, you've deployed. Nobody wants to be that. Nobody wants that job right now. You know, nobody's exactly looking forward to being the head of that particular country, but perhaps we'll be able to solve that problem.
Mr. President, you've deployed ICE agents to American airports. Newsmax, sir. You've deployed ICE agents.
You're not doing a very good job.
You've deployed ICE.
That was zesty. That was so zesty.
You're not doing a good job. Did you hear me? Okay, go ahead. CNN over Newsmax. You believe it?
I'm taking CNN over Newsmax. Can you believe it?
Talks, Mr. President.
Oh, that's wild. That's absolutely wild. The right-wing Trump glazing platform is apparently criticizing the war too much. I know Newsmax are Trump writers, but are they saying things about the war that he doesn't like? And now he's like, I'm going to speak to CNN because at least they're liberal imperialists.
We're looking for...
I love my liberal... I hate the liberals, but when they're doing imperialism with me, I love them.
Things that we've been talking about. We want to see no nuclear bomb, no nuclear weapon, not even close to it. Low key on the missiles. We want to see peace in the Middle East. We want the nuclear dust. We're going to want that. And I think we're going to get that.
We want the nuclear dust.
low key on the missiles. We want to see peace in the Middle East. We want the nuclear dust. We're going to want.
He means the enriched uranium. That's what he means. He means the enriched uranium.
And I think we're going to get that. We've agreed to that. Yeah, we've agreed to that.
You want the enriched uranium before you can end this.
And we want no enrichment, but we also want the enriched uranium. If this happens,
he wants a sniff of the nuclear bing. That's right.
It's a great start for Iran to build itself back, and it's everything.
His battery's going out.
And it's also great for Israel, and it's great for the other Middle Eastern countries, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar. Kuwait.
Yeah, it's been really good for all of them, hasn't it? Everything that's happened so far has been really, really good.
And Bahrain in particular, so it's great for all of them.
His skull is full of nuclear dust.
Still need $200 billion.
It's always nice to have.
Oh, it's so good, man. It's so good. You still need $200 billion. It's always nice to have. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god. We got the best liberals, the most imperialist liberals. I love them very much. The great imperialists are liberals. I'm exhausted and breathing hurts. I just want a hug, but life's tough and I don't get that. Yo, Dan, be careful, brother. You know that there's like meningitis and shit going around, and that shit can fucking kill, right? You know about the meningitis symptoms? Because if you have any of these, you should just go to A&E. Yeah, anyone in the UK at the minute, there's been like a meningitis outbreak. Saw a pretty good video on it the other day. Let me try and find it. Not to like panic anyone or anything, but it is important. Meningitis symptoms. So, like, if you get a headache and if you get a fever. Oh, it's this guy. It's this guy. It's this guy. It's this guy. Dr. Alex Wibberley. He's quite good. What do we got? What do we got? Meningitis. Here we go.
Serious. Now,
so yeah, if you get a headache that's like turns into like the worst headache of your life. Oh shit, why did that happen, dude? If you get a headache that turns into the worst headache of your life, and if it like becomes, how do I get this out? How has this happened? There's a link. There you go. If you get a headache that's the worst, headache in your life, if you get a fever, if you start to feel nauseous and stuff like that, make sure that you call 111, right? And the NHS is shit, so call 111 again if you think that they've given you shit advice. But, don't wait until you get the thing that we learned of in the 90s, right? The thing that we learned of in the 90s about meningitis was if you have a rash that you roll like a glass over, yeah, or whatever, like that, and you can see the splotches through the glass. Don't wait for that, because that's too late. You'll fucking die in hours if you've already got that, because it means you got septicemia. I just get double fucked with any virus because of my POTS. Yeah, fair enough, Dan. Yeah, I just think everybody in the UK should be looking out for the meningitis symptoms at the minute. So, yeah, make sure you look out. Check out this video. I watched it the other day. It was pretty good. Oh, I don't want to miss this. I really got to pee. Chat, stick around. I'm just going to go pee real quick, yeah? But I'm not going to play it because I want to hear what he says, right? I'll be back in a tick. I'll leave some music on, all right? Okay, I'm back. Thank you for being patient. Everyone act like the defense minister just pledged ships for the Strait of Hormuz. I wouldn't be surprised at this point. I genuinely wouldn't. MI5 released the bioweapon. Yeah, it's true. Keep washing your dirty hands. Use soap and scrub for 30 seconds. Yeah, it's good to do that. And get a COVID booster if you can. Iran says the war will continue until all sanctions are lifted and war damages are paid off by the United States. Let's have a look. Iran says no end to, and this is the Western Iran International. This is the run out of LA source for news. Iran says no end to war without guarantees and reparations. Well, this is from March 15th. We knew this already, right? We already knew that they were saying this, and they won't end the war until they get guarantees and reparations. So, did France send a ship to Iran? I don't know. There was rumors of it, possibly. Hey, ground level news. How you doing? You got measles raging here. Yeah, measles in the US, meningitis in the UK. Masks work for all kinds of viruses as well. Yeah, remember to wear a mask, chat. Like, you know, and just be sensible about it, right? You don't have to wear a mask absolutely everywhere you go. But if you go to the shop, you hear someone coughing, stick an N95 mask on, you're going to do a lot better than you would if you didn't, you know? A stiff neck is a symptom for meningitis. Well, to be clear, because we don't want to worry all the 30-plus-year-olds in the chat who all literally have a stiff neck right now, it's not just a stiff neck. It's a stiff neck that prevents you from putting your chin on your chest like that. Like, if you are unable to put your chin to your chest like that, that's a pretty bad sign. Basically, meningitis affects the... there's like a sac around your brain. It's like a thin membrane, and it also protects your spinal cord as well. And it basically affects that. It's a virus that affects that. I just attempted that and bit my tongue. Well, at least you don't got meningitis. Yeah, it's your brain sac. Yeah, it's your brain sac. Okay, yeah, well, we already knew this. We already knew this about Iran. We covered that last week, actually, on the stream. Let's have a little look. Let's continue with this incredible interview that is already one of my favorite things.
It's always nice to have. It's a very inflamed world, and the Democrats inflame it. You know, largely the Democrats.
Oh, it's the Democrats.
Let me just talk about the others. So ICE has done very well. I've requested. Now, you know, I'm a big believer that they should be able to wear masks when they go and hunt down, you know, murderers, criminals, and others. But for purposes of the airport, I've requested that they take off the mask. I don't like it for the airport, and I believe they are willing to do that.
Mr. President,
I don't like it for the airport. I don't like it for the airport?
For purposes of the airport, I've requested that they take off the mask. I don't like it for the airport.
Okay, I know why that is. I know why that is, chat. Because people are just not going to get on planes. America did way too much fucking absolutely insane propaganda where they're like, people in masks in airports, they're terrorists, they're going to blow up the plane. Right? ICE are not all white people. There's going to be racists who see it and go, there's a terrorist in the airport, I'm not getting on the plane. That's literally why this is. That's literally why this is. That's crazy. You can get vaccinated for meningococcal also. Here the government only covers it for teens and certain strains, but anyone can request a vaccine from the GP. I don't think there's a vaccine for meningitis B. I was watching that video and that guy was like, yeah, you can't get a vaccine for meningitis B, which is the one that's fucking people up at the minute. I could be wrong though. I don't know. I could be totally wrong about that. Anyway.
And I believe they are willing to do that.
Mr. President,
ICE wear masks not at the airport, but they need to do it when they're out in the country.
The people coming into the airport.
Oh, hey, Franny. Good to see you. Everybody go and follow Little Miss F. Meningococcal is a specific type of meningitis, yeah. Chat, by the way, I do this for a living. This is my only job at the moment. Please consider giving me a tip. Please consider giving me money. We have only got £155 to go. And 28 pence. In order to actually beat the goal, get to the dono goal for the month. We got 4 days left with which to do it. I'm certain that it's possible. It's roughly £35 a day. We've already had, I don't fucking know, how much shit have we had today? 1 sub. 7 subs. £7 subs and £5 donated. And then network resubscribe for 3 months. Okay, we've actually unlocked CatCam. And I got that wrong. If everybody watching donated £2, we get past the goal right now. Whoa. That's crazy. Hey, but listen, we have actually unlocked CatCam. But you should still give me money. So anyway. Here's Melpert. He's not right there now, but I'll go and get him. I'll go and get him. Okay. If you can't spare the money, yes, of course. I always forget to give people options. If you can't spare the money, don't worry about it. Please retweet and repost the Go Live post and Go Live tweet on Blue Sky and Twitter. You can also go to my YouTube channel and subscribe. Yada, yada, yada. This and the other. There's a vaccine for meningitis, but no vaccine for borreliosis or Lyme disease. The meningitis B vaccine is standard for babies. Yeah, I heard that that's true, but I don't know if there is one for adults. Marxist-Leninist Melpist. Yes, correct. I have seen the Chinese animation involving cats explaining the war in Iran. I have. And it's pretty interesting. It's made with AI, unfortunately, but it's made with the Chinese AI, which is superior and probably uses less water. I don't know. Could be wrong about that. Anyway, let me go and get Melpert. He's coming. Might be able to see him there. No, you can't quite see him. Yeah, any second now. Come on, buddy. You know what to do. Can I get the camera to see him? He's just... Oh! Yeah, there you go. There he is. Yeah, you're a Melpert. Okay. All right. There we go. There he is. Yeah, he gave the chat nuzzles. Did you see? Oh. He's being very polite. He's being extremely polite. He's the best boy you'll ever see in your life. I think if I give him one more, it'll make him feel a little bit satiated and he'll relax. There we go. You good boy. All right. There we go. Okay, well, let's carry on with this. Now that we've got Melpit.
Murderers, killers, drug dealers, etc. There may be a few of them, but there are many. There are people that want to come into the country, or that people want to leave the country, go into...
I'm still thinking about nuclear dust. Yeah, it's very good.
I didn't think it was an
No, don't go. He can't go. He's gonna go. You don't understand. You need to be here. The fuck. Come on. Who's this? Everybody donate £2, donated £2. Thank you so much, everybody donated £2 for donating £2. I appreciate that. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. Where have you gone? I don't know where he's gone. He's not a fan of being in here at the moment. It's not his favorite place to be, and I don't know why that is. Cats just don't want to work anymore. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Well, look, maybe he'll be back in a sec. We saw him for a little bit, yeah. Cat Cam is there as a reward, you know? And you can have a treat every now and then, can't you, chat? They just do whatever they want. It's crazy that they could do that. I didn't know that it was possible that you could just do whatever you want.
We look for an airport. I think it's a very appropriate look when they're out on the street trying to find one of the 11,888 murderers that Sleepy Joe...
11,888 murderers that Sleepy Joe led into the country.
Led into our country.
Elon Musk, sir.
Last year you gave a $10,000 bonus.
That's a specific number.
Last year you gave a $10,000 bonus to Tuesday workers who kept showing up to work during the shutdown. Will you do that again?
Well, it could happen. It's amazing. There are people that are really, really loyal and great, and it's not easy for them. And this is all caused by the Democrats. It's just so you know, all this money was approved. Everything was approved. This is done. The Democrats went in, and they want to have radical left lunatics come into our country. They want to have drug dealers. They want to have murderers come into our country. They want to have
all the greats, all the best.
Not letting it happen. That's what this is all about.
Anything else about Iran? Oh, here we go.
As you know,
well, and you reach.
I don't think he's going to be a Newsmax.
If these talks go well and you reach a ceasefire agreement with Iran, do you believe Israel would abide by that agreement?
I think Israel will be very happy with what we have. We just spoke to Israel a little while ago. I think they'll be very happy. This will be peace for Israel, long-term peace, guaranteed.
No, it won't. No, it won't. Because Iran are not going to stop. They're not going to stop. They're not going to stop attacking Israel. They're not going to stop until there's no threat left in the region. You have not calculated this properly. There is no agreement. There is nothing. What do you mean? They want radical left lunatics like famous Manchester streamer djmuel into our country, and we can't have that. Exactly.
If this
yeah, also Israel doesn't want peace. Israel wants to destroy Iran for bad reasons. Iran wants to destroy Israel for good reasons. So, you know, let's see how that goes.
Happens, and you know, I can't guarantee it, but I think it's going to. And my life is a deal. That's all I do is deals. My whole life.
It's pretty like anti-life affirming, because all the deals that you've made in your life are very bad.
I don't think this is going to happen, and why wouldn't it happen? So tomorrow morning.
Would you ever go to the USA? I mean, yeah, sure. Like, I don't see why not. I think I would probably just get arrested if I went to the USA, because they're going to be like, let us see your phone, and it's going to be like a mixture of like, I don't know, gay porn and anti-imperialist memes. And they're going to be like, we can't have that. You know?
their time, we were expected to blow up their largest electric generating plants that cost over $10 billion to build. It's a very good one. There was no dearth of money. And one shot, it's gone. It collapses.
Uh-huh.
Why would they want that?
Uh-huh.
So they called. I didn't call. They called.
No, there was no call.
And we are very willing to make a deal. It's got to be a good deal. And it's got to be no more wars, no more nuclear weapons. They're not going to have nuclear weapons anymore. They're agreeing to that. Any of that stuff, there's no deal.
Have they offered to reopen?
You said you want to get the enriched uranium. How are you going to get the enriched uranium? Are you going to?
It's very easy. If we have a deal with them, we're going down and we'll take it ourselves.
Can I ask you?
So you're not getting it. You're not getting the nuclear dust. The nuclear dust is not happening.
The Treasury lifted sanctions.
He is desperate for a deal.
You criticized President Obama for giving Iran $1.7 billion.
Well, I just want to have as much oil in the system as possible.
Sometimes he just says it. Sometimes he just says it. He just says what he means. Like, I think when he gets a difficult question, he just says what he means. You know what I mean? He just says the truth. It's like the other week when he was questioned on the girls' school bombing, and he was like, I just don't know enough about it. You know, he was like, you said that Iran has Tomahawk missiles. Why is Iran buying US military hardware? And he just went, I don't know enough about it. That was the truth. That was the truth. He didn't know enough about it. And I think that at this point here, you know, he said the truth here as well. He was like, I just need it. There's got to be more oil in the system.
And we don't even know if Iran gets that money. Frankly, I think it's very hard for them to get it. But you have ships that are out there that are loaded up with oil. Rather than keep it there,
what do you mean?
I would rather see it go to the system. Any small amount of money that Iran gets is not going to have any difference in this war. But I want to have the system be lubricated.
Even $14 billion, you don't think helps them?
Where's the $14 billion?
Because the inflated price, they get $14 billion from the...
I don't think they're getting the money. I could tell you, when this is all over, I will tell you who's getting the money.
Mr. President.
Why don't you tell us who's getting the money now? What do you mean?
Marines from California, given that it'll take them weeks to arrive, is the intention to police the strait or take cars?
What are you doing?
Well, it's been reported that
he doesn't know what the fuck's happening.
Marines that left California left San Diego last week, at the end of the week. Why are they headed there now?
Well, let me ask you this. If you were in my position and I asked you that question, do you really believe I'd give you an answer? It's a crazy question.
Mr. President,
we don't talk about strategy. Yeah?
Another young woman was killed by an illegal immigrant that was let in under the Biden administration.
Let in by Biden.
Let in by Biden.
It's devastating. These people were let in by Biden. We're getting them out. We're getting them out fast. That's why ICE is so important. They're doing such a good job. This animal, I saw the whole thing last night. They gave me a briefing. Came in through Joe Biden with his open door policy and his border czar, Kamala, who never saw the border. Never made one phone call. All the ICE people, you see, they all know me. Everyone knows me. They like me. I speak to them all the time.
What's he on about?
Didn't make one phone call during 4 years. She was the border czar to anybody on the border. Never.
Yes, she did. She absolutely did. And I don't think that she was the border czar. I don't think that's what she was. I think that she was the vice president. She was the vice president, bro. Like,
went there. This person came in through the open door policy of Joe Biden, and we have others. We're taking them out by the tens of thousands. We're doing a great job, but it's a shame. They've hurt our country. Just remember this. Joe Biden and that gang
she was both? Hi, back to
radical left lunatics. Some very smart, but radical left and bad ideology.
But she definitely phoned people in ICE. Like, what are you talking about? Just total bullshit.
These people have hurt our country very badly.
Are we directly talking with Iran?
How is that different from what Russia has been doing in Ukraine by hitting Ukrainian power?
Well, I think it's a lot different. And if you look at the nuclear weapons that they wanted to have, that they wanted to possess, a lot of things are different.
Well, that's what I was thinking, Baldwin, yeah.
Russia's doing either, just so you understand, all right? But it's a lot different. You're talking about a country that has been evil for 47 years. They've been horrible. Death all over the world, not just us.
Death all over the world. So much that they just do death all over the world.
Attacked unexpectedly all of those countries surrounding them. It was not supposed to be. Nobody was even thinking about it.
That was unexpected, apart from all the times when they said that they were going to do it.
But they wanted to take over the Middle East, and they wanted to knock out Israel permanently. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they would have been able to do that.
They're doing it without. They're doing it without a nuclear weapon, by the way. Yeah, is he talking about the UAE? Yeah, let's talk about the fucking evil that the UAE does, right?
Mr. President, do you know whether Joe Kent was leaking?
Look, I'm not a fan of the guy. If you look at, and you never cover this, if you look at his truths or whatever he went on, if it's X or truth, if you look at his truths or his statements, he was all for everything. All of a sudden, he wasn't. He was a man that I met at Dover. He came and his wife was killed. He remarried fairly quickly.
He came and his wife was killed, or when his wife was killed? Pardon?
He came and his wife was killed.
He came and his wife was killed. What?
Fairly quickly. His wife was killed. And
what?
I felt badly for him. He ran for Congress, he lost. He ran for Congress again and he lost. I said, you know, he's a guy, nice guy, seemed like a very nice guy. I met him, he was pretty heartbroken. Pretty. But
that's a strong cum.
I said, you know, it's a shame. He ran for Congress twice.
Good one, PBP.
Give him a job in the White House. Smart. They gave him a job in the White House, and this is what he does to me.
No way. No way. He thought he was on The Apprentice for a minute. That's so funny, mate.
Pretty heartbroken. Pretty. But I said, you know, it's a shame. He ran for Congress twice. Call him up, give him a job in the White House. Smart. They gave him a job in the White House, and this is what he does to me.
He's talking about Joe Kent, Susie. Hey, Dr. Maggot, what's up? And hey, Hippie Marshmallow. I did everything right, and they indicted me.
You know, being a nice guy doesn't pay off too much. Think of it. He loses twice in Congress, ran not very good campaigns, should have won.
He's just repeating himself.
But he loses twice.
He's totally Brandonized. At this point, he's completely Brandonized. Oh my god, Spooky Wildlin!
Imagine I said something funny.
Spooky Wildin, thank you so much for the £42 and 82 pence or something, whatever it was. That was a lot of money. Thank you so much for the sub, you legend. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. Doing a lot of heavy lifting for the other chatters, I might say, you know? We could collectively, you know, this chat likes to believe that they're communist. They like to believe that they're communists, but they rely on one guy to do the work. They're waiting for one guy to donate a lot of money, and they're donating so much money to my stream. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? When they could all meet the dono goal if they all donated £2. If every single person did it right now, we would hit the dono goal right now.
Sonic will never again be a pain in my egg!
Thank you for the 100 bits by any means necessary. I prefer to think of myself as a bit player. Very good. That's very good. Anyway, thank you so much for that. Really appreciate that. Absolutely hench dono. Utter legend. I think it was £43.28. I think that's what it was, and that's how we got to £540. So thank you so much. Really appreciate you. What was I saying? He's at his best when he's theatrically whining. That is true. I had everyone right, and he still resigned on me. Yeah. It's good stuff.
I get him. I have my people call him, because I didn't deal with him for the most part. I saw him a couple of times, but I never dealt with him at all.
Yo, Ashley doing their part. Let's fucking go. Thank you for the £5. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. Oh my god. Yo, it's happening, chat. We've got just another £105, yeah? Just another £105 to go before we hit the dono goal for the month. That's crazy. Thank you so much, everyone, for all the support today. Yeah? The little donators, the people who donate little bits, the people who donate loads of bits, you know? Just as much. I'm thankful just as much for all and any contributions. I appreciate you all.
I had no idea his ideology was left or right, whatever it is. I can say this. He said very strongly that Iran...
He's calling the fascist Nazi guy that just quit the government a left-winger, by the way. This is so good.
...is not a threat. Iran's been a threat for 47 years, and there's not a country in the world that doesn't agree with me on that.
Yeah, there are.
Hello, my old chum.
Yeah, there are. There's loads. Thank you for the follow. This stream is so good, worth every penny. Thank you very much, Spooky Wildin. I do try very hard. Thank you very much. Those words mean the world. Thank you.
So I take this guy, Joe Kent, who lost twice for Congress, pretty badly and tough, and was devastated. And I know that he lost his wife.
He's saying it again. He's saying he lost his wife again.
Live out his life.
This is him saying... This is him saying his wife died. Can you believe his wife died? What a loser.
Brilliantly have my people call him and offer him a job in security, essentially.
He's repeating it. He's repeating the thing he said.
What does he do? He goes out and he says that Iran is not a threat to get publicity. Now, he probably signed up with CNN or maybe he signed up with your division of Newsmax. I don't know. But he signed up with CNN.
He's so petty.
But if you look at his tweets, X's, or truths, whatever he uses, I don't know because I don't follow him. What he said is 100% he agrees with me. All of a sudden he leaves. I never knew he had a problem. Now I hear they're looking at him for leaking. That's possible. But just so you understand, just to put it to rest, he lost twice badly. He also lost his wife. He's remarried since. He lost his wife. I felt badly for him. So I told my people.
He's just saying the same thing again and again and again. He is absolutely losing it. Brain is just fucking mush at this point.
Reach out to him. Give him a job at the White House. This is the thanks I get. Any other questions?
he knew he had to move on there. He was like, I've said it 3 times, got to move on. Nutty shit.
He said Iran was not an imminent threat, that's what the intelligence showed.
I think it was an imminent threat. I think that Iran, if we didn't bomb them with the B-2 bomb,
they were going to bomb us. Yes, we've heard it all before.
Hit them with the B-2 bomb.
Complaining lady! She's doing her part. Don't.
Blaze it.
Blaze it, but don't suck too hard on the roach. Comrades, thank you so much, Lainey, for subbing off Twitch and supporting the stream. You legend. She's doing her part, yeah? Everyone's doing their part. Will you? That's the question. Thank you so much for £549, 20 pence. That means that we pretty much got £100 to go to get to the dono goal. That's like 50 people donating £2 each, or 25 people donating £4 each. Is that right? Yes? No? Something like that? Or 15 people donating... No, I'm not even going to go there. 10 people donating £10. That's an easy one. That's an easy one to get. That's an easy one.
They would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks to a month.
It's an awful lot of math, actually. It's an awful lot.
They would have used it as soon as they got it.
If you obliterated their nuclear site
How much of this is left?
last summer with your strikes, then how can you argue it was an imminent threat now?
Oh, we hit them so hard, we obliterated them.
We obliterated them.
I mean, with the right equipment, you can dig down and go get it. We don't want that, and we won't have that.
What?
But we obliterated that site. They still haven't been able to get it. That was a complete success. But if it wasn't, they would have had. If we didn't hit them, if we didn't use the B-2 bombers, which are unbelievable.
He's totally freestyling.
22 more of them.
Completely
Modern
freestyling.
version, by the way, super modern version. If we didn't hit them with the B-2 bombers, they would have had, within 2 weeks of that attack, that's why we hit them, because we knew they would have had a nuclear weapon. They would have used it on Israel and the entire Middle East.
Overall crime in Memphis is down 43% since you began this task force. Is this a template you think is working?
What I'm doing today, really, this was supposed to be, this was a little bit before set up a couple of weeks ago. This was before we had this situation with Iran take place last night.
Situation.
By the way, they're just not
Just a situation.
I'm sure they don't mean that. When somebody says, "Oh, I didn't know you were talking," we were talking last night, and I'm sure they have a lack of communication, which is appropriate considering we blew up, in addition to their Navy, Air Force, every division, their radar. We also blew up all of their anti-aircraft and communication. So they have no telecommunication. So there is a lack of, I would imagine, a lack of coordination.
Hey, little zipper. Yeah, imaginary Iranian friends.
All we can do is think, look, we have numerous leader groups. They've all been killed.
He's gone from numerous leaders being killed to numerous leader groups.
Khomeini was killed. Khomeini's son is unavailable.
Khomeini, no, that was the previous guy.
I can say they haven't seen him there either. Something is going on with him, but regardless, I don't consider him really the leader. But they do have some leaders left because we blew up group number 1, group number 2, a lot of group number 3. But we think we have people that are very representative of the country and will do a good job in representing.
Elon Musk has offered to pay TSA workers during this DHS shutdown. Is this something that you've been speaking to him about?
Yeah, I'd love it. I think it's great. Let him do that. And I want to thank ICE because they stepped in so strong.
Of course, he would like Elon Musk to give money to the Department of Homeland Security. Or is it the TSA? I don't know. He wants to pay ICE, right? Of course he would love that. It would make up for, you know, the shit that he did to him last year, I guess. This is him making peace. But I think that that is also true. I don't think that he will pay them shit.
Strongly, they'll do great.
He's just there. We live in a world where everyone is just saying whatever they want, and they don't care about the consequences. But soon there will be consequences, right? Soon there just will be consequences. There is already, you know, Elon wants to pay striking TSA workers. Is that the thing? He wants to pay striking workers. So he's a communist now. That's what's happening. That's what he wants. ICE are the scabs and they're getting paid. Right, I see. Okay, so. Okay, all right.
And if that's not enough, I'll bring in the National Guard. We're not going to have the Democrats destroy our country. These people are the most destructive, sick people, the Democrats.
Okay.
And they're fighting
I believe him.
They're fighting for men and women's sports. They're fighting for
transgender for everybody.
For everybody. Everybody
yep,
go
there you
out,
go. The classic.
Get a nice operation. And
that's a new one.
For everybody. Everybody go out, get your kid a nice operation, and change the sex of your kid. They're fighting for, think of it. They don't want you to do voter ID. You walk into a booth.
This has been great. This has been the best one so far. This is the best interview so far. There's been so many bangers. He said nuclear dust. What was the other thing he said? Obliterated? He said obliterated. And now he said, everybody go out and get your kid an operation. Get your kid an operation.
In California,
change the gender, change the sex of your kid.
Who's doing voting, an official, asks you...
A big, beautiful operation.
They're subject to being arrested. What's wrong with this country? So we're fighting...
You're in charge!
And I think they should, because the Democrats are being blamed for the shutdown, and it's their fault, and they're getting killed. That's why...
I can't believe his staff allow him out of the White House. Yeah, no, it is a bit crazy.
The Democrats called. We want to settle.
Oh, yeah, that one. This is what he does to me.
Want to settle. And I told the people, don't settle. Don't settle. Because we have something bigger. Only settle if you get the Save America Act, voter ID, and so important, proof of citizenship, etc. Thank you very much.
Whose idea was that? To put ice in the airport.
We're dealing really...
Whose idea was it?
Mine. That was mine.
Can I ask you?
That was like the paperclip. You know the story of the paperclip?
What?
182 years ago, a man discovered the paperclip. It was so simple. And everybody that looked at it say, why didn't I think of that? ICE was my idea. First person I called was Tom Homan. I said, what do you think? He said, I think it's great. Then I saw today there was some masks on. I didn't think the masks were appropriate.
What the fuck is happening? What the fuck is happening?
Put out a statement and I asked them.
All right, so if you sleep well, thanks so much for hanging out.
Because they should wear a mask when they're dealing with the murderers and the thugs let into our country.
You said there's many points of agreement with Iran right now. What, can you give us a
many, like 15 points. 15 points.
Iran has said yes.
Well, they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. That's number one. That's number 1, 2.
I just can't get over. I can't get over the discovered the paperclip. That's so crazy. Like someone just like found the paperclip somewhere. They discovered it.
Nuclear weapon.
Will we see arrests or illegal migrant arrests at airports, sir?
Arrests?
Will we see ICE arresting illegal migrants at airports?
Yeah, that's.
Are we talking?
That's why the Democrats are going crazy, because they've allowed, by what they did, and hold up, we've put ICE, who are a very high level. I mean, they really are a high-level group of people.
High-level
They
group.
love it because they're able to now arrest illegals as they come into the country.
What the fuck was that hand motion, brother?
Now arrest illegals as they come into the country.
Arrest illegals as they come into the country. Okay.
That's very fertile territory. But that's not what.
Fertile territory.
They're
What?
really there to help.
Are we talking to Iran directly?
To no enrichment whatsoever, even for medical purposes, civilian purposes?
They have. Thank you.
What about the Strait of Hormuz? Who's going to be in control of that?
That'll be opened very soon if this works.
How soon? And who's in control of it? Will Iran still be able to control the flow of oil?
Be jointly controlled.
By whom?
Maybe me. Maybe me.
You want the United States?
Okay, Granddad. He's I just don't even have any commentary to add to that at all.
Me and the Ayatollah, whoever the Ayatollah is, whoever the next Ayatollah.
Me and the Ayatollah, he's my new friend.
Also be a form of a very serious form of a regime change.
Jointly controlled by me.
Everybody's been killed from the regime.
Hey, grab us.
Really starting off. There's automatic.
Did they say hi to you already?
Regime
Hello.
change. But we're dealing with some people that I find to be very reasonable, very solid. The people within know who they are. They're very respected. And maybe one of them will be exactly what we're looking for. Look at Venezuela, how well that's...
Maybe one of them. Maybe one of them will be the one. So he's talking about he's negotiating with people inside of Iran. Negotiating with people inside of Iran. Special people. They know who they are. Doesn't matter. You're not going to know who they are. All right. This is an Al Jazeera report from about 5 hours ago that says Iran denies Trump's claims of direct talks. The parliament speaker calls it fake news.
In Tehran with Ali Hashim, who's standing by for us there. So, Alam, what's the latest we're hearing from Iranian officials about these so-called negotiations with the United States?
Well, Rashad, after a few hours of silence, we heard from the spokesperson of the Foreign Ministry, Mr. Ismail Baqai, denying there's any talks between Iran and the United States. After that, Mr. Mohammad Bakr Kalibaf, the Speaker of the Parliament, I'll read his tweet. He says, no negotiations have taken place with the United States. Fake news is intended to manipulate financial and oil markets and to escape the quagmire in which the US and Israel are trapped.
The Iranian embassy in South Africa posted an AI picture of a toy steering wheel in response to the joint control of Hormuz statement. It's Khamenei's son. He played peekaboo with Trump, and Trump assumed he was a new person. Yeah.
This is Mohammad Bakr Kalibaf, whose name...
Hey, Alejandro, by the way.
In the past hours, that he is the man who President Trump described as an influential leader that the talks are taking place with. So for now, Tehran is once again saying nothing has changed with respect to the Strait of Hormuz. Nothing has changed with respect to the war, and there's no direct negotiations.
Why did I never know that Iranians were such master shit posters? Listen. Last year, right, during the 12-day war, because some people were just hearing about, you know, Ali Khamenei, they were trying to learn about him and shit like that. Because obviously there's a whole bunch of propaganda and stuff. And these kinds of articles started popping up everywhere, right? Woman is like a flower. Iran supreme leader's old posts are viral, right? So, posts like this from September the 15th, 2013. This is Ali Khamenei saying, man has a responsibility to understand woman's needs and feelings and must not be neglectful toward her emotional state. And then, women are stronger than men. Women can completely control and influence men with their wisdom and delicacy. And he's dated his own tweet, by the way. He dated his own tweet. He was like, I said this on May the 11th, 2013. And then obviously all the stuff about him, you know, supporting black liberation in the USA came out. This was a post on, I don't know when this was. When was this? You can see all these posts. They're still on Twitter, right? They're still on there. This was in 2015. They celebrate a day for abolition of slavery, but such crimes are committed against, I mean, the blacks is problematic, but regardless, Eric Garner, Trayvon Martin, hashtag Black Lives Matter. You know? He's like, you know, this is, you know, some people you could easily cynically say, oh, he's doing this to wind up the USA and stuff. Absolutely, totally. I possibly, he could be doing that. But, you know, here he is again saying, woman is a flower. How evil of a man to treat a flower with violence and without appreciation. Hashtag violence against women. This is the best one, by the way. This is the best tweet. I went to school with a cloak since first days. It was uncomfortable to wear it in front of the other kids, but I tried to make up for it by being naughty and playful. And here he is doing some more aura posting. I'm not into cinema and visual arts, but when it comes to poetry and novels, I'm not just a typical audience. He's doing like Tumblr posting. He's being like, look how unique and hipster I am. I'm not your typical poetry and novel audience. I'm an enhanced You know what I mean? I'm an enhanced purveyor of poetry, you know? What is this? Before studying Glimpses of World History by Mr. Nehru, I didn't know India before colonization had undergone so many important advances, talking about, you know, decolonial attitudes and stuff like that. He's great. Can you link this collection of the tweets? Yeah. It's in this NDTV article, yeah. Yeah, it's funny as fuck. It's just like, yeah, like people just realized that he just posted a lot. He posted a lot and he just like, you know... I mean, I think his tweeting got took over by like interns towards the end of his life, because obviously they realized that he was posting shit like, I used to wear a cloak and I made up for it by being naughty and playful, and they were like, you can't be saying this. Ayatollah Imam, please, you cannot be saying this. So like, I think that happened, but you know what I mean? They're there. These are things that he did. Yeah, so very funny shit.
Remember the United States of America. However,
they should have let him cook. They should have let him cook.
That are being conveyed by regional players, and
he wouldn't have cared if his son was gay. No, there is an incredibly sweet. Let me see if I can find this fucking this thing of him, man. Where is this? There's like an... It's not even that old. There's like a video of him. He's doing... I don't know. He's like preaching to some kids or whatever. And a kid comes up to him and says like, I want to be a martyr. Right? I want to be a martyr. I want to serve Allah. I want to be a martyr. I want to, you know, have the grace of Allah through being a martyr, right? And he says something like, I tell you what, why don't you go to school? Why don't you study? Why don't you go to university and shit like that? And then when you become 90 years old, then you can become a martyr, right? And it's just like, it's just an amazing clip. And I can't find it. But it's real. I watched it the other week. His video made for Western audiences about Palestine solidarity and anti-imperialism is very good, I imagine, yeah. I'm not going to find it in this because it's just all just slop about how he's dead. Okay. I'll find it at some point.
Omani foreign minister tweeting on Oman's role currently in trying to find a framework for peaceful passage in the...
yeah, he was a hero, a gentleman, and a scholar, absolutely, yeah. And, you know, no man is perfect, right? But, like, you can't sit there and just be like, you know, he fought in the Iran-Iraq war, and why was he fighting in the Iran-Iraq war? Because the puppet of the USA was bothering Iran. You know, so he's a hero in that sense. He stood up for his revolution, whether you agree with his revolution or not, you know. He was a scholar, absolutely. He studied fucking thousands and thousands and thousands of fucking books and subjects and papers through his entire life. And by all evidence, he was also a gentleman. You know what I mean? So, you know, it's one of these things. You want to talk about comparing him to Western leaders and shit like that. And of course, there's always going to be people who are there being like, you're making apologies for the regime and shit like that. And it's like, I'm not. I don't think I am by saying this stuff, by quoting this like correct stuff. I think that no matter what you think of Iran's government, they are still fucking leagues ahead of any Western government just by fucking any kind of measurement. You know what I mean?
Oman is the second bank on the Hormuz.
Again, it's like China. It's like what we learn about China. You know what I mean? The problems that you have with China, guess what? They probably wouldn't exist without the West, for a start. And secondly, the things that you're criticizing China for or criticizing Iran for, these things happen in the West fucking tenfold. You know what I mean? So you're criticizing a country that is better than your own country. Why? Because your country that is worse than that country is telling you that it's okay to be racist and fucking Western chauvinist and criticize this country. And it's literally just because of racism, you know?
So it's on the other side, it's on the southern side of the Hormuz Strait. Also, the Foreign Minister of Iran, Abbas Araghchi, held talks.
All the anti-gay, sexist, warmongering talking points attributed to his government I've seen from politicians in Oklahoma growing up in the 2000s. Yes, exactly.
The Foreign Minister of Russia, Sergei Lavrov, and with the Foreign Minister
the very
of
progressive
Turkey,
USA.
So there's no doubt that regional players are trying their best, at least for now, to bring down this situation, to de-escalate from this position where Iran and the US have arrived at. The United States threatening to destroy Iran's plants, energy plants, and Iran in return threatening to destroy the regional electricity plants in whether in the Gulf or in Israel. A step that could mean the de-escalation is very narrow, and that's why probably everyone right now is trying to bring both sides back to a level where there's a possibility to start a kind of a framework, for example, from the Strait of Hormuz. This could be an idea to start with, and it seems that there are attempts in this regard, but how would this be reflected on the ground? How will this be demonstrated? This is the big question, because the Iranians and the Americans currently aren't alone in this war. There is Israel too, and there is Hezbollah in Lebanon too, and there is the regional players, mainly the Gulf states, who were in the middle of this crossfire for the past 3 weeks. And
yeah, well, I think he kind of has to say that to be allowed on Al Jazeera, but you know, I'll give him a pass for that.
There is also
they're in the crossfire. They're just small beans, just the small bean Emiratis.
The national or the global economy too. So many stakes, many strings attached to this conflict, and this makes any package for a solution a package with several items. Each item would need on its own several weeks or months of negotiations.
Yep, correct. Okay, let's move on. What do we got here? This was breaking news. Trump halts strikes against Iran. So, you know, this was after or before. I think this was before he made the announcement about hitting Iran's gas fields or power plants and stuff. And now he's just here like, yeah, man. We're going to halt strikes against Iranian energy targets. I said I was going to target him. We're not. So we can only assume that he is going to do it. And this is what the Iranians are also going to be thinking. They're also going to be looking at this and going like, okay, he's doing the thing where he says he is going to attack and he isn't going to attack. He is going to attack. He isn't going to attack. We know, famously, that when he does this, the first thing he says he's going to do it eventually. He's just stalling for time and seeing how we act, right? So we just have to prepare for him to do that.
Posting to Truth Social just moments ago, quote, I am pleased to report that the U.S. and Iran have had over the last 2 days very good and productive conversations regarding a complete and total resolution of our hostilities.
And we just know that this isn't true.
In the Middle East.
It's so good.
Chief foreign correspondent Trey Yingst is live in Tel Aviv with the latest. Trey, does that catch you by surprise?
Absolutely. This is a major development. President Trump taking to Truth Social, not only to say there are very good and productive conversations taking place between the United States and Iran, but he goes on to say he's ordered the Department of War to postpone for at least 5 days strikes against Iran's energy and power infrastructure. This comes after the president issued that ultimatum over the weekend about opening the Strait of Hormuz. We don't have any additional information at this point into the president's thinking about this, but this is a president who has applied immense pressure on the Iranian regime through thousands of airstrikes over the past 3 weeks. And this, again, is a president who in the past has indicated he prefers a diplomatic option when one is available. The images you see here are Iranian ballistic missiles soaring through the skies of Israel over the weekend. There were dozens of attacks that took place, the Israelis striking back against...
The troops will take 5 days to get there, and it'll also be very, very difficult for them to do literally fucking anything.
Iran's storage facilities for these missiles. missiles, going after many of not only the production lines, but where they keep these missiles and launchers. We understand they've been quite successful in those strikes, although the Iranians are still able to get off much of the incoming missile fire here to
You were expecting a clumsy false flag at some point, yeah.
There yesterday, more than 100 people were wounded in a single Iran.
Markets will go up through Friday, and then he'll strike on Friday after markets close. Yeah, I think that's a pretty solid assumption, yeah. I think you're right. But, you know, again, how this is, he's giving people a temporary solve. And it's crazy to me that he is not imagining the scenario where people just like fucking dump a bunch of their stocks, right? Because they're making so much money. They're like, this is never going to be as good as this ever again. And people are just going to dump a bunch of their stocks and it'll crash the market, right? And I don't know how that's going to affect the Iranian market. It probably would. Markets all interact with each other in various ways. I don't know. Do you know what I mean? Like, if the markets continue to go up till Friday and then people start to observe his pattern, right? And then he'll end up fucking, yeah. They'll just end up being like, well, he's just going to keep doing this and it's not affecting the price that much. I can't wait for the stocks. I can't take the risk that the stocks are going to go down and not go back up again. It's crazy that all the mad shit that they've been doing hasn't caused some sort of panic. I think it has. I genuinely think it has, because, you know, a lot of people are talking about the price of oil, but people aren't talking about the price of everything. Right? A lot of people aren't talking about like the stock market in general. Like this is what the stock market looks like, you know, over the last month. And this is a lot of red, you know. It's a lot of red. Red famously is good for the stock market, right? No. What are the companies that are doing well here? Well, we can see Oracle and Palantir, because of course these are involved in, I mean, you know, these are companies that were not making a lot of money and then kind of leveled out, you know, because they're involved in the war, they're involved in industries that are related to the war, etc. So they're growing. Netflix is going up, which is interesting. What does that mean? Does that mean that people are just terrified and they're watching more Netflix? They don't want to look at the news. They're just watching. They're watching binge watching series. Energy is the only good market right now. So obviously Shell with the oil prices. It's all the oil. It's all the oil companies, right? Oil and gas integrated 9, they're making tons of money over here. The rest of the market is suffering massively. Yeah, exactly. So, you know, there is a lot of stuff. Let's take a look at the wheat performance. With the wheat performance, things level out a little bit. And this is because of the uncertainty in the market, you know what I mean? And if we take a look at the past day, it's done very well. And that's because of the way in which the market was manipulated over the weekend in the way that we've been discussing. Gold is crashing particularly. Where is that? Is this in materials? Gold is green at the moment, but I think that's just today. Yeah, if we take a look at the week performance, gold is very bad. Very, very bad. Not doing very good at all. You know? Let's have a look at the month to date. Yeah, extremely bad. -20, -25. As soon as you start hitting those double digits beginning with 2, you know, that's when things are getting pretty fucking dire. Fox ad revenue gonna plummet? Yeah, I bet. So, there you go.
Ballistic missile attack. But while the focus was there in the south of Israel, regional focus also on the Strait of Hormuz, where President Trump referenced over the weekend.
One Piece just came out on Netflix? Oh, okay. That's what that is.
Now to be off the table at least for 5 days. I asked Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu about that post.
President Trump said that if in 48 hours the Iranians don't open the Strait of Hormuz, that there will be strikes against the power grids in Iran. Will you participate in those strikes, and what do you think should happen next in this campaign?
I think President Trump knows exactly what he's doing, and whatever we do together, and as far as possible in confidence.
Why is this sounding like this? This is just gonna make more people be like, he's dead. Why is there no background sound whatsoever? What is happening? Why did they do this? Is that what they're doing? Are they trying to psyop everybody into thinking he's dead? And why would they do that? Why would they psyop everyone into thinking, is it another AI translate? Yeah, but Trey Yinks doesn't speak Hebrew. Trey Yinks, I know this cunt doesn't speak Hebrew. I know he doesn't. Because he's dead. I don't think he is. I just don't think he is. I think that this is really him. Sam, thank you so much for the 6 months. How's it going? Welcome in.
Jim Quee 1 top hat.
I just think that well, now I don't know. Now I don't know, Sorka. His demon is using him as a flesh puppet. Like, it's hard to say. It's now just too hard to say, but I don't want to be fucking psyop by fucking Israel. No, these guys are masked up because they're war criminals and they don't want to be identified. What difference would it really make either way? It wouldn't make a difference if he was alive or dead. He may not be dead, but it's one of his doubles. You think this is one of... I don't think this is one of his doubles. I don't think it is. Unless it is. I don't know. He's looking real old in the neck here.
So again...
But it's the sound. The sound is crazy. Yeah, also BB speaks English. Well, the AI translation, Lainey, we were talking about that earlier because when we looked for the BB fucking coffee shop thing, this is the footage that everyone keeps talking about, right? They're like, why does everything seem so weird here?
You think that people online are saying you're actually dead? I'm crazy about coffee. You know what? I'm crazy about my people, how fantastically they behave. Do you want to count the number of fingers? Can you
Right? The reason why everyone was going crazy about this is because this was translated from Hebrew into English by AI, but what it also did is it translated his fucking mouth to make it look like he was speaking English as well. Right? So that's where the AI translation thing comes from. But it like, if you listen to this, it sounds like they're doing the same fucking thing, but it's like, why are you doing that?
President Trump said that if in 48 hours the Iranians don't open the Strait of Hormuz, that there will be strikes against the power grids in Iran. Will you participate in those strikes, and what do you think should happen next in this campaign?
I think President Trump knows exactly what he's doing.
His mouth is moving more normal in this clip. I will say that. I think that this is the real audio, but I think... Okay, here's what I actually think is going on here. I think that this is him. It's an older video that is AI edited. Look at his SS. They're all wearing masks. Had to be early COVID. No. They're wearing masks. They're wearing masks because they don't want to be identified. That's why they're wearing masks. They don't want to be assassinated by Iran. That's what that is. Because these guys go home at night. They don't have like a personal bunker. That's what this is. Oh, you mean in the cafe? No. The cafe thing where they're wearing the masks in the cafe for the same reason. That's why that is. That's why that is. That's why that is. But I think the reason that they don't have because the effect that is going on here, because to me it sounds like they recorded it in a booth, but you can get this effect if you do noise removal, right? If you do noise removal effects on a track, you can achieve this same kind of thing, right? You know, like a noise gate. It's noise cancelling. Yes, exactly. It could be AI noise cancelling as well. It could totally be that. It could have reprocessed it with AI, right? But this is exactly what this sounds like. Yes, I have the credentials for this shit. Yeah, I studied fucking sound engineering, yada yada. To me, that's what there was something that didn't quite make sense. But then when I listened to it again, I was like, it's noise cancelling. I think that the reason that they've done noise cancelling is probably because there's people like fucking screaming in the background because they got bombed. And Israel doesn't want people to know that people are getting injured and shit. And there's probably people who are yelling at Bibi. There's probably people who are going, like, that's probably who he's looking at right now. There's probably people who are going, fuck you, you're fucking us up, you're lying to everybody, you're telling people that we're winning this war, we're not winning this war. That's probably exactly what that face is. I guarantee it. That's why they've fucking done the noise cancelling shit, and it's why all of his fucking spooks are just, like, looking around all the time, because they're like, you know, I don't think that they're scared of an Iranian assassination. I think that they're actually scared of a fucking an Israeli assassinating him. And an Israeli would only assassinate him for an Israeli reason, which is he's not winning the war in Iran or Lebanon good enough. And I think that there's a lot of Israelis who think that.
What do you think should happen next in this campaign?
I think President Trump knows exactly what he's doing, and whatever we do together, and as far as possible in confidence.
And that's why he got off rapid.
The president just breaking some news this morning saying that there will be a 5-day delay to any strikes on Iran's power and energy infrastructure. The Israelis not just looking to the east, but also north to the Iran.
There is an eerie spectacle of fascism. You are right, Ashley. That is also true.
Lebanese militant group Hezbollah. You can see some of the exchanges of fire there in southern Israel. As a top spokesperson for the Israeli military said this about the length of the campaign.
I just want to believe he's in a worse place. Yeah, I think all of us do.
Citizens of Israel, more weeks of fighting against Iran and Hezbollah are expected for us. With each passing day, we are...
This is also AI translated.
We will not allow the terror regime and its proxies to constitute a threat against Israeli citizens and against the existence of the State of Israel.
Again, though, the headline today, President Trump saying in a post on Truth Social just minutes ago that the United States and Iran have had very good and productive conversations over the past 2 days. And again, President Trump is ordering the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, to delay any strikes against Iran's power or energy infrastructure for at least 5 days. Guys?
So did Iran hit British base far enough that they actually have a 4,000-kilometer radius missile? So here's my take on that. My take on that is that the reason that they were able to pull this off is that there is literally zero, like, look at it, man, right? Hold up. First things first. The Empire is not as efficient as we are led to believe. They are not as effective as we are led to believe, right? So where is the Chagos Islands? Chagos Islands are like here, right? British Indian Ocean territory. So it's like fucking here, yeah? Now, could Iran have shot a missile from here and it get here? Totally. Why? Well, India isn't shooting down any Iranian missiles. They're not getting involved. Neither is Pakistan. Is Oman going to shoot down any missiles? Probably not, Chief. Probably not. Oman is a client vassal state of empire, but so far have not been, they've not been involved. I don't know if there's like no bases in Oman or whatever. And there's just no way like that they could easily intercept this shit. Maybe Iran has a secret missile that it is testing. You know what I mean? I think that when if we get into the argument of like, oh, Israel is trying to do a false flag to scare Europe, because if they say that they could reach the Chagos Islands, look at that. On the other side, they could easily reach London, right? I think that the problem that we fall into if we do that is that we are saying that the poor and incompetent nation of Iran couldn't possibly design a rocket that could travel 4,000 kilometers, right? They could have gotten a Navy vessel out to fire at the islands. That is also possible as well, Val. 1,000%. The trajectory from Iran to Indian Ocean would make shooting down missiles from India borderline impossible anyway, yes. So I think that, you know, if we're saying there's no way that Iran could launch a missile that could reach there, I think that we're doing, and I'm not saying, you know, you have to cheerlead for Iran or whatever, but, you know, you have to ask yourself, why do you think that Iran could not create a missile like that? Do you think You know, is that because you believe that Iran is just not like technically developed enough that they could do that? Because they probably are. They have missiles that can reach, you know, from what we know, we have missiles that can reach here, fucking Bulgaria. That's a fucking sizable distance. You know what I mean? So it's entirely possible that they could have made a missile that reaches that far. I'm not putting it out of the realm of possibility, which does mean that they could hit London, because these distances here from Iran are actually not that far. Because if you remember, the actual size of Europe and the United Kingdom on a map and Russia is vastly smaller compared to, you know, the reality. Vastly larger compared to the reality. They shrink down. It's certainly a bit sussy that the UK is refusing to say how close Iran's missiles came. Why would they refuse to say if they badly missed and it was all very embarrassing for Iran? No, I think that they probably hit it. I think that's what happened. I think that they probably hit Diego Garcia incredibly accurately. And I think that that's because they, you know, it's an element of imperialist hubris. Keir Starmer was like, yes, you could use Diego Garcia. There's no way that Iran will be able to hit us from there. And, you know, they could have got it. Soren's left eyebrow says, Iran denied even firing at the Chagos Islands. I think that another thing that people need to understand is Iran is going to say that it's done stuff and also not say that it's done stuff. And this is because of the fog of war, right? But, like, what country is going to, like, okay, if it's not Iran that shot a missile at the Chagos Islands, who is it? It's Israel? You're saying that Israel did it? They shot a missile at the Chagos Islands. Why would they do that? Why would they shoot a missile? Do they have missiles? Do they use missiles in that way? If they have missiles that go that kind of distance, why aren't they using missiles to attack Iran? Because they're using their air force to attack Iran, right? You know? It was me, says Jugash Villain. You see, there you go. The culprit was in the chat the whole time. Is there confirmation that a missile was shot? I mean, we were just going through that, right? You know? US can't believe that Iran has the tech and weapons manufacturing. It does still. Yeah, that's also true. That's also true. Am I saying that it is completely impossible that Israel could have manufactured this so that Europe enters the war? Sure. Are we ruling out the fact that it could be the UAE? Are people saying that Israel and the UAE don't have any relationship? Could be the UAE. They could have done it, you know? No, that's okay, Baldwin. Don't worry. You know, could have been from a base in Qatar. Could have been, you know, who knows? Who fucking knows? It could have been Iran. I think it's possible that it was Iran. I don't think it's worth us saying that there's no way that Iran can do this. And I don't think it's worth us believing everything that Iran says, because again, Iran could do things and say that they haven't done them for whatever reason. People do all kinds of things for all kinds of reasons. You know, and it is possible that they have done and they've lied about it. I think that that's entirely possible. They could have lied about it. Here's a reason that they could have lied about it: because they don't want Europe to think that they have technology that can reach the United Kingdom. Because they don't want Europe to freak out and join the war in any larger capacity than they already have, right? So there's all kinds of reasons for this. But again, like, would it be Israel firing a missile? Like, why would they do that? Why would they do that? You could do it from the United Arab Emirates. Maybe an Israeli naval ship sailed out to the Maldives and did it. Who knows? Maybe an Indian ship did it. It could be any fucking kind of people. They could be doing it in collaboration with Israel entirely. So, you know, we can't just be like, it was Israel, they did it. It doesn't make any sense. It could be the United Arab Emirates. It could be Iran. It could be fucking India. But I highly doubt it's India. I just don't think that India wants to get involved in any more meaningful position. But I don't think it serves as any purpose to just sit there and be like, this is impossible for Iran to have done this. And also, they wouldn't lie about stuff. They could totally do it. So anyway, that's my take on Diego Garcia.
Trey, on any response from the Iranians, because the foreign minister yesterday said, I'm not interested in talking to the U.S. He usually is the spokesperson that does the American show.
Wait, what? My favorite random fact about the Indian Ocean is that in this recent deal to relinquish British control over them, the need for the Indian Ocean is ISO code would have been removed, which technically would have gotten rid of the .io domain, which loads of tech companies use. Starmer also almost accidentally broke every tech website in the world. What? They could just give it to Mauritius. Even the Chagos should get independence like the Chagosians want. Yeah, no, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, you have two relatively moderate voices within the Iranian regime that are still alive, the foreign minister and also Iran's president, Masoud Pezeshkian. Many of the hardliner Shia clerics have been taken out in Israeli and American strikes over the past 3 weeks.
That's wrong.
But there still is this underlying message that we have seen from the IRGC and other officials in Iran that they want to continue the fight. And so we'll have to do some reporting to determine currently what the situation looks like at what appears to be a negotiating table and whether or not the Iranians are serious about creating and referencing a deal with the United States.
Ainsley, I know you're going to read that full statement, but I want to ask Trey, because you just talked about a lot of the leadership. They're gone. They're dead. Generals, foreign minister. The foreign minister is still alive. But who's the point person now? Who's the United States communicating with? Do we know that yet?
It's a great question, and we don't know that.
Yes, it's a very good question. Everyone's dead, but the United States is communicated to someone. Okay.
There are a number of people who could communicate on behalf of the Iranian regime, but again, these are considered more moderate voices. And while the president, Masoud Pezeshkian, and others have the ability and in the past have communicated with members of the Trump administration, right now we don't know who is actually leading any sort of negotiation that's taking place. According to reports, it is not Iran's current supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, who is believed to be gravely injured as a result of an Israeli strike in the opening hours of this campaign. As this is all continuing, though, the thing to look at here is a de-escalation ladder. We have seen over the past several days the Iranians continuing attacks against Israel and Gulf countries. And if they are serious about creating and adhering to a deal with the United States, you can imagine President Trump and the administration will want some assurances from the Iranian regime that they're not going to continue launching ballistic missiles and drones at U.S. allies. And
it's not gonna happen. They're not gonna get those assurances because A, the talks aren't happening. B, even if the talks were happening, they would be sat there going, no, we're not going to stop doing this. You lied to us so many times over the last 47 years. We're going to completely remove you from the region. We've been saying this out loud. You aren't listening to us. This is what we're doing. Fuck off.
Forces across the region.
Okay, Trey, thank you.
Iran not negotiating with terrorists.
Thank you so much.
And it being the only correct, example of that ever happening all over the world. So what do we got here? We have got a Sky News report with Trevor Phillips, one of my favorite guys. I definitely don't despise him. He is talking to another guy that I definitely don't despise. Is one of my favorite guys, Rory Stewart, who was gonna be one of the Tory Prime Minister hopefuls a few fucking years ago, right?
The former International Development Secretary, Rory Stewart. Rory, you are, if you like...
a cunt.
Not just an expert, but you spend a lot of time in this region, not just in politics, but with, as it were, with the people. First of all, let's just...
Spends a lot of time with the people in this region. What he means is he goes to Dubai. That's what he means.
Start with, do you think that the American...
Trevor Phillips, my second favorite bald British man. Hell yeah, let's go.
...has ended up making the Iranian regime more or less secure?
What it's done is it's started a lot of nationalism, understandably. When people are striking you and attacking you, even Iranians who, the majority of whom hated this loathsome regime, probably...
No, that's wrong. Straight away, absolutely incorrect. Look at his face. He's doing this cartoonish face because he knows he has to fucking lie about this shit. Hell yeah, dude.
85, 90% of the Iranian population, if you went back 3-4 weeks, wanted this regime gone.
85 to 50? What? 85 to 90%?
It's theocratic, it's murdered thousands of its own people. But when you start being bombed by Israel and the US, when you see Trump in full-on, I'm going to wipe out all your electricity infrastructure, desalination plants, then understandably, you feel a bit of nationalist resistance. And Iran is a country like Russia, like Ukraine, like Israel, with a very strong
Don't compare them to Israel, dude. Holy fucking shit, man.
nationalist identity and a really strong sense that the more
Yes, if 85% of the nation hate the leadership is going to collapse. That's how that works. That's how that fucking works. Like, what do you mean?
people attack them, the more they stand up and defend. And we saw this in Afghanistan actually very clearly. I mean, we spent $2 trillion in Afghanistan fighting the Taliban, who nobody or very few people really liked. And after 20 years, we basically ended up handing the country back to the Taliban again. Have to keep remembering that.
There is, I suppose, a belief, a strategy, which some people believe in, that decapitation could have weakened the...
Didn't Democracy Now! Have this fucking clown on a while back? Democracy Now! Had Rory Stewart on. Democracy Now! Had Rory Stewart on. That would be fucking crazy. Hang on. Democracy Now! Rory Stewart. It could have happened entirely. No, I don't know. I did a Google, but nothing's coming up. But Google is shit, so it could be bad. I don't know. He's calling Iran fascist by comparing him to Israel and Ukraine's nationalism, wouldn't you say? Except he seems to value that. Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, you know, he loves Israel and he loves Ukraine. Why is he comparing him to Israel? It's so fascinating. It's so bizarre.
To the extent
I think this is indicative that even the center-right don't know how to think about Israel anymore, and they don't know how to think about geopolitics anymore, because they're seeing everything blow up in their fucking face, and the center is like totally collapsing, right? They always ask questions they already have the answers for. Yes,
some on the street revolt, as it were, could have made it fall.
Yes, I mean, you're absolutely right. That's clearly something that the US and Israel believed, which is why they killed Ayatollah Khamenei, the former supreme leader, and indeed his daughter-in-law and his wife and the rest of them. It's a very weird strategy. I'm struggling to think of any historical example where simply by killing the leadership, you spontaneously create a revolution. And it implies that they thought somehow that the Iranian regime was just about 5 or 6 people at the top, or 50 people at the top.
5 or 6 guys.
They tried the same against Hamas. They've tried the same against Hezbollah. It implies that they don't fully understand that there will be, whether we like it or not, the majority of people may not like the regime, but there are millions of people.
I'm just going to go for a quick wee while these fucking knobheads are chatting.
In all bits of this, and that taking out the top people historically doesn't work. It's a very strange idea that it would.
I think there was an idea by some in the White House that they could do a version of what they did in Venezuela, which is part decapitation, if that makes sense. But essentially, to remove the top people and install some people that they could do a deal with, like the now deceased Larijani. Mr. Trump, I gather, has said there's a problem now that we can't find anybody to talk to because we've killed them all.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really believe any of the things that the Americans are saying. I mean, if that had been the strategy, you would have wanted to be talking in advance. In Venezuela, it appears the CIA had already negotiated with Delcy Rodriguez to take over. There's no sign at all that they had identified people, secured them, had conversations with them. And it's also very difficult to believe that that would work. I mean, this is not Venezuela. This is a regime which, for nearly 50 years, has been about the Islamic Revolution, about opposing the US, about opposing Israel. The idea that you were suddenly going to find a new leadership was a little implausible. Anyway, whether it was a good gamble or not, I thought it was a rotten gamble. What we know for sure is that it's all gone wrong. So they were wrong, if that's what they thought.
How do you respond to Mr. Trump's démarche, I suppose is the right word, this morning, in which he says, got 48 hours to fully open the Strait of Hormuz, or else we will destroy your largest power stations?
So I think there, Trevor, you've seen why the UK needs to remain as far out of this war as possible. If you connect yourself to President Trump, you are in danger of connecting yourself to somebody who is now threatening the most extreme, reckless war crimes. Right? You do not want to be part of this. You do not want to be an ally with this Trump administration and this Israeli administration. If what they're genuinely saying is they're going to wipe out all the electricity infrastructure of Iran, who's getting punished? The Iranian people. What's going to happen? Drinking water is going to go. The hospitals are not going to function. You will end up indirectly with thousands of people dying who wouldn't otherwise die. This is not legitimate warfare. That's why you cannot be part of this.
You think that there is something deeper here, though, don't you? You think that there's a cultural assault, if I can put it that way?
Yeah, I think we would find it very, very difficult to imagine right-wing parties or Europeans remotely sympathizing with this type of war conducted almost anywhere in the world. I think there's a lot of very successful fanning up of suspicion, I'm afraid, in many cases of Muslims. And that is being used to make people tempted, particularly on the right and the far right in Britain, to think this is a good idea, when if you step back and thought about, would you think this was something that was legitimate to do in Asia or something legitimate to do in Africa or something legitimate to do in Europe, you'd think no.
So would you be against what this government has decided to do, which is to allow the Americans to use British bases to launch sorties against Iran?
Yes, I think it was completely the wrong thing to do. The correct position was the position which Spain took from the beginning. If you don't agree with this war, you don't facilitate this war. In effect, what they've done is they have become, under international law, a party to this war. Once you start allowing the US to use your bases, and they're saying it's for very limited purposes, there's been some very, very good reporting on what's going on from those bases. It certainly doesn't look as though the US is using British bases for limited purposes. It looks pretty much as though the US are doing whatever they want with those bases.
What are you hearing from the rest of the Middle East, specifically from the Arab world? And of course, you've lived in the Arab
What's happening, Chad? Did they say anything insane?
Time. Let me put it crassly. Who do they hate most right?
Who do they hate the most? Women or gays? I'm so tired of this shit. I just want to deal with reality, yeah. US and Israel did believe that. US did think in advance, and Israel just want chaos. Yes. Hello, Bubble. How are you? Yeah, the IRGC is the sole problem. People aren't all just going to form IRGC too. Yeah. I want to believe they're as misanthropic as we are towards our Western governments, correct? Said the UK should have taken the same position as Spain. Oh, that's quite good. That's quite good. That's insane for Rory Stewart to be saying that. He's talking a decent amount of sense. Hell yeah. This is what I mean. I think even the centre-right are freaking out. And they don't know what to do. And they're like, although this is falling apart and seems like a really bad idea, we should have fucked off Trump. Yeah, that's quite funny.
Right now, Iran, Israel, or America?
Yeah, it's a very good question. I think at the moment they pretty much hate all of them in very different ways. Essentially, this action has put back the economies of the Gulf by 10 or 15 years. The impacts on places like Dubai, which have over 40 years, created economic miracles. I mean, you know Dubai, many listeners will know Dubai. It's probably the easiest place to talk about. In a sense, it's
hey, DJ.
They took places in the desert and they have built them into financial capitals, places where a lot of expatriates moved, airport hubs, innovation hubs, and
slavery.
It's being destroyed. It's being destroyed because the US-Israeli strikes are being conducted using their bases. And those countries, UAE or United Arab Emirates or Qatar, felt that having American bases made them safe. They thought those bases were their protection against Iran. What they've discovered is having US bases, and this would apply to Britain and Germany as well, makes you a target. Because obviously, a country that's being attacked from a base will try to take out that base, and then will take out the infrastructure around it. So who do they hate more? They absolutely blame the US and Israel for triggering a war that they warned against. These Gulf countries, these Arab countries said, don't do this, because if you do this, you will be creating mayhem for the world. And now they're very angry with Iran because they feel Iran is very unfairly...
What did this guy say about Venezuela, Baldwin?
...targeting them for a war that they think the US and Israel are running and that they've been dragged into reluctantly.
Very briefly, from your point of view then, can we get out of this, or are we already in too deep?
We need to get out as soon as we can. Can we? That's statesmanship. Should we? 100%. We need to get out. Israel needs to get out. The US needs to get out. The Gulf needs to get out. Every day this continues, we get closer to global economic meltdown and closer, I'm afraid, to a much bigger conflict, the beginnings almost of a third world war.
He's quite right. He's quite right. He said it looked like the CIA made a deal with Delsey, yeah. No, yeah, it's bullshit. Anglo-leftists have a tendency to, not actually assess or analyze what's going on in Latin America or South America. Yeah. 1000%.
Donald Trump is...
We got some more Brit bong opinions here. Andrew Neil, the biggest gammon this side of Shropshire, talking here about how apparently Trump went to war being badly misled by his son-in-law. Now, this is an interesting take. Let's have a little listen to this.
Has told Iran if it doesn't reopen the Strait of Hormuz in 48 hours, he will hit Iran's power plants. Iran say if that happens, its armed forces will attack its Gulf neighbours' water and power. General Sir Richard Sheriff told us that Iran's control of the strait means President Trump is losing the war. Is he right, do you think, Andrew Neil?
No, he's wrong to say Trump's losing the war, but he's not winning the war, that's for sure.
High grade, top class analysis already, immediately.
I mean, my belief, indeed what I've been told by White House sources, is that Trump began this whole onslaught on Iran in the belief that it would be over before Iran either had a chance to close the Strait of Hormuz or to attack the Gulf states on the south side of the Gulf. And therefore he went to war on an entirely false assumption, badly briefed, badly misled by his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, and his somewhat unimpressive amateur diplomat, Steve Witkoff, Witless Witkoff, as I call him there. And he's now paying the price for that. And the choice is either to slink away, basically saying he won, but in reality having lost, or to escalate in unknown ways with still no guarantee of success. It is.
He is right about that last bit. But it is just crazy that he was like, yeah, he's not losing, but he's not winning, though. Like, what do you mean, bro? What do you mean?
As we contemplate things this morning...
Andrew Neil loves Donald Trump. It's important to remember he actually loves Donald Trump. And that's why he's saying here, oh, he was misled by his terrible Middle East diplomats that he appointed. Yeah? You can tell this guy gets off on having aged into a Winston Churchill facial archetype. Yes, correct. No, yeah, he's completely in the bag for Trump. He's completely in the bag for Trump, without a shadow of a doubt.
Absolutely miserable picture.
And you're saying there that you obviously speak to people who are close to Donald Trump, who are close to the American team at the heart of these decisions. Do you get the sense that they know how they're going to get out of this?
No, they don't. A number of them said, one of them said to me, why are you asking me? I'm only a senior aide in the White House. And a lot of them have no idea what's going on. And of course, you know, what Trump says in an hour's time, he'll say something almost the opposite in 2 or 3 hours' time. So no one really knows what is going to be. He's now going to apparently destroy all this Iranian energy infrastructure, which will lead to the Gulf states' energy infrastructure being destroyed, which will bring on what is already, in my view, having covered every energy crisis since 1973, in my view, this is potentially the worst energy crisis of all. And what Trump's talking about is how they're likely to make it better. Let's remember that the Strait of Hormuz has never been closed in previous energy crisis. This is a first. It's never happened before, and nor has the energy infrastructure of the Middle East been destroyed to the extent it is now being destroyed in previous wars either, because I mean, in the Iran-Iran war, both sides had an incentive not to touch their energy infrastructure because that was reducing the money that was helping them to fight the war on both sides. But now that's happening, and I think the head of, I wrote this on Saturday, and the head of the...
Oh my God, atomically powered. You are absolutely right. Oh my God, you're absolutely right. So, for everyone who's wondering about the unfortunate images in my building, I'm very lucky and privileged to have a games room in our building. It's a communal games room and a communal gym. You know, it's pretty good stuff. But for those of you who are unsure as to what I'm referring to, here are the images that I was presented with when I went in there one day. So there's that one. Good, isn't it? Great that that's there. This is the least insane one, by the way. We're gonna escalate the level of insanity, right? Here's the next one. Yeah. And here's the final one, right? So, people were confused. We had a whole bit on the stream where we were laughing about this one, and someone was like, "Oh, you should put your own. You should put a picture of your own face in there instead." And so I made this on stream, right? Right. But the thing that I didn't understand, we were questioning this. We were talking about the rebel thing at the bottom. King Charles Rebel. Like, what do you mean? Like, what are you talking about, man? Right? It says King Charles Rebel. And we were like, what the fuck? What the fuck does that mean? He's a king. What are you on about? But then, Atomically Powered has just reminded me that yes, there is actually, in fact, a book by Tom Bauer called fucking Rebel King. That's where that comes from. Rebel King, The Making of a Monarch, by this fucking absolute peasant-brained freak, Tom Bauer. Oh my God, you're absolutely right. That's where that came from. Queen Elizabeth as Doctor Who with a gun wasn't on my bingo card. Yeah, you have to remember the guy that got all these there, he put all of them in there. Yes, he's a fucking freak liberal. He's a member of the Labour Party in Manchester. Like, still. And we were having a chat about like how they've fucked up massively and lost in Gorton and Denton. And I was like, I just said everyone who's progressive just needs to join the Greens. And he didn't really have an argument against that. But he was like, I'm trying to get him to be better again. And he was like, yeah, you know, we just need to have conversations with normal people. And I think that people need to understand that if people have issues with immigration, it doesn't mean they're racist. This is the guy that put these... put these fucking images in the games room. Not that one, obviously, but yeah, so there you go. That's what that was. That's what that's all about. Anyway, we've solved the mystery. Just thought I'd bring that in.
International Energy Agency is now saying that this is potential.
He's also the head of the LGBT plus council, I guess, in Manchester Labour Party. I don't know how they can have that in Labour anymore now that they're trying to murder trans people. So I don't know how he's the head of. I don't know, man. Maybe it's just him.
Worst energy crisis ever, because it isn't just going to be a matter of prices soaring, and I can tell you that jet fuel in Singapore is now selling at $250 a barrel. $50 a barrel is normally well under $100 a barrel, but it means actually that supply will just dry up, and it doesn't matter what money you have. If there's no oil or gas,
that's terrible, Virulent.
You can't buy it, and we will start losing supply. Not just paying expensively, but not having any supply.
And we're going to come on to talk about the UK's role because, of course, Keir Starmer is chairing that Cobra meeting, and we can sort of pick over what we think.
Please get him on stream and interview him. I want to know more of his bizarre opinions. Do you think I should get him on the stream and try and fucking radicalize him? I think I should try and like bring him out of his Labour era. That would be fucking crazy. I'd feel crazy doing that. You want me to debate this guy on stream? I would. I probably would. I don't really have an issue with that because he's not like a fascist. He's got reactionary opinions about stuff, but he's not like a fash. His heart is in the vicinity of the right place, yeah. He's a liberal that's like completely confused. So, I think the most random people that you'll find have strange contradictory opinions if they don't have a particular stated ideology. Yeah, but I think he does have a stated ideology because he said he was a left-winger. He was like, I'm a left-winger. And I felt like saying, no, you're not.
The UK will do. But before we get there, can I ask, do you detect a little bit of desperation from the Israeli side too? I mean, much has been made of this potential for a missile strike on the UK.
I guess that's vague.
To the minister about that this morning. What do you think that is realistic? Do you think Iran would really seek to try and attack the UK with a missile, or is this part of trying to get partners involved in this conflict?
I think Israel's been talking this up because Israel wants Britain to be alongside. Israel wants as many people in this, let's call it coalition.
He's right.
Against Iran as possible. So it talks up the possibility of the UK being hit by a missile. It's totally nonsense.
Maybe he's a bit like that one guy in chat who understood racism was bad, but his conclusion was, I'm not racist because I have empathy. Yeah, that guy was so good. That guy was so sick. He was a fucking legend.
In order to be able to, first of all, why would the Iranians
name one not racist white guy, and this motherfucker said me. Classic chatter.
Want to do that. They want to hold their missiles for something with more of an impact. For their missiles to be able to reach the UK, they would have to substantially reduce the payload on the warhead. And so by the time it got to Britain, it would be, even if it ever made it to Britain, if it ever got anywhere close to what it was trying to hit, the payload on the missile would be so small it would do minimal.
He's right. He's right about this. This is a correct take.
More damage. Now, of course, you don't want that to happen anyway, but I'm pretty sure it will be intercepted by the NATO. I mean, we have no missile defenses ourselves. We are naked in terms of missile defense. But NATO has missile defenses. They're based in Romania. They're based in Poland, particularly Poland.
That guy could still be here because I didn't ban him in the end. I unbanned him. I banned him because I was like, you're being fucking stupid. But then I realized he wasn't really breaking any rules. He was just being an idiot. You know what I mean? And I was like, someone who's like, I'm not racist because I have empathy. You could kind of work with them. And I was like, I'm banning that guy for a stupid reason. I should unban him. But it was totally crazy that I was sat there. I explained everything to him. You know what I mean? I explained everything to him. I was like, racism is just like something that we constantly have to like keep fighting. It within ourselves, outside of ourselves. I brought up the sheet of the 7 different white identities, right? Or like white reactions to racism, or like the 7 levels of white supremacy, right? You know what I mean? Or like white anti-racist, like what, you know, the spectrum, the whole spectrum. I explained everything to him and he was like, nah, some people aren't racist. And I was like who? He goes, me.
They are THAAD, American THAAD and Patriot missile systems. We are part of NATO. NATO, in this case, would come to our help. But it's an irrelevant.
No, ignorance is part of it, yeah.
Part of this war. This war is going badly wrong. And Britain being hit by Iranian missiles is not part of the story. Britain being hit by a massive cutoff in oil and gas supplies, that's part of the story.
Well, let's talk about that part of the story then, Andrew, because I think that's so interesting, because it's very easy to have these conversations in the abstracts. You know, oil shocks, we talk about cost per barrel, and then Brent is actually not that necessarily good, as good an indicator as other types of oil. We've got the problems of gas as well. As you said, you've been around for a lot of these energy crises. How does this hit people in their day-to-day lives? Is it possible, is it plausible that this could lead to shortages, which mean petrol rationing, that could mean inflation that's such that actually affects people's ability to shop and buy the food that they need? When an energy crisis hits, and this is coming on 5 years after the last energy crisis only, how does it actually impact people's lives in your view, and how bad?
People at the Times are desperate to pretend that they're in World War II. That's why he brought up petrol rationing. In the current capitalist system, there is not going to be petrol rationing. That's not going to happen. They are just going to make petrol very, very, very expensive. That's all that's going to happen. Nuts. Absolutely nuts. It's just total fucking like bizarre fucking LARPing British nonsense. So it seems like a good idea for Britain to go green. Yeah, 1,000%. We need a lot of solar energy. Yeah, that's what should happen.
Could it get?
It's a rolling impact, and it begins most visibly.
Hate one who reads.
Pump and in people's heating bills. That reflects the price of petrol and the price of natural gas going up. But then these prices going up seep into other things that we buy and need. In this case, most importantly, fertilizer. Because a lot of the petrochemical factories in the Gulf produce fertilizer from the fossil fuels, and that fertilizer ends up in our farm fields and helping the farmers grow food and all the rest of it, not just in Europe or in Britain, but in Africa as well, across the world, really, that can happen. So the price of fertilizer goes through the roof. All sorts of industrial compounds that are essential to a modern economy, they go through the roof, and then suddenly you begin to see a wider inflation across the economy. Food prices rising. It's not just the prices at the pump anymore, it's prices at the till as you're checking out of the supermarket. That's how it does. And then and this is where we get the biggest mistake of all. And I say this very carefully, because central banks see the inflation rising, they respond by putting up interest rates. Instead of just looking through at these price shocks, they put up interest rates. And the consequence of them putting up interest rates is that they then throw us into recession. And that's where these energy crises lead to recession. It's happened in the past, and it's not caused by the rise in prices. That's painful enough. It's caused by the central banks jacking up interest rates and taking what growth there is in the economy out. And there's been recent studies, including one by Ben Bernanke, former chair of the Fed, to show that in an energy crisis, it is not the price rises that cause the recession. It is the bad response of central banks.
I'm so glad you say this, Andrew, because it's one of my little bugbears, and you're a proper economist. I'm not. So I'm glad to hear your thoughts on it. In that, it just strikes me as such a blunt tool that you have an energy shock which leads to inflation, and literally the only thing that capitalism appears to have developed over the last 300 years to deal with that inflation caused by an external energy shock is to say, okay, we're going to crash the economy just the right amount to bring prices back down again, is an extraordinarily blunt tool for a crisis that can actually recur, and is probably going to recur in various ways, 5 years, every 5 years, decade after decade. Just causing a recession by raising interest rates seems like a very blunt tool.
It's a very blunt tool, and it's unnecessary as well. And it's part of the course, though, in previous energy crises. And you don't have to do it. And what it means is that whereas all the talk at the moment is about the reigniting of inflation, and I understand that inflation will go up. That's unavoidable if fossil fuel prices are going through.
Getting dangerously close to saying it's the Jews. Wait, what? Is he? How? Wait, what?
Jacking up interest rates and taking what growth there is in the economy out. And there's been recent studies.
Are you saying that because he's talking about central banks? No, but he's talking about actual central banks. He's talking about the Bank of England. He's right. No, he's not doing that. This guy is a gammon, but he's not going to do that.
By Ben.
I don't think if Andrew Neil started being like genuinely anti-Semitic, I would be like, oh no, we have an America problem. We have an America problem in the UK. Like, we're lucky in the UK that those kinds of fucking Nazi ideas are they're not as prevalent as they are in the USA, right? They're not totally absent. They are here. Like, we do have a contingent of neo-Nazis, and the issue is certainly growing. But at this point, we don't have mainstream figures who are being like the Jews. You know what I mean? We don't have like British content creators who are being like, yeah, it's the Jews. The only guy that comes close is Hugh Anthony, and also that Zoomer historian guy. But these are not mainstream individuals who are like ending up in like seats of power or shit like that, or getting in with the Reform Party and stuff like that. There's been like 1 or 2 Reform councillors, I think, that have had some genuine anti-Jewish, anti-Semitic ideas or statements or beliefs or whatever, and I think that they got rid of them pretty sharpish, because they were like, we don't want you fuckers saying that shit out loud.
A former chair of the Fed, to show that in an energy crisis, it is not the price rises that cause the recession. It is the bad response of central banks.
I'm so glad you say this, Andrew, because it's one of my little bugbears, and you're a proper economist. I'm not. So I'm glad to hear your thoughts on it. Okay,
I don't want to hear Andrew Neil talk anymore about this. He's a fucking knobhead. Let's take a look at this. So this is Breaking Points. I don't really know this outlet. I don't really know what they're about. I know that they're American. They're kind of like Young Turks coded, but probably not as bad as Cenk and Anna. But they are talking about massive damage in Israel after Iran strikes a nuclear facility. We've seen images of this before on Channel 4, and By Any Means Necessary sent me a video of this. Let's take a look at this. So, this was Iran going absolutely sicko mode over the weekend, targeting Israel's Dimona nuclear facility.
Whoa. Whoa. Whoa.
So I think we actually saw that footage before on Channel 4.
Whoa! Abba, this just hit the first part. Wow.
The person going whoa and wow is so funny, dude. I love that shit. Building collapses Dimona as Iran targets Israel, 5 injured. Iranian missile hits Israel Dimona area, at least 20 injured. What else do we got? A direct hit on Dimona. This is another angle from like literally right next to where it fucking lands, which is fucking crazy. Bro. Imagine being that fucking close to that, dude. That's fucking mental. Hey, Crescent Moon Star, how's it going? Welcome in. Yeah. So there you go. Let's take a look at these guys. Let's see what they're talking about.
Very troubling escalatory things that were happening before the so-called Trump taco. Again, let's not forget that it may not be a real taco. Let's start with B1. Let's put this up here on the screen. A very strange situation with a alleged strike on Diego Garcia.
Attempted strike.
Attempted strike, yes, sorry. An attack on a base 2,500 miles away from Iran. The Wall Street Journal saying it signals more aggressive military posture for the regime. Iran brings Europe into range with missiles that were fired at Diego Garcia. We have a map just to show you all exactly how far away and the distance that it would be. It would be the longest.
They're measuring it from the center of Iran, mate. Like, come on. They probably shot it from the coast. If Iran shot it at all, they probably shot it from the coast. Come on, man. It's so dumb to be like... That isn't even where Tehran is. That's like... Tehran is like there.
IRBM that's been that has happened so far in the war. A lot of people were using it as evidence of
yeah, that's right, Spooky.
Iran in the first place, because it's like, oh my God, look at these madmen. They have long-range ballistic missiles, but there are still some very strange indications around the.
They lost a GeoGuessr.
Yeah, up there on the screen from the NATO Secretary General. The NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte says, quote, the alliance cannot confirm Israel's claim that missiles targeted Diego Garcia were Iranian intercontinental ballistic missiles.
Yeah, and also, I guess NATO is massively not involved in this, and you know, to the degree of like, you know, they are not doing intelligence stuff. There will be like intelligence sharing and stuff like this, but they're not going to be sat there being like, yeah, we have absolute confirmation that Iran can create a 4,000-kilometer missile, and they would probably just want to tell people, no, they don't have missiles that are in that range, because they're probably terrified of how the markets would react, right? You know, if Iran can target potential gas refining facilities in the Middle East, and that they could target that shit in Europe as well, it's like, uh-oh, that's a line go down moment.
The other thing to note is that you really are not exactly aware of the leak, because you have Israel allegedly claiming the strike from Diego Garcia. The Brits have been very cagey about it. There's been some anonymous leakage that happened to Reuters and a few others, and people are taking it as fact. Now, you could take that explanation a variety of ways. It could be the Iranians don't want to acknowledge the strike on Diego Garcia because, like they said, it would show some of the powers that they not previously had said that, you know, had not previously indicated they have. I'm not really sure why that would be. I would want to claim it if I were them, because it shows a credible amount of deterrence, strength, ability to strike Europe if they wanted to.
You see, this was my argument, chat, right?
But maybe they don't want to yet open, you know, the box whenever it comes to that. The second part is somebody else did it. You can surmise who exactly would want the war and all of that widening. And the third option is it wasn't a missile, it was a drone or some other sort of alleged attack. Or the fourth, I guess, is that absolutely nothing happened. Remember, there's still an information blackout. We have no satellite imagery. We basically know nothing in the last like 5 days or so, unless it came out of Israel or Iran. In the Gulf and everywhere else, even though there's still been attacks, the video is dried up to a trickle. They're threatening to prosecute people for tweeting out videos. So that Diego Garcia one,
I just don't think you have good sources, man. I just think you need to start following Bonza Barry. Honestly, chat, if you want videos like verified stuff of what's happening, just follow fucking Bonza Barry. Or Barry with the Ned on Twitter. He's this fucking Maoist guy that is absolutely fucking obsessed with this shit. What do we got? I can't believe the stickers that Iran's IRGC are putting on their missiles. You guys want to help out? Hashtag stupid Trump. Help me open Hormuz. That can't be real. Just follow me. I didn't know you were on Twitter. I'll give you a follow, Crescent Moon, and start. Shadowban thing again. Apparently people are hiding Barry's posts. Because, of course, Twitter is just totally subservient to Netanyahu at this point in Israel. Iran fired towards Haifa, split warhead observed. Like, you know, he's tweeting shit that came out on Telegrams like fucking an hour ago, chat. Not even an hour ago. What is that? Yeah, about an hour ago. Didn't know you were on Twitter, just followed you. Yeah, I got all the socials, man. Hit me up on the socials. I'm always saying and doing stuff. Yeah, let's take a look at this. Madness. Absolute fucking madness. What's this? There you go. So that's Haifa, and what do we got as well? IRGC in the latest wave, we targeted Eilat, Dimona, northern Tel Aviv, some bases of the American terrorist army in the region. Attacks reported in Bahrain, Kuwait, and Saudi Arabia. Hezbollah drones are flying above Nahariya. Hezbollah announced 54 operations so far. So is that at the start of the war, or is that this week? It can't be this week. It will be since the start of the war, since they entered the war. So this is Israeli media. Initial reports of a direct hit on a building in Nesha, south of the city of Haifa, following an Iranian missile strike. So yeah, look, like, you know, Israelis don't fucking care. They know that they're gonna get a slap on the wrist if they leak this shit. They don't give a fucking fuck. You know, especially if they have like a big lion with like a weird cursed fucking, you know, Israel flag out here. You know what I'm saying? What was the number? It was 54. 54 operations so far. Yeah, you can see that it just took out a massive fucking hole in a fucking gaff. That's the number of operations just today. Just today. I believe it. That's why I was saying. That's what I was saying. Yeah. I can believe that they're doing 60 operations a day. Madness. Absolute madness. Iran. So this is 18 minutes ago. Iran fired missiles towards occupied Ashkelon. The Knesset session was interrupted by sirens, says Channel 12. Kuwaiti Ministry of Electricity, 7 power transmission lines have been put out of service due to the fall of debris. Another attack in Saudi Arabia. Like, they don't want you to hear this shit, chat, because they don't want you to know that these, you know, evil terrorist groups that they keep talking about all the time actually have the power to fight, you know, countries like the USA and the state known as Israel. The occupation, the Zionist entity known as Israel. So, you know, this guy just needs to be... He just needs to be getting on Twitter and checking out Bonza Barry.
I heard it. Be very cautious with that claim. There is not any real evidence yet that it's actually happened.
So, yeah, that is really important to say. The only evidence we have is from the U.S. saying that this occurred. We have no other evidence. There was no strike that actually hit the base. You had one, this is
Crystal Ball. I've heard of her. People don't like her, do they? Why do people not like her?
Their claim. One that allegedly like failed halfway and another one that was intercepted.
Or is it just Republicans that I've seen not liking her? I don't know.
The Iranians are saying this was not us. That's their claim. And the reason that there's a good cause to be skeptical is because this has immediately given a propaganda talking point to proponents of the war who say, see, the Iranians were lying about the limited range of their ballistic missiles.
I know these guys are libs because, yeah, when I introduced them, I was like, I think these guys are like TYT, yeah.
see, Europe is at risk.
Yeah, very
Don't
liberal.
you
Thanks,
see how
Lainey,
we
yeah.
can't believe these people and we have to take them out because they pose a threat to all of the Western world. That's the, what Bibi immediately began pushing. All sorts of, pro-war influencers in the US, they all began pushing that talking point. And when you have this, this NATO dude who is a total Trump sycophant, even saying like, well, we can't actually confirm that it came from Iran, that to me was the biggest red flag of like, I don't know that this really even went down at all, let alone went down the way that they're claiming it went down. So in any case, possibly Iran has this longer missile range. That would be a very significant development. Or possibly this is all effectively a ruse to provide more justification for a war that is extremely unpopular and to help to cajole the European allies to get in the fight.
By the way, chat, speaking of liberals, Stargazer Steph, she's liberal and Kyle's mum. Kyle Kalinski's mum? You mean Kyle Kalinski's mum? Her co-host is right of center. She's regular center, which is also right, yes. Hello, Nadia. How you doing? Trump is a blackmailed senile puppet. Really, Brian Baletic has a better bead on the power structure with the policy papers. Which way to Persia? The neocons writing the things are all mixed up with the usual malign influences, weapons manufacturers, tech bros, financial sector, philosophy, blah, blah, blah. Oh, it's Kyle's wife. Well, you know what I was just about to bring up? Do you know what I was just about to bring up? Did you all see this?
All right, guys, here to talk about the current Armageddon.
Did you see this? This is crazy, dude. This is so crazy. This is some of the craziest shit I've ever seen in my entire life. Check the way he introduces it as well.
All right, guys, here to talk. All right, guys, here to talk about.
All right, guys, here's a pedophile. It's so sick, mate. It's so good. It's so good. I kind of want to watch this. I kind of want to hear what Vorsh's takes are on the Iran war. I kind of want to hear how he's trying to, like, you know what I mean? Look, I kind of just want to hear what he's saying. I know it's going to be a bit crazy. That's why. I just know it's going to be a bit crazy. He's going to have mad things to say about, like, Iran and the Ayatollah and shit. I just know that that's the fact. We're not going to watch it. We're not going to watch it. I'm not going to punish you like this. Don't worry. I'm not going to do it. But I just wanted to bring it up. I did toy with the idea of looking at it. Because I know, right, if I were to watch and react to that, and if I made a video about it, I would instantly be someone that everyone is talking about again. People would be like, abuse apologist, djmuel smears Vorsh as a pedophile. And then I'll just make another response video and just be like, yeah, but he is one. We saw his folder where he has child porn. And then that would be it. It would be a 5-second video, response video. I was right. I have also been thinking, no, I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna breathe it into existence. But anyway, I just thought I'd bring that up because I thought it was funny because this is Kyle's wife.
Where they've been somewhat resistant thus far. So that's the reason to be really skeptical of these claims until we have anything, more approaching definitive proof.
And the reason why is that things are not going well for Israel right now. And there's every reason in the world to actually want to continue to justify the propaganda effort against Iran. Let's go and put the next one up here on the screen. Let's put B3, please. This was a very significant development that happened over the weekend.
What is this Al Jazeera website that they're using? Do they make their own? Do they make their own thing? Do they make their own graphic for like every different source that they bring up?
Iran said
this is what people do when they got money, chat.
The US and Israel had attacked the Natanz nuclear facility.
I've seen it. I don't remember anything objectionable. Then you weren't paying attention to the fact that Vosh is in the video then.
There actually have been a very limited amount of strikes, ironically, on the nuclear facilities across Iran.
It looks like they've opened it on mobile website on desktop, yeah.
We don't yet know what any of the actual damage.
Slideshow Maxine, yeah.
Quote, there was no leakage of radioactive material that was reported and no radioactivity.
Al Jazeera Lib? Wait, what do you mean Al Jazeera Lib?
Material was released, previously had been targeted by Israel in the 12-day war. Now, the reason why this is very significant is because immediately what followed were massive Iranian strikes in Dimona, where Israel's secret nuclear program is alleged to be. Let's go and put some of the video up here on the screen. I mean, this is shocking stuff, right? Like, not only do you see a
I'm joking, like they have Al Jazeera Arabic. This is Al Jazeera Liberal. Okay, I get it.
Missile just striking deep inside. You also can see multiple.
Nah, I knew what you were saying, Nadia.
Failing, not nearly the number of interceptors that originally are launched at some of these ballistic missiles, and you can see the direct strike that happened that was able to penetrate the missile defense systems in Israel. It was immediately followed up by, and let's go to B5 here, where Trey Yingst over at Fox News reported a mass casualty event in the city of Arad in Israel, where at least 100 people were injured. Let's take a listen.
Right now we're here in Arad, where last night an Iranian ballistic missile...
Did we watch this before? No, we didn't.
A residential area. You can see the amount of destruction here. At least 100 people were injured, according to first responders.
So, Sagar is supposed to, Saga is supposed to represent the right, Crystal the left. At the end of the day, they're both libs. Hell yeah. I love my centrists. I love centrists pretending that they're left and right. No, yeah, this is Trey Yingst, yeah.
We're on fire. There is destruction for blocks. Right now, first responders are still combing through the debris, ensuring that there are no unexploded ordnances as Israeli officials arrive here at the scene to survey the damage.
So there you go. That was the report there from Trey.
Sorry, I just can't get it out of my head. All right, guys, here's a pedophile. Just can't get it out of my head, man.
Yangst, who was on the ground. I think the two.
Well, all right, guys.
First of all, the
Vosh.
missile that allegedly struck in Dimona. That missile appeared to show some evasive.
It was so necessary. It was so necessary to like ask Vosh's opinion on you know what's going on in Iran. What's going on in Iran, dude? Let's ask this fucking rich guy from Beverly Hills. Let's ask him.
Near the end. This was according to some independent analysis that I saw. That would be some of the more advanced weaponry that the Iranians continued.
I'd be surprised if that didn't kill a single person. Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, I think the thing to remember is that Iran does its best to like actually target military targets and not civilian infrastructure, right? You know what I mean? I watched some of Kyle's stuff for a short while. Some of the shit he was posted on Twitter really put me off. Yeah, he says the R word all the time. He's a fucking freak. And he also like retweets like AI videos of Trump and stuff. Like, I was like, what is happening? I was like, aren't you like 28? He's like a baby, right? Like, how old is he? He's like 28 years fucking old. Thanks for the stream. Always a nice moment when I realize it's Monday and it means mule time. Hey, when I was setting up for the stream earlier, I was like, I'm so glad it's Monday and I get to hang out with the chat. That was a really nice time. He's posted racist and transphobic stuff. I didn't know he posted transphobic stuff. I knew he was posting some racist shit. He posted shit about Indians. What the fuck? Okay. All right.
Target a secret nuclear facility. It's exactly tit for tat. You strike us, we strike you. We're able to penetrate your air defense. We're actually saving some of our more advanced missiles, which you claim 95% have all been wiped.
He's been transphobic? I did not know that, you know.
Diego Garcia attack.
Well, maybe I did and I forgot.
Stronger Iran from where we are when in the last, let's say, 2 weeks before, which would validate some of the analysis that we've heard here on the show about how they had sought to wipe out interceptor stockpiles and then reserve some of the drones.
He retweeted someone saying it's okay to misgender some trans lady. Oh yeah, that's so good. Hell yeah, Kyle Kalinske. The dark woke left. That's what we need. What we need is left-wingers who say slurs and who throw marginalized people under the bus and make apologies for that kind of stuff. And also they're not left-wing at all. That's what we need. That's what we need. I think that's what we need. At this point in time, what we need is people who just like don't care about minorities on the left. That's what we need. I think it's a good idea.
Some of the ballistic
This is sarcasm, just in case anyone really thinks I'm being serious.
to target very selectively, and they have the ability to secret nuclear facilities.
When it turned out some MAGA accounts were based in India and all the libs went mega racist for a week, yeah.
Any of these places, which are very pinprick strikes, but designed to inflict maximum damage and to deliver a major strategic message. So that's why I think these are very important. Israel.
When he was called out by trans women, he used misogyny to defend trans people. He used misogyny to defend trans people, and trans women called him out. He disagreed and sent his fan base after them. Oh, well, he's just, he's right at home with Vosh then. These are the same people. That's why he's got Vosh on the show. That's why this is happening. Okay. I particularly hate the dark woke shit. It's racist. Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, it's just like, it's just an excuse for them to be racist. It's an excuse for them. It's an excuse for people to be like, you know, I use it like fucking ironically when, you know, I'm thinking about becoming the Joker and shit. And I'm like, I'm just going to go dark woke, but obviously I don't mean it. Oh, you were talking about Vosh there. Oh, I know. Listen, you think I don't know about Vosh?
Hello, me old chum.
You think me and this guy are... You think me and this guy are not acquainted? Yeah? Hell yeah, dude. Here is Vosh reacting to my video about Xander Hall. I know all about his fans. And the kind of things that they say. So, yeah, I'm very much, I know a fair bit about this cunt. I was thinking if Kyle Kalinski's done that stuff as well, then holy fucking shit. But, when we're talking about racist transfer, I mean, you know that I know about Vosh, other Val, but like, which, were you talking about Kyle? I was talking about Kyle. I don't think about Vosh. It's good to not. It's good to not.
Clearly is in a hurt position right now. They do not want to be in a place where their nuclear facility or their cities are taking strikes where they even had to issue an apology to the population in Iraq, being like, the interceptor didn't work, we're sorry. I mean, this is not what you saw in the opening days of the war, and it's clearly a sign of desperation. We know for them, I mean, the whole Genghis Khan quote, from Bibi and all that, like, you only know which way that's going to...
You ever get your vowels mixed up? You could call me Victor. I just call you other Val. I'm not getting them mixed up. I'm just worried that I'm worried that yous are going to get mixed up with me saying it. Like, other Val must be other Val. Val and Val. Do you know Marsh from Hassan stream? Not personally, no. I don't know much about Marsh.
In terms of their own response, they're going
I don't know much about that person, but
drag the US into a ground invasion.
Yeah, that's exactly right, which is why it's important to keep in mind.
Sagar got pissed at Marsh for bringing weed into his Tesla during the DNC. Just repeating the spelling of the person's name is not going to get me to like pronounce it properly. You can't just repeat the name and then expect me to get it right the second. How is that going to work? I'm still reading it in the same way. Val in the chat was like, this is how you say it, and just wrote it in the same way.
apparently Israel. Let's go ahead and
March or Marsh? I don't know. Is it March? Is it Marsha? It's Marsha. Marsh.
They're claiming for the past 3 weeks.
Is it like Marsh or Marshy? Marsh. It's like March, not like Marsh. Oh, right.
Weeks our operations for maneuvers.
I say Marsh.
Weaknesses.
Does it just not matter? Does it just not matter? Are we just saying this person's name however we want? It's Marsh. I think most people are saying it's Marsh.
Israeli air defenses today. We control Israeli airspace. No one can intercept Iran's missiles. I mean, I think that's, obviously bluster and over the top, but it does appear that as their number of launches have kind of declined to a lower steady state, they're able to inflict more damage. So more of their missiles are finding their targets. Now, also important to underscore, they did not actually hit the nuclear facility in Dimona. Was that intentional? Was it meant more to just send a message of, hey, this is something we could do if we want to. Look how close we're able to strike. Or did it miss its target? That's open question. But, the other thing that I think is really significant here in terms of the Israeli saga is there has been lockdown censorship in Israel about showing some of the damage and showing, these missiles in the sky, etc.
Okay, this is fine. We've watched enough of that. I just want to take a look at this. I just wanted to finish with this. We're not going to get to the Cuba stuff today, sadly, but I guess we'll cover it tomorrow unless any insane Iran stuff happens tomorrow. I got a whole bunch of stuff to look at regarding Cuba and the Cuba Nuestra flotilla. We've got some
And joining me now is
news reports to look about it. So we've got some actual news
I'm in Old Havana
to read. And we've also got some brain rot. We've literally got Sky News Australia here saying lefty activists mocked for luxury Cuba trip as island plunges into blackout. So that's going to be fun. We've got Channel 4 interviewing Kneecap here. So we're going to cover that as well. And also
to a series so
just an absolutely spicy slop tuber. More Pegasus. I've never heard of this cunt in my entire life. Hassan's Cuba trip was a disaster, and you better believe, the comments are telling a story here. Oh yes, the rich Turkish Muslim telling the Cubans about Cuba and how things work over there. Hell yeah, dude. That's so good. So we're going to watch that tomorrow, but we're going to finish with this. This is our surgical, forensic, grown-up Prime Minister making the decision to allow Diego Garcia to be used in US strikes against Iran and the consequences of that decision. Let's take a look. This is the BBC.
Towards the joint British-American base on Diego. Iran has fired 2 missiles towards the joint British-American base on Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean, the BBC understands. Well, the attack is thought to have been unsuccessful. The island, part of the Chagos, is nearly 2,400 miles from Iran. That's around 3,800 kilometres, and is beyond the range limit that Tehran's weapons are thought to be able to reach. Well, it's thought the missiles were launched before the UK announced that Americans could use the British bases for strikes in Iran aimed at stopping attacks on the Strait of Hormuz. Meanwhile, President Trump's posted on social media that America is getting very close to meeting its objectives as it's considering winding.
Why is this news? He does this every day. He does it all the time. He's like, yeah, we're winding it down. Yeah, we're doing everything. Everything's taken out. We've obliterated them. We destroyed them.
Down military efforts in the Middle East. Although CBS News is reporting that military planners are working on the option of ground troops. Our World News correspondent Joe Winwood reports.
Donald Trump claims Iran's military has been all but obliterated, but it is still firing back. This was a US diplomatic facility in Baghdad after a drone struck last night. And it seems Tehran is expanding not just its targets, but its range as well. The BBC understands that Iran fired 2 missiles
2,800 miles
base on Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean.
No, 2,300 miles.
700 kilometers from the Iranian coast. Neither hit their target. But that is far further than
Wait, what do you want, miles or kilometers?
Missiles were thought to be able to reach. It's understood that the attack happened before Sir Keir Starmer agreed that US planes could now use UK bases, for example RAF Fairford.
Kilometres, it's 3,800 kilometres.
Attack targets that could threaten shipping going through the Straits of Hormuz. It is a shift from the British government. Some will see as subtle, others significant. For Donald Trump, it seems to be too little, too late.
I was a little surprised at the UK, to be honest with you. They should have acted a lot faster.
From Iran, a very different response.
They should have acted so much faster.
That the shift in policy would have consequences.
They should have acted faster.
Starmer is putting British lives in danger, wrote Abbas Araghchi. Iran will exercise its right to self-defense. Yesterday, a missile fragment landed in Jerusalem's Old City, home to sites sacred to Christianity, Judaism and Islam. Iran continues to strike targets across the region, including Gulf states.
Sir Keir Starmer is so good, yeah.
To Israel's north,
Schrodinger's military capacity.
Group Hezbollah is still firing rockets over the border, which continues to be met with a ferocious response. Israeli tanks are moving north. Lebanese authorities say more than 1,000 people have now been killed by Israeli strikes, many of them civilians. Donald Trump is nothing if not unpredictable, and shortly after saying this,
I don't want to do a ceasefire. You know, you don't do a ceasefire when you're literally obliterating the other side.
Social media to say the US was getting very close to meeting our objectives as we consider winding down our great military efforts in the Middle East. But ending conflicts is often harder than starting them, and Iran has...
Yeah, we saw that Crescent Moon and Star, yeah.
Whatever the cost. Joe Inwood, BBC News.
Well, our North America...
Like, you know, I find it so funny that people are using this as a source to be like, oh, this proves that Israel did a false flag, because it's like, what are we learning here? That NATO is a paper tiger? Trump said this in a Truth Social post last night. He's right. He's right. They don't have the intelligence. They don't have the intelligence to back any of this up, and they're also not bothered. You know, so this doesn't mean anything. You know, I think the thing to remember is that I totally believe, like, you know, I know that guy who just said it is a center-right liberal guy, but or conservative, whatever you want to say. But like, I do think that there are going to be things that Iran is just like not telling people, and I do think that there are going to be things, you know, like why do we believe that it's impossible that Iran could have created a missile that could go that far? Why do we believe that Iran could have not possibly tried one of its higher end missiles to see if it could reach as a test, right? Because they're at war. It's a legitimate target, right? And that's that. They dare not accuse Israel of a false flag. Again, how is Israel doing this false flag? What are they doing? Where are they firing this missile from? You know, what kind of missile is it? Are they firing a missile from Israel? Are they known to fire missiles, or are they known to use aircraft in bombing campaigns? Yes, it's the latter. You know. Sure, they could have used a submarine. Sure, I could take that. That's a more convincing argument than that I've ever heard. That I've heard so far about this. Submarines, entirely. I did also say it's possible that they could have, you know, sent a boat. I don't believe it's Israel. It could be the UK. The UK could have done it. This is a thing that I didn't entertain earlier. It could be the UK. Keir Starmer could have gone, we need to make it so that everyone is pissed off with a decision that I've made, and then we'll go into war. I think this helps with the war effort propaganda. Not in Britain. Not in Britain. Ain't no way. Ain't no fucking way. There's no way that you can make the war work in the UK. There's no way. It's possibly the least popular thing. It's possibly the least popular decision of Keir Starmer so far, and he's made a lot of incredibly unpopular decisions. Yeah, yet another blinder, you know? If anything that's probable to happen, there's nothing. Yes. It's just, it's not, you know, there's nothing that Keir Starmer could do that would make the UK populace be like, I believe this man, I believe what this man's government is saying, And I believe, that we should go to war with Iran. I did it. I fire the missiles. I'm a war hawk. Cacaw. Hold my piss weak pale ale. Exactly.
North America correspondent Simi Jolla.
I don't know the UK politics well enough, that's why I'm here. The thing to understand about UK politics is that this decision for the UK to allow the US to use bases that it has on our territory for this war is going down like a lead balloon. Right? That's the key takeaway that you need to know about the UK. No one is backing this up. No one is excited about this. Keir Starmer was already doing incredibly terribly in the polls because of how terrible his party has performed in the most important by-election in the country that was like the same week that this happened, right? And then like the weekend after his party lost the most important by-election in the country, he was like, yeah, man, the US could use our bases for this awful war that no one wants. And everyone was like, we already thought that, but now we're that and that and that, It's just the most unpopular decision that he's ever made. Possibly it's the most unpopular decision any prime minister has ever made. Yeah, no one's falling for it. Can we check if he's still not aura posting? Let's have a look. What the fuck is this? Trixie Mattel? I'm not getting distracted by TikTok. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Oh yeah, I can't wait to see more footage of him in very important meetings doing paperwork. The music's already insane. It's already mental. The way you understand me. The way you just whisper me. The way you touch. The way you used to kiss me. I want you just the way you walk. This is fucking nuts. Every single frame is just it's the most boring shit of all time. It doesn't make him look good in any way, shape, or form. It's like a bad shot of him from the side. He's got a terrible side profile. He just looks insanely stressed. His fucking mouth in this shot is crazy, bro. Look at his mouth. His mouth is going fucking crazy in this one. Yo. Bro, what's going on there? He's looking like the poo monster from Wizadora. That's absolutely mad. What are the comments saying? Realistically, what are the best videos we've had in a while? Keir, can you lower the prices of mini eggs? Wait, how many did that have? Okay, that nearly had 1,000 likes. That's so crazy, man. Who is saying this? What's the kind of guy to be saying this? Some camera pervert. If he responds, I'll stop vaping and focus on school and stop skipping classes. Yeah, man. Ah, yes, my dear friend Keir. People you may know, Keir Starmer. Yeah, that's dope. Resign, please. Who's getting paid to put nice comments on this page? What does he think this crap achieves? Day 6 of asking Keir Starmer to resign as Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Day 6! Listen, we've been there for fucking 5 months. Answer a question at PMQs. We have now sanctioned Wizadora. My life is much better because of this man, and many more feel the same. Keep up the good work. Paid actor. What are you laughing at? Oh, that's so good, dude. This is great. Michael for Prime Minister. Oh, it's so good.
Can I make ends meet? Can I pay my bills? Are my bills going to go up?
No, bro. They got him with the podcaster mic. What the fuck? They got him with the podcaster mic. What is happening?
There's a real sense of worry about that. Now, I get that because when I was growing up, we didn't have enough money to pay our bills.
Stop lying. I need him to stop lying about being poor. I need him to stop doing that. My father was a tool maker.
I know that anxiety feels like it's sort of not in.
No, you don't. No, you don't. Unless you've experienced food precarity, you do not know what it's like to not be able to afford the bills and shit.
I'll pay the bills. That's why this government has said that dealing with the cost of living is the number one priority. We have.
Did they speed him up then?
Last budget to take money off energy bills. On average, for households, about £117.
Right, but you could achieve the same thing by not subsidizing private energy companies and nationalizing the energy companies. You should just do that instead. That's what you should do, but you won't.
Now, in 3 weeks' time, that decision...
Remember, Rishi Sunak was poor because he didn't have Sky. Hell yeah.
Goes into action, and therefore energy bills will come down, household energy bills, and then we will cap them.
No, that's exactly what it is, Emily. He's doing this because Zach Polanski has a fucking podcast. That's why he's doing this. Starmer, how many likes for you to eat a whole pack of digestives on live TV? That might kill him. He's of the age where you just can't do that anymore. Let's stop raising council tax by 5% as well, or get rid completely, since council services are reduced and we're already being taxed on income. You see, this is what people actually give a shit about. But unfortunately, people in this country are so, like, misinformed about politics that what they don't understand, like, this person doesn't understand, sadly, that it is because of this guy not funding councils, right? Westminster refusing to fund councils, that means that councils have increased council tax. So, you know, these are the conversations that we need to be having with people like Rian Duke on TikTok. Rian Duke, come on the djmuel broadcast. Why the fuck are prices so high? Hell yeah, these are the real questions. These are the real questions. Kerr's father was indeed a toolmaker. He made Kerr. Well, that's the joke. That he doesn't realize that he made. Like, why would you ever say, why, if your dad actually made tools in like a factory, right? Surely you would say that he was a blacksmith instead. You'd be like, my dad was a blacksmith. Because not only does that sound cooler, but also it doesn't sound like you're just saying, he made me and I'm a tool. This is how you know he's not a real person. Just like a factory worker. My dad worked at a factory. My dad was a blacksmith. He was whatever. You know what I mean? If he stopped posting these videos and instead took requests like eat an entire pack of digestive biscuits, his approval rating would go slightly higher. Yeah, he would. He would. Keir Starmer, easily the best prime minister for years. This person's smoking crack. Smoking crack. What's going on here? Those are all school kids laughing at him. What's going on here? This guy with his shirt untucked. What the fuck's happening? He's gone to like a fucking school.
54 nil.
Oh, did you do the sports, children?
Everybody chanting 54 nil.
Did you win the sports?
For our benefit. So enjoy. No, you can go back to school. Nice to see you.
Yeah, I went home with that.
What the fuck was this? Bro, what was this supposed to be? He was just like, let's go and speak to some kids. Fucking freakish, man. Like, absolutely freakish. So weird, dude. Today we're going to be going to a boys' school to meet the boys. Respect and applause. People recognize a decent bloke when they see one. Mate, come on. What do you mean? 8 p.m. Greet Prime Minister Carney. 8:14. Continue greeting Prime Minister Carney. 9 a.m. Say goodbye. 9:05. Press conference prep. 10:25. Final press conference prep. Press conference. Time unspecific. 11:05. Debrief. 11:11. Meet content creators at Angel Time. What are you talking about, bro?
Hello. Nice to see you. Good to see you again. How are you? And you're a regular. I know. Hello. I hope you're all going to become regulars.
What is happening? Social media filming. School visit. Why are you visiting school? Why is he visiting schools like this, man? This is all campaign material. That's what all this is. He met content creators at 11:11. I think that he just means like workers who film content. Is he trying to fuel a conspiracy theory? 15:20. More meetings. 17:45. Community sport reception. Oh, so he actually clocks off at 6. Lazy cunt. Alright, anyway, that's that. Alright, chat. Listen, it was a good stream. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate you. We are going to raid out. Please join me for the raid. Is this proof that he doesn't poop? That's a good point. That's a good point. Hey Roshan, how you doing? Thank you so much for all the support today, chat. It's been absolutely wild. Thank you so much for all the donos. We've had some big donos, some little donos. They're all amazing. Thanks so much for supporting me, guys. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much for all the subs as well. And thank you so much for the raids. Had 2 massive raids. Thank you for all the follows. Appreciate you if you've stuck around and hung out and that. Thanks to all the regulars, you know. And yeah, I will be back tomorrow. Don't forget to check out my socials. Don't forget to check out my YouTube channel. Don't forget to check out the VOD channel. If you've been watching the VOD, please like, comment, and subscribe. Leave me a comment. Let me know what the best thing about the stream was. I look forward to reading your comments. And as I say, I'll be back tomorrow. We'll be covering the news. We'll be covering the Cuba stuff. And I can't remember what else we're going to be looking at, but I imagine there'll be updates to the war in Iran. Yeah, I'll see you all tomorrow. Stay excellent to each other. We're going to go ahead and raid Eden. Please join us. Copy and paste the raid message. The first one from /me, if you're a sub. If you're not, copy and paste the second one. And yeah, stay excellent to each other. Oh, and thanks to all the lurkers. I always appreciate all the lurkers. I'll see you in the next one. Peace, 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 peace. Good night, good night, good night.